Hello everyone, welcome to Rob's Gaming Table. I'm Rob.
I'm Mel.
And we're going to be playing this little pocket-sized filler game. Yeah, I've used that joke before. Middara, Unintentional Malum, Act 1 by Succubus Publishing. This is one of our big campaign games we're going to play on the channel. If you're new here, you got to hit the subscribe button because we play games like this all the time. In the past, we played 40, 50 something, I don't know what it is at this point. Something episodes of Gloomhaven campaign on the channel. A couple years back, we played Tainted Grail all the way through. We played other campaign and legacy games. Well, this is another one of those. So we also play board games, one-off, do card game tournaments, that kind of stuff. But yeah, we do big campaign games. So I don't know if we're going to get through this whole game. I don't know how long it's going to take. I said the same thing when we started Gloomhaven. As long as you guys are watching it and you're interested, we're going to play this one live, though. We're playing this one live with an audience. The whole way, as far as we go. So if we start up a stream and there's like 2 people there and no one's watching and everyone left and it's cricket noises, we're not going to keep playing it on stream. We'll play it probably ourselves and keep going if we like the game. But if you want to hang out, watch live, chat with us. Another member. Successful Geek.
Successful Geek.
Thank
Welcome.
you for clicking the join button on YouTube and becoming a member. Also, I saw there was one that popped. Christiane, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Thank you for the support, everyone. If you want to support the channel, you can click the join button down below or head on over to Patreon. All that stuff is down in the video description. Thank you for reminding me. And thank you for the support. Welcome, welcome. Without you guys, this channel wouldn't be happening. We wouldn't be playing games like this and having lots of time to play it and learn it. That's a whole other side rant we'll get into. But yeah, we play games live here. And we're going to be playing Middara. Huge campaign game, huge campaign book, huge story. Spoilers, of course, but if you're here and you never heard of this game and you're watching the channel and you're like, yeah, Rob, I want to see this next game you're playing, and how you're going to damage my bank account, my finances, my pocketbook, whatever. Watch today's episode. We'll just play, I believe we'll just play. We'll see how long it takes and everything. But we'll play just the first scenario. And yes, there'll be some story there. You'll get a taste of it, but it's just the first scenario out of like a year's worth of campaign content. So like just seeing one scenario, getting a little bit spoiled of maybe where enemies come from or on the board or where they spawn, or seeing the results of the first little encounter. Like it's a super short, super small encounter. You're going to get an idea of how the game plays, but I recommend watching it and you'll be fine. Then just don't watch next stream or beyond that because we'll get into the spoilers even more and I'm sure they'll throw surprises at us, but today's episode won't have any stuff coming out of, I believe.
I guess you can call it like spoiler light.
Yeah, but there are like hidden packs of cards in this game, like a legacy game, like a campaign game, like those kind of games. We're not destroying anything in this game, so it's not like true legacy where we're just like throwing components in the garbage and opening hidden boxes, but there are hidden packs of cards. So it's like a legacy game, kind of like Gloomhaven did, has like, it's fully resettable, but has surprise elements to it. It has that, but there's multiple. There's like a medium hidden deck of cards. There is a small hidden deck of cards. I haven't opened them yet. And we played this first scenario just to learn the game. And we haven't need to open them. So I am assuming, unless something different happens in this first scenario, you can watch today's stream and you will not see any of these like major hidden spoilers. Cause I don't think we'll have to open any of this stuff yet.
Chad is pretty much saying you won't get to them until at least after the 5th scenario.
Oh, there you go.
Or 5 episodes.
So you could probably watch the first like 2 or 3 streams, I'm assuming, and you shouldn't have any serious spoilers. So, but you'll get a good idea how the game works. That's what I'm trying to say. So this is the kind of game you're going to have to see it like played. This is not a rules video. We're not going into the rules at the beginning too heavy because you'll kind of see it as it happens. And a lot of the rules you're not going to see till later on. They're going to like give you little breadcrumbs. So the enemies might be a little more straightforward at the beginning versus later. They'll add more complex behaviors and stuff. But yeah, so just an FYI. There is hidden things, but hopefully we won't see any of that stuff today. But yeah, if you've played, so I see some questions in the chat about like, I'm interested in this, but I'm not sure. This kind of game, how I'll describe it, based on our experience in the games we've learned and played in the past. And again, we've only played the first scenario just to learn the game. We literally opened this game. Well, okay, technically we opened it like 2 weeks ago, so Mel could start painting the minis. but I didn't open the rule book until like 2 days ago, which maybe we should have opened it a little sooner. But it is a big beastly game, just like Gloomhaven or Sword and Sorcery we played on the channel.
Yeah.
It's heavier than like Tainted Grail, so yeah, it has more fiddliness than that. It's more the one that it reminds me of the most is Sword and Sorcery. Sword and Sorcery with a JRPG theming on it. That's an anime theme. That's literally the vibe I get, and that's what people were saying to us in our Sword and Sorcery streams. We're saying, you guys need to check out Middara. If you like Sword and Sorcery, check out that. And I avoided this game originally, because we were like playing Gloomhaven around the same time. This was on Kickstarter around the same time Gloomhaven was. And I had other dungeon crawling games too. And the theme, and when I had to pick between different campaign games, I'm a sucker for fantasy theme. Yes, this is a fantasy theme, but like, I didn't really grow up watching anime stuff. My younger brothers and sister kind of did, and my daughter did, and that kind of stuff. But when I was growing up, I didn't really watch like true like Japanese anime stuff. So I don't really have like the nostalgia connection to it, like some people, kids who grew up through the 90s and stuff. But when you tell me this is like JRPG, I love the Super Nintendo. I played lots of JRPGs on that. Yes, the themes in those were more fantasy in the games I played. So it still goes that whole like my fantasy kind of addiction. But yeah, the more like Japanese, school, kids in school, Japanese art, all that stuff. That stuff came into like JRPGs, I feel, more in North America, like in the 2000s and beyond. So I don't really play many of those. So the theme what I'm trying to say is the theme looks cool. The art looks cool. Everything looks great. Like production values are there. It's just like, the theme isn't pulling me in. So when I have to choose between like Gloomhaven, Sword and Sorcery, these other games that are as complex and are dungeon crawlers and that kind of stuff, I just went for the fantasy ones first because they appealed to me, right? Like I get pulled in by the theme first, and usually that's how I work. So I avoided this one at the start, but then you guys in the chat over some of our live streams and comments on our videos were like, guys, based on the games you're playing on the channel and you're loving and these deep, rich games, you guys really need to check out Middara. So I reached out to Succubus Publishing a year and a half, 2 years ago, and said, hey, I can't find this game anywhere. My viewers are telling me I need to play it. Do you have any copies I can get, press copies I can play? Because I can't find this game anywhere unless on the secondary market, crazy prices. And they were like, oh, it's sold out now. We're doing a reprint. It's coming to Kickstarter. And it did in like, I think 2019. Mid 2019, it was on Kickstarter doing a 1.1 version where they're fixing up errata, taking fan feedback, improving the rules, cleaning up the rule book, cleaning up balancing on cards, changing abilities, changing how the initiative system works. There's a whole bunch of stuff they changed for version 1.1. We're playing out of the 1.1/1.2 rules today, and that's how we're going forward. So just a FYI, if you're watching videos online, you may be watching a tutorial or a playthrough based on the 1.0 rules, and they have changed. And there's some not serious things, but some kind of bigger things that have changed. So you might be like, wait, that's not the way I've played it, or that's not the way I saw how it works. It's because either A, we don't understand the rule fully and we got it wrong, or B, we're playing at the 1.1/1.2 rules. Okay, so FYI. So if you're looking up stuff, look up those. And anyone who watches the channel knows, and I appreciate this so much, we're going to be playing live. If you know this game well and you know the 1.1 rules well, or you assume you know them well, the advantage we have of playing live, not to mention just hanging out with you guys, making decisions together, playing along, we're going to have that kind of stuff. We're going to do polls. We're going to have you guys help us decide on the stream how we upgrade our characters, what abilities we take. Because you can get really nitty gritty with this game with your characters, just like a JRPG. It reminds me so much of that. But you can also, on the fly, ask rules questions, point out rules issues. Hey, I don't think that's how it works. And I am so down. As long as it doesn't happen way too often, I'll start losing my mind. But if there's a rules question or rules discussion and you don't understand how it works and people in the chat, there's a few conflicting answers, we can stop, we can look up rules, we can make sure we understand it going forward, we can make sure you understand it going forward. But I am all about getting in some rules conversations around this game. And this is that type of game that is a little scary, not because the rules, if you spend enough time in the rule book, reading it front to back, play the game, read the front to back again, you'll get the game. The problem with this game right now is It obviously wasn't designed very well, I'll be honest. Like, the systems were a bit clunky. It maybe wasn't, they spent maybe too much time making the story and not enough time playtesting the game. I don't know what it was. But obviously when they released this game the first time, it was full of erratas. The system maybe wasn't as balanced. The fans weren't happy with stuff. So they worked with it, and that's why it came out the 1.1 rules. But even then, there's some issues in there, some things that aren't clear, some, errata that's needed. There's a big FAQ, all that stuff is with this game. But the problem when you're trying to learn a game like that is you look online and you Google, rules for Middara. You might accidentally get the 1.0 rules or the 1.1 rules or the 1.2 rules. You start looking up rules questions on BGG or on Google. It'll start bringing up answers from forums about the 1.1 rules or the 1.0 rules, or someone who understands them right or someone who understands them wrong. Official answers, non-official answers. You'll watch a how to play video. And the how to play videos for this game, there's some really clickbaity rules videos. Learn Middara in 8 minutes. Learn Middara in 30 minutes. Yeah, okay, my friend, I believe you. But both those videos that I clicked on, the 8-minute one, please do not click on that video, full of mistakes. Whether it's 1.0 or 1.1 rules you're trying to learn, that video is a joke. Don't even click on it, it's garbage. The 30-minute video cuts out a lot. I've never heard the word check the rule book, go check the rule book, go check the rule book so many times. It's a nice addition to reading the rule book, but it definitely doesn't replace it. There is no replacement for reading the rule book for this game. So if you're not one that's going to read the rule book, play the game, reread the rule book, play the game, reread sections of the rule book, this might not be the game for you because there's no good official complete rules book. But yes, the 30-minute video I would consider a quick start guide.
Yeah.
It's a quick start guide, but you cannot skip the rule book. There is no way to skip the rule book in this game, FYI.
Yeah, you might also be able to use that as a refresher.
Maybe, yeah, to like relearn some things before you get back to the table. But yeah,
you still need to read the book.
But there's not really good examples. Like you expect a rules video for a game like this to be minimum an hour, and them to basically tell you rules in their own words and show plenty of visual examples. But both those videos, they just kind of show one example, jam in a few rules, leave a whole bunch of stuff out, go really fast. Because they're really, I call these clickbaity rule videos because they're very prominent on showing off how quick the video is and how short it is. And they're more valuing get as many rules in the video as short as possible, talk as fast as possible, use as few examples as possible. Don't skew from exactly how the rules are written. So like, I look for a video sometimes, I read the rules, and I want to see someone explain combat to me with a couple examples in their own words, show some weird situations, show some common situations. Take your time and show me. I need to see that. But I wasn't able to find that for this game. It's basically either they're regurgitating the rules line for line and then skipping anything special, showing the same example you'd find in the rule book, and it's just like a regurgitation of the rules. So that's the issue with this game so far. There's none of that there. So that is why we will probably get rules wrong. We will figure it out with you as we play. But this is not the type of game. I've never seen a perfect playthrough either. We've watched the first episode of a couple playthroughs. Even going by 1.0 rules, there's still issues with every single playthrough I've ever seen this game, official, paid for, not paid for, all full of mistakes. Like, and no one gets it correct, okay? Nobody. So we don't expect to be perfect here. But we love chat helping us out. We love you watching later. Comment down below, timestamp it if you can. Because we like using our playthroughs to help us learn and help other people watching learn. So if you're watching this in the future, you're trying to figure this game out, go to the comments section. There'll be amazing people in there who are saying at this situation, this is how it really works. And, and then people saying, no, that's not, here's the actual ruling. And, and the rules may change because like I said, they have rules 1.0, they have rules 1.1, they have rules 1.2 in beta. So if you're watching this 3 years from now, this might not be exactly how the game plays. I don't know. They don't really change anything that like changes core mechanics, but there might be weird things like we might do jumping, for example, and you'll be like, wait, that's not how jumping works anymore, because maybe in 2023 they changed how jumping works. I don't know, but just for example.
Along these lines, people are asking, what about the Succubus publishing videos?
So the Succubus publishing videos, I watched every single minute of those videos multiple times, a couple of them, but the issue with those is they're out of date already. So you will watch them go over and over how things work, and then you'll realize when you get to the end of the playlist, you're like, wow, that was a lot of info. They took their time. The videos are long. They show examples. They are really just regurgitating what's in the rulebook and showing pretty much the exact same pictures and examples from the rulebook. It gives you a good overview. It was nice. It was definitely nicely done, and they did get a good job just rambling it off. It's not very, production quality is fine. The only problem is you get to the end and you find there's like a 20-something minute video that's explaining all the rules changes that you have to just unlearn what you just learned that have changed going forward. And it doesn't even go into all of them in that 20-something minute video. It basically says you need to go to the website and read more about what has changed. So it's like, I don't want to see it done wrong because I may do it wrong. If I see something done wrong multiple times, and then even if I read it, I may not comprehend it. I may remember the visual version. So that's the issue. I watched through all those and they did help me with certain situations and stuff, and hearing it explained again was good. But again, yeah, I don't know what to say other than they're fine. They're great. I wish they just did a new updated version of the series, delete the old ones and go forward, But I know the work involved in that. They want to print more expansions and that kind of stuff. So like, you can't spend your whole time making the rules perfect and never making new content, or else you're not making money off new versions of rule books, as well say. In theory, you are, though. If you correct your game and make it well enough, people are going to recommend it to other players. More people are going to learn it easier and not just have it sit on their shelf, scaring them, collecting dust, right? So yeah, there is a value to having good rules videos, good, reference sheets, good rule books, play test your rules, do it right the first time. It will help you going forward. And I do like the way they care about the rules enough that they did change it. Too Many Bones does this. I like this a lot. But yeah, it can get frustrating when you're like if you grab Middara and you think it looks cool and you're playing like, Catan and Ticket to Ride, and then you go buy this game. For one, you're fine.
That's a jump.
Yeah, I know. Just understand you're gonna be playing this, fiddly game and messing it up. That's fine. But it just sucks for those kind of players who, read the rules 60 times because that's all you basically can do, because the videos aren't going to really help you out. It's just like, or they'll confuse you because, some of them have 1.0 rules, some of them have 1.1 rules. I'm sure there's going to be new videos made that have 1.2 rules, 1.3 rules. Who even knows what they're going to do, right? Maybe in Middara 2.0 is coming in 2 years, and then they overhaul the whole thing. Who even knows? And you have to buy upgrade packs and stuff. I don't know how far they're going to take this, but that took a lot longer than I expected. But anyways, that's my situation learning the rules over a couple days. We've learned lots of heavy games rules. We've learned lots of medium weight games, light games. So this is just my experience learning it, because I know some people care about that. I'm one who cares about that. If a game's going to be a pain in the ass to learn, I might kind of avoid it and go for something else, But you can learn this game. If you've played Gloomhaven, you can play this game. If you played a dungeon crawler, you can figure this out. If you're not going to stress about missing a few rules in an encounter and figuring out by encounter 4 you've been doing something wrong the whole time, and you'll be fine, you'll still sleep, that's good. But if it's going to keep you up at night and you're going to, not move past scenario 1 until you feel you've got it perfect, this might not be the game for you. This is fiddly, just like I said for Sword and Sorcery, same idea. But that fiddliness, don't let it scare you away from the game. You can overcome it. And like I said, I first got in the hobby playing Game of Thrones, the board game 2nd edition. Horrible rule book, so many fiddly rules, so complex, and trying to teach 5 other players at the table. That is my first experience to modern board gaming, and I could do it. I could figure it out. And I hadn't played board games in decades. So you can do it too. So don't let that scare you. But for those who are choosing between like, I have this game, or this game, which one do I spend hundreds of dollars on? You might want to go for the one that maybe you're going to get to the table more often, might not be as fiddly. Some people are that way. So just letting you guys know. All right. But so far the game's pretty cool. All right, so let's go into talking about what's involved in this giant Gloomhaven-sized 20-pound box. Or let's just talk about the game first, actually, over on the BGGs, as we usually do. This kind of sums it up, reminds me to talk about certain things. So this game has been around since 2019. It had lots of delays. It's a Kickstarter, big Kickstarter full of story, going to have delays. And we're playing the second printing, like I said, but the game's an 8.9 rated, which is pretty good, but it's only $799 out of all board games that ever existed. I expected it to be higher based on the hype and the recommendations and the messages and the way it was explained to me. You just assume since a game like Gloomhaven can reach #1, and some other big complex dungeon crawlers have gotten higher, I expected this. But maybe the theming, maybe the fiddly rules, maybe the timing, another big Kickstarter game with minis, people just gloss over it because it got lost in the shuffle. I don't know. But I have a feeling it'll go up as word keeps spreading and stuff, as this new version, because a lot of people didn't back it on Kickstarter until the second Kickstarter with the 1.1, and those people have just started getting the game like about a month or 2 months ago. So some of those people are still probably reading the rule book because it takes like a year. Just kidding. Just kidding. But it's 80 pages. But anyways, yeah, the rule book's huge. And we'll look at that in a sec. But so this game is 1 to 4 players, best with 4. Okay. We were recommended to play this game. If we're playing a 2-player, because of COVID right now, we can only really play a 2-player, at least for the next few weeks. We'll see. Maybe we'll have players join us. I don't know. But we are playing the normal rules with the 4 characters. So Mel and I are each playing 2-handed, running 2 characters each.
But a rare thing for us.
Yeah, it's something I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. This. Yeah, but they do have a 2-player and a 3-player variant. But you still have to worry about those characters. It reminds me of the Aftermath campaign we played. By, I guess, Z-Man Games now. But Aftermath had the same idea where as you play through it, you can play 2 characters, it's fine. But as you unlock things and level up things, you need to remember the other characters and buy things for them and give them weapons and experience as you go, so that if you switch your characters, they are at the same level, they're ready, their stories are progressing. This is kind of like that. The story was written with all of our characters involved. They all have to be earning experience. So even if you play the 2-player variant or the 3-player variant and you're having like, proxy second players, your table's a little more clean, you still have to worry about those characters. You still have to upgrade them. You still have to spend experience for them. They're still involved in the story. So we just figured, since we were recommended by a few of our Patreons, that are producers, I guess, that we need to just play it the way it's written. And when I read the 2-player variant rules, they're messy. They're obviously an afterthought. They're a heavy afterthought. There's lots of if-thens and weird situations and certain scenarios that are like kind of broken, and you have to understand how they change because of this. And I don't want to be playing this game in every scenario have to look up to see if there's some kind of errata to it to work with 2 players and that kind of stuff. So we're playing the normal way, but that's why they're saying it's best with 4 players, because you should just be running a character by yourself. And the characters, their abilities aren't that bad playing a single character. It's just they have like the table space, the amount of cards they get and all the abilities on all their cards can become a little bit, bogging you down, I would think. But we'll see how it goes. Hopefully we get used to it. Feel free to help us out as we play along. Point out things on characters you notice, or, if we accidentally, I don't know, forget one character has 6 movement instead of 7, because we forget which character has which. That may happen because you're not bonding with that solo character you normally have, which I love to do. So we got to remember that, wait, this character can't do that. This character rolls these dice and not these dice. And it's like, it's going to get a little messy because we don't normally play games like this, but
we're going to do our best.
We'll do our best, yeah.
Yeah.
But how dare they design a game that doesn't have true 2-player or 3-player, 4-player. It has 4-player. That's really what it has. That's truly what it has. But it was designed to have 4 players, not 5, not 3, but 4 players. So you can play with less. You just have to run all 4 characters by the default rules. So FYI. The complexity. This is a 3.88.
Shocking. I would have thought this was higher.
I thought so too.
Before I saw this.
But then
I would have thought for sure 4 point something.
Yes, so would I. The playtime of 60 minutes, kind of a lie. It is probably 60 minutes per encounter, but the pre-setup, the story reading, the figuring out the rules, playing through a scenario, doing the bookkeeping between, it's not 60 minutes. And I'm sure certain scenarios as they get later and more tiles, more monsters, you have more abilities, you're looking up more rules as it gets more complex. 60 minutes is an effing lie. It's an effing lie. This game, even in the rule book, it says this game is designed to be played with your gaming group every week, 4 players who are consistent, play the adventure mode, and play it in 3 to 4 hour sessions. You can play 60 minutes and save it, or 90 minutes maybe, and save it, but you're not playing like a full session doing that. So this game was designed to play it once a week for like 6 months to a year, with a hardcore group that is willing to show up every single time. And we got a super chat from Adam Morris. Thank you so much for the support. It says $5 for playing 2-handed.
Oh, that's very sweet. Thank you.
So if I get rid of Mel and I play 4-handed, can we get more donations? Is that how this works? Just kidding.
Oh,
just
that's
kidding.
funny. And Hans is also saying...
Thank you, Adam.
Yeah. That's very sweet of you.
Oh, interesting. So all these solo games I avoid because you have to play two-handed. If I play two-handed, I'll get more support. We'll play solo games two-handed for food. But anyways, gotta get that t-shirt made.
Hans is also saying it should be 60 minutes per character.
Oh, is that what it's supposed to say?
I don't know.
It might.
Maybe.
Because BGG...
Or you're just making that up. I don't know.
Yeah, BGG doesn't put that on the page, right? No,
Yeah.
It might be. They just throw in 60 minutes because what it says on the side of the box. They're not going to put 60 minutes per player. I don't think they put that. But looking at other games like Gloomhaven, it's a 3.86. So supposedly, and Gloomhaven is complex. It has a big fat rule book, a even bigger FAQ, you know, lots of complex movement rules and that kind of stuff, AI rules and that. But the game I thought this most close to was Sword and Sorcery that we've played on the channel, fully through the first wave of it. And that's a 4.03.
So Sword and Sorcery is harder than this.
Supposedly more complex than this, yes.
Now, maybe just because we played so much of it, I don't think that after just reading the rules, but maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
I guess we'll find out after a few scenarios.
But when I started reading rules and the way the rule book was written and how big it is and how many like little systems there are for every little thing, like there's movement, then there's movement exceptions. In combat, there's like dodging and in countering and, you know, follow-ups and there's spells, but they're like actions, and there's abilities which aren't actions, and there's just all these like little complex things. Like there's tokens that are like bad abilities, there's tokens that are good abilities, but they have different rules around them, how they work and how many you can have, and there's just like all these fiddly little sub rules to every little thing in the game, and nothing is really consistent. So I would never put the words streamlined in the same sentence with Middara. So just 100%. An FYI. So another reason why we'll maybe goof things up or forget things, just like we would in Sword and Sorcery, but it doesn't hurt the fun. It does not hurt the fun. So we may forget that, oh, we couldn't have jumped here, or oops, we forgot a break attack when you move, you know? Like moving in this game, you have to check where you moved every single space because it may trigger off other things, just like Sword and Sorcery had. If you moved onto a certain tile and it created a line of sight to some token across the map, you need to do a whole bunch of things and stop. This game has all that. I would be surprised if these guys didn't play Sword and Sorcery, the Middara designers or publishers. I have a feeling they played Sword and Sorcery because a lot of it seems like pulled right from that game. But then again, a lot of this stuff is from dungeon crawlers in general, so I don't know. But it feels very much like Sword and Sorcery. And Dan has a $5 super chat for Rob referring to himself as Rook all day today.
Oh, we got another one. Oh, wow. Coming in hot. Thank you, everyone.
Bob with the support. Get your big boy pants, brackets, thong on. Two-handed is thumbs up.
Oh, my God.
My big boy thong. It's riding up a little bit already. It's going to be uncomfortable.
Also, Dan, Rob is not playing Rook.
Nope. I let Mel pick.
He can still call himself Rook, but he's not playing Rook.
I let Mel pick the characters, and then after she chose the two characters that I wanted,
we swapped up a little bit.
Yeah, I was like, Mel, you pick your characters. Then when she was done, she's like, okay, are you okay with these two characters? Or did I take the ones you wanted? And I was like, you went for the ones I wanted. But so we did a medium, so she just...
We just switched one and one.
Yeah, we just traded one character after she chose. But yeah, she's got Rook. You'll see that in a second. But anyways, if you've learned Sword and Sorcery, this game is not as bad. If you've learned Gloomhaven, like I said, same complexity, not an issue. It's just like in the same ballpark as that. Okay, so just want to get that across. That's what we're playing today. This is not, we're not playing Arkham Horror, you know. This is like a higher, I think Arkham Horror is less complexity than this by a bit. But it's definitely like that. It's definitely in the next step up in like complexity of games, just FYI. But it's not foreign to us on the channel for sure. Okay. Let's go to the table, I guess. So here's the game. Okay, it's a table hog. We've zoomed far out to fit it all on the table. Okay, and we don't even have for our characters our full suite of possible items we can hold. So trying to get this on camera and zoom it in and be ready if the map expands. So the reason why I have some space up above here is because I don't know if the map will expand. As we've seen with Sword and Sorcery. Sword and Sorcery is a table hog. This is a table hog also. This game uses like full-size board game cards. Sword and Sorcery at least tries to save space by using these little cards. Like this game has little cards too, but we only have like one discipline ability each. You can go up to like, I don't even know, unlimited.
Yeah, as many as you can afford.
So we, maybe like in 3 months from now, we'll have like 7 of these beside each character, and we'll have some relics. We'll have, some more weapons. I don't even know. But yes, this is just your starting recommended or given equipment on the board for the first scenario. But yes, it will take up more table space. So we did jam it all together. We will need enemy cards and stuff like that. So this game is a freaking table hog, FYI. No, the ones I wanted, the characters I wanted Sakabra actually were Zeke, because I like the whole two-handed combat he has. But also Nightingale, because I like the whole idea of her spells, her longsword, and I would think like maybe she becomes like a ranged character is how I would kind of upgrade her and stuff. But the whole idea of like the only range you really have at the beginning is through spells. So I thought Nightingale seems kind of cool for that. She also has this kind of like support ability to give out extra action points, which I thought was really neat. Mm-hmm. But the big dude who starts off with like going with the
heal.
No, what is that kind of class called that you played in Sword and Sorcery? The like
I guess not a support.
A paladin. Like
okay, yeah.
Like a paladin class. That's how they're kind of starting this guy out. But like a JRPG, you can like start like literally this guy's the heal ability right off the start. But you could just ignore upgrading that tree and go into one of the other 5 trees with him and make him into like a summoning, spell firing, damaging character. Like you can go crazy with it. But Mel's playing Rook, the big brute guy, and Nightingale, who's like the sorceress, I guess the magic user at the beginning. Mm-hmm. But again, every character could become a magic user and go very, very focused. I don't think I don't think anyone can take a bow from the start.
Yeah, we just took the options that it says in the book.
Yeah, we just followed. We're playing adventure mode. For those that don't know, I should probably go into that.
Also, while you're doing that, I also thought Rob would want Remy because she can fly, and I thought to get over terrain to collect loot, I really thought he was going to want to pick her.
And I did. That did go through my head. That did go through my head.
But it wasn't like a first thought, where for me, that was my first thought for him. Like, oh, she can just fly over everything and go get the loot that's on the board.
Yeah, so here's one of the minis. So Mel, thank you for painting these minis quick for us so we can get them on the table.
No problem.
And we have Remy here, who's got wings, obviously, and she can fly over enemies, over like chasms and stuff, and get to like things that loot that's hiding in the corners and stuff.
Yeah.
So I did think of that when I first saw the characters.
That was my first thought.
But then I was like, other than that flying, like what is she really doing? I don't know. And like I could upgrade anybody. Maybe there's I don't know. Maybe there's other equipment I can make anyone fly.
Yeah, maybe.
Who even knows? Maybe I can be a person who just moves really good and is good at jumping over chasms. I don't know where this game's gonna go. I haven't looked through all the items. Please don't spoil that stuff for me yet. But yeah, I don't know. I was told basically you can tweak a character and build a character however you see fit.
Which I'm excited about that.
Yeah, so let's like don't get too attached to the starting equipment and stuff. You could like trade things. We could like if I wanted this character to be the dual wielding sword user, we could just switch those and trade them and stuff. Like, but this is just the default build that they start you off in adventure mode with, and we're going with that. Yeah. Okay, and we've already set up the first scenario, but we'll get into the story and explain that. But we just want to set it up for camera purposes. But the reason why there's so much space is because I know they have a book like this that we've seen in other dungeon crawlers that kind of hides some possible add-ons that could surprise you in a scenario. Okay, so it might say, go to the diagram book and boom, you just opened a door, just like we've seen in Sword and Sorcery, and open a door and boom, now you're adding like all these extra map tiles and things like that. So
I love that.
I zoomed it out so we could expand the map, we can add more enemies, and we could add more cards to our character. So I feel like it's going to only get more zoomed out as we play, as we go through the series. So the table hog complaints already are maybe a little premature, but I know it will get there.
I think some of our cards we will be able to overlap once we get the hang of the cards, and just have the text showing, but yeah.
Okay, so Buell's saying, after the Mast, I'm interested to see how you set your characters up. And we're going to work with you guys. That's the other thing. Like, I want to try some different things out, but like, I don't know enough about the game yet to know.
Yeah, we don't know what the options are. We haven't looked through all the cards.
Yeah, so we'll do that with you guys live on the stream. Normally, we would stop the episode, and between streams, we would decide how we want to upgrade our characters. We might do that later on, but at the beginning, we want to play with you guys live and like figure things out. We'll you guys can vote on options and help us tweak things a certain way. So if you've already played this game and you're like, oh, I build rook this way every time, man, have fun with us. Watch us play it a different way, and you can recommend that maybe we build rook this way or whatever. So yeah, so we'll have fun doing that for sure. So this game comes with a crawl mode, and it has this crawl book for if you don't want to play a campaign. If you just want to play a one-off scenario with some friends, get together, build some characters, similar to how the Dark Souls like house rules work. You just open up a standalone scenario. I guess it's like a lot of standalone scenarios in dungeon crawlers, but they give you like a setup on how much experience you get, how much money you get. Go level up your guys to level 5 or whatever, and then you can play like a level 5 scenario. So it includes, I think, 5 scenarios in here, and it has hidden things. So this game hides stuff under these red little reader bar things that were in cereal boxes and Transformer toys back in the 80s. So you can hover that over and find hidden secrets and stuff. And that exists in the crawl book, but the crawl book's really small. It only has 5 scenarios. You can play it all together as like a little campaign, but it's not as cool as the adventure mode. This is obviously like kind of like an afterthought that they threw in, just like in the Gloomhaven one, where you can make like standalone scenarios. Totally an afterthought. Nobody buys Gloomhaven to play standalone scenarios. Same thing with Middara. I feel you get it for the big epic story campaign, play it through, get tons of hours of enjoyment out of it. Yeah, you can do a bit of this to learn or teach it.
I was going to say, yeah, it would be good to learn it.
But they put this in basically saying if you have friends that are like inconsistent, who don't want to show up week to week, and they just like playing this game every now and then, you could just play this stuff. But, you can still play the story mode that way too. We're not touching that today. It also comes with this bounty. This is like a side quest, which we may have a chance to do during our campaign, but it's its own little side quest, little comic book kind of size, little side quest scenario. Supposedly they're going to add more of these to the game, or maybe they already have online or something, or maybe they're in the book already, I don't know. But this is a bounty, so we may have a chance to do a bounty of difficulty, certain levels. This is a level 2 bounty. So when we have a chance to do a level 2 bounty, this one we could do. But we don't own any others. I'm sure they're all Kickstarter add-ons or exclusives or something.
That whole book is one bounty?
Yes. Yeah.
Whoa, I thought that it was the bounty book and you just go there to find the scenario that you need.
I don't think so.
Maybe you're right, though. I have no idea.
I'm trying not to spoil myself, but...
or maybe, maybe it's like a whole side path. Yeah, we don't know anything about it yet. No spoilers, so yeah. But
from the JRPG video games I played heavily in the 90s on Super Nintendo, there are tons of side quests. And even today, there's like the Grand Theft Autos, the Zelda Breath of the Wild, the open world sandbox games, same way. You have side quests that are like 5 minutes. You have side quests you can ignore. But you have side quests that you could just forget about your main story and play for days and weeks and totally forget what you were even doing because you went down a huge rabbit hole. That's what I thought that was. Adam says, I'm ready for the impromptu 12-hour stream. Yeah, see?
Okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah, because we won't know that. Well, I guess we would know.
Well, we could decide. If we get that bounty as an option, we can decide to pass on it or do it, and we can maybe save it for the next stream.
Yeah. Say we're cutting it here, and then we'll,
Or start it. We could start it and play for, one encounter in there, and then stop the stream and continue it next stream. So
true.
Stay tuned. We're going to be playing this week a whole bunch of streams, fairly long streams playing it. Today we'll just play the first scenario so that anyone who doesn't want to follow along further has a good idea of the game. They're fine. They can leave. But we will be playing on Monday. We already have the next stream scheduled to continue this game. And we'll be playing for, I don't know, 5, 6, 7. I don't even know how long. We're not sure. But we'll just be playing nice long streams all week playing this game. So stay tuned for those. And there will be in a playlist down in the video description. So now to the real meat and potatoes here is the campaign book. So this game comes with a ginormous campaign book that literally has, they said it's a novel's worth of story. Like, I'm not joking. Like, you thought me reading story at the beginning of a game, is a little long sometimes with like Tainted Grail and stuff. You could be reading for like 20 minutes before we even get into the first scenario. It's crazy. But there's some options. You can read the story in this game yourself, or you can use the Foreteller app, and there's pre-recorded voice actors, I think, which we'll see some of that today. We'll play some of the audio. But for those who do not care about the theme really or the story and want to read and just want to play mechanically, just want to get into the combat and the dungeon crawly puzzles of this game, they have what is called a Spark Notes, which we'll look at too today. But on their website, or you can bring it up on your phone, they have something called Spark Notes, where here is before the Mast, so that 2 pages, 3 pages, whatever of story, is literally summed up like in a few sentences. So if you don't want to read that whole story and just want to know what's going on, you can even do this while you follow along with us. And if you're watching this later, you can scrub through all the story stuff and just read this as we play, and make your viewing time shorter. This might also be helpful for us in the future when we forget what happened in the previous one. We can just quickly go and read the notes before we start the stream. We can just read over what happened in the last stream. Yeah. Previously on Middara, Rob's gaming table playthrough. Exactly. And sorry to interrupt you, but Keith is just bringing something up. Keith says Monday or Tuesday. The reminder says 7/6. Because it originally was scheduled for Tuesday, but you moved it. I did move it, so just, but there will be a stream on Tuesday also. Yeah. I scheduled it for Tuesday, but then we checked what we're doing and figured it out that we're going to play on Monday, and then we're also going to play on Tuesday. Yeah. So after the stream's over, it will kick you to that next one. It'll also be down in the playlist section if you're watching in the future or right now. You can go set a reminder for it. So even if I did move it again or moved it before, the reminder will still send you a notification on the day of. Like, even if I move it, and if you've set a reminder and I move it a week from now, you're not going to get a notification on the day it was. You're going to get a notification on the day it's now going to happen. So you should be fine. Okay. And sorry, Brian is asking, what website is this? Succubus Publishing. Just Google Spark Notes Middara, and it'll bring you to Succubus Publishing's website, or Middara.com. Middara.com is what their URL is. But if you Google that, you'll find it. That's weird. And thank you, Buell, for reminding everyone. Please click the like button if you're watching this and you enjoy this. That like button click is free. It will help other people find this on YouTube, because YouTube will reward us in the algorithm and share these videos with other people who like similar videos and present them, and they'll find this channel. We'll have more people in the chat. It'll be good time for all. So click that like button. It helps out a ton, more than I assumed before. Yeah. But now supposedly they value it even more in the algorithm. So thank you so much, everybody. Okay. I don't know if we're live, but I don't know what happened there. Something crashed. Let us know in the chat if you guys can hear us or see us. Hopefully those watching later won't notice any of that. We're back? Okay, we're back. Okay. That was weird. Yeah, all of a sudden our stuff all froze. So yeah, thank you everybody. We're so sorry. Yeah. I picked up this giant book and I'm like, maybe this book broke something because it's so heavy. I don't know. Back in blurry. Just refresh your stream. Hit F5. If it's still blurry, just hit F5 and refresh. But it should be okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's annoying. All right. All good now? Stream was going crazy. Yeah. So anyways, we're going to play the adventure mode. So let's just get into it. But first, actually, what I was going to explain was an overview of the game. We're not going to, like I said, go into the rules in depth at the start. We've already rambled enough about the game from a high level, but it's basically a dungeon crawler campaign game. There's story. It will set up different encounters as we win or beat scenarios, or unlock achievements, that kind of stuff. We're recording stuff on a campaign log. Yep. If Mel can show it, for those who are interested. Where just like Tainted Grail or Sword and Sorcery and all this stuff, it has like a campaign log where we'll be recording stuff and we save our playthrough on here, kind of like Sleeping Gods we played through on the channel. Yeah, it's got that kind of system to it. So we'll be recording stuff as we go, but you can play it in sessions of just one encounter with some pre-story, some after story, some bookkeeping, or you can play it in 3 to 4 hour sessions, reading lots of story, playing multiple encounters, upgrading your characters. Like you see here, there is tons and tons and tons of items in this game, and upgrade paths and abilities, and it's nuts. Like the amount of minis. I can show you some of what Mel's painted. I'll give you a little look at some of the giant minis that are in here. You can't see them that well. You'll have to see them in a future episode. Yes, stay tuned. What? You have to stay tuned. Yeah, stay tuned for up close and personal, hopefully with some of those minis, and we crush their faces. But it does come with a whole tray, a couple trays of minis. So here's some characters I'm assuming we'll see later, and some bad guys we'll see later. And it also has a bunch of standees. So instead of another 2 or 3 trays of minis, there's also standees which we may see in the future. But it's a big, heavy game, tons of components, tons of cards, tons of boards, tons of tokens. Show like one tray of our tokens, Mel. It's like crazy. But those are just like ability and like effect tokens. And then we have all the tokens needed for setting the map. So if you've ever played Gloomhaven and try to figure a storage solution out for that, it's that kind of, this is that level of game for stuff, for weight, for play time, for hours of enjoyment. There's the standees and stuff.
Yeah,
it's just a lot. It's just a lot. So we'll see how much we experience here throughout the hours and weeks and months of playing this game we do here on the channel. But subscribe and stay tuned for that. It's gonna be crazy. But yeah, just this storybook's nuts.
Yeah. Heather's asking, is that an office organizer? You have linked it, right? In the description?
Yeah, down in the video description, I linked this tray where we got it on Amazon.com. These are game trays. I've linked those. Thanks to Game Trays for that. Thanks again to Succubus Publishing for sending us Middara to play on the channel. But full disclosure, anyone who's been here long enough knows, if I get sent a game from a publisher, they're not paying me to say anything about this. They literally just sent us a copy. They like what we do on the channel, and we wanted to play it. They hooked us up with just I guess a base copy. I'm assuming this is like, you know, retail level, and no extra add-ons or anything. But thank you for sending it. But it's not going to change our opinion. And as you've probably already seen, I'm not afraid to say my opinion and my thoughts from my experiences about the game, what I like, what I don't like, and you'll see that as we play it. I don't care if, you know, Succubus Publishing, thank you for sending it, but if we play this game and after, you know, many hours I'm just bored and it sucks, and I'll tell you that there's issues with this game, and if that causes them to say we're never sending them a game again, I don't lose any sleep over it. So just a FYI, full disclosure, we were sent the game, but I'm not going to tell you that this game's awesome if it really, I didn't think it was personally awesome from my point of view. Just FYI. You guys know this. All right, so giant book, Middara, Unintentional Malum, Act 1. So I'm assuming there's more acts coming, if they haven't already. I don't know.
I did see a comment. I don't remember who said it, but yes, there is Act 2. They're working on Act 2. I don't know.
They're working on Act 2.
I don't know. Okay. Yeah, it's not out yet.
Okay. So, yeah, we're playing Act 1, and this is just Act 1. Like, this book is like 10 pounds or something. I don't know, but it's nuts. So anyways, let's get to it. Oh, I didn't even look at this, but I think we'll know. I didn't realize there's extra rules in here. I totally just went right to the scenario.
Oh, I think it's just how to use it.
Just how to use the book?
Yeah, I glanced. And this is like a test to see if you can see the...
Oh, it even tells you about Spark Notes in here. Okay. It even tells you about reading out loud versus Spark Notes. Okay, that's cool. And yeah, we know how like the using the book works.
Yeah.
The different types of sections in the book. So you know, there's introductions, story scenes, which are all about the story, but we could be doing tests during those, like Aventuria. There's ending scenes, there's encounters, there's a red header, side quests. So there's like lots of crazy stuff in this book, and lots of cool art. Lots of cool art, which is weird. You think a book that's like 500 pages, they would kind of like...
So how many pages it is?
Yeah. Okay. You think they would kind of like save some shipping weight by not filling it with just random blank pages of, or not, like empty pages of art, you know?
But maybe maybe they had to do that so that the scenario's all on one page.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
I know.
You know,
I'm just saying. It is funny.
The art's cool though.
Yeah. So here's the story beyond the Mast. Like I said, it's nice small font, lots of story, so much story. We're not going to read it because
Rob doesn't want to. No,
if I start trying to read and memorize what I'm reading, rules will start falling out of my other ear. So like as I'm listening to more story and trying to pay attention, so I'll be honest, I don't care about the story in this game. You know what's got me excited is the cool, intricate, puzzly scenario stuff. I love that. I love how deep the combat system is in this game. Reminds me of Sword and Sorcery. That's why I love the Sword and Sorcery stuff too. Do I care what's happening in Sword and Sorcery? Not really. The story's like cool and it's there, but that's not what I play the game for. I play the game for the whole dudes on a little map here, trying to solve it, fighting bad guys, leveling up my character. This has all of that in spades, which is amazing. But I love the way they added so much reading, and they thought of people who don't care about the story, Spark Notes, or play it off an app, which is cool. Yeah. What the... So let's see here. Oh, boom. Okay, so we have the Foreteller app open here. Let's see here. And in this Foreteller app, you can find this on Google Play, iOS. They have other games that they have done voice acting for. Supposedly Gloomhaven, supposedly Jaws of the Lion, supposedly Above and Below. But the Middara one, all those cost money. All of them cost money. We paid for the Frosthaven ones through the Kickstarter, so hopefully we get some kind of code or something whenever those are done, and we can just add it to our app. But you basically can add these games to your app and have them all on a list. You can save an account with the thing, and I'm assuming saves where you are and stuff. I don't know. But we're playing Middara. Midara's free. So I guess Succubus Publishing fully paid for them to make the audio and then made it free available on their website in MP3 files through the Foreteller app if you want to use it. But it only works on iOS and Android, FYI. There's no Steam app that I could find. So if you like using board game apps on a laptop at the table, like I do, you will also need a mobile device at the table to play these files off of. And hopefully they have good speakers. Yeah, so just an FYI. But you could download the MP3 files and play those off your computer. So I guess there's a solution still, which is cool. So we got chapter 1 here. We got Before the Mast part 1. I know it's super small and you guys probably can't see it. Obviously you'd have your phone like right in your face to read these super tiny words, and it might show up different on different mobile devices maybe, but this is how it shows up on here. And so we do Before the Mast. And I'm going to mute us, and hopefully it's going to play the audio from this for you. You guys let me know in the chat.
Chapter 1. Before the Mast. Nightingale crept almost silently through the crowd, eyes fixed on her target. There were at least 100 of her fellow students here, thronging about and chatting excitedly in their teams of 4. Her victim wasn't watching anything but the cigarette in his fingers. He didn't stand a chance. Air rushed around Nightingale as she jumped, latching onto Zeke's back with both arms like a monkey around a tree. "Zeke!" Her voice came out somewhere between a squeal and a screech, loud enough that a few nearby students turned to stare. Her friend grunted and spluttered, the cigarette tumbling away from his mouth. "You trying to kill me?" Nightingale dropped to the ground behind him. "You don't need my help for that." She extinguished the still smoldering cigarette with a well-placed step. "You've been here as long as I have. 2 years away from Earth and you're still poisoning yourself." Zeke only grinned in response. "It also makes you smell terrible," someone said from behind them. They both turned, and Nightingale's eyes widened as she saw her sister Shayla standing there. Nightingale was usually thrilled to see her, but today was different. Today, Shayla was one of the proctors on the most important test of their new lives, the Magical Aptitude and Skill Test, or the Mast for short. "Makes me smell terrible?" Zeke scoffed. "See, here I was expecting something like, 'It's so good to see you, Zeke,' or maybe, 'How'd you do on your written exams?' You know, friend stuff." "No favoritism today," Shayla said. She sounded stern, but she was grinning at them as she flipped through a few pages on a worn clipboard. "Oh, but look at that. Lucky you. Looks like you two ended up together." "What a surprise." Nightingale smiled and shared a look with Zeke. "Consider that the only luck you get today," Shayla commented quietly. Nightingale looked around, wondering who their other partners would be. Of course, she and Zeke would be in a group together. She knew why Shayla didn't want to broadcast it, though, although students would be quick to pick up on any nepotism. While Nightingale knew each one of the students around them, the really short girl with multicolored eyes, the kid with the strange goat-like hooves instead of feet, none of them were actually friends. "Each team has 4 people," Zeke said. "Who are the other 2? "Rook, Lars, and Remy. Moretti." Shayla frowned at the clipboard for a moment, then shrugged and tucked it away under one arm. "You need me to point them out?" "Nah, we're good." Zeke rested one hand briefly on Nightingale's shoulder, pointing towards the single largest student in the room. "I see Rook there. If you're not already, get acquainted. I've only got another few teams to assign before I explain everything." Shayla walked away, vanishing effortlessly into the crowd. "Guess it makes sense. Rook's gotta be the smartest student here, and the best fighter in our class," Zeke said. They started walking towards him, Nightingale leaving it to Zeke to clear a path for them. She lowered her voice so that the other students nearby couldn't hear her. "Sure, Rook makes sense. Remy, though? Isn't her dad some kind of mafioso?" Who thought it was a good idea to pair someone like that with royalty? Couldn't make it look like favoritism, I'd bet, so they pick us a boat anchor to balance out our shared awesomeness. Zeke shrugged. Every team has 4. So long as she doesn't slow us down, we'll be fine. It looked like the other half of their team was already assembled. Rook was easily doubled the size of Nightingale, with hands like hammers and a beard like a lion. Hey, Zeke, Rook called. They met with a bone-cracking embrace. Remy stood just behind him, arms folded awkwardly in front of her. She looked up, smiling politely and extending a hand. Hey, I guess we're together for the test, Princess Nightingale Arson, ma'am. Remy peered at Nightingale through impressive multicolored dreadlocks. Her massive owl-like wings folded behind her, making Remy's small frame look a little bigger. Just Nightingale, she corrected Remy, taking the offered hand. The title gets old quick. You're Remy, right? Yeah. Remy looked past her, up to the gigantic Rook, who was still talking with Zeke. I know I'm probably not the sort of teammate you were hoping for. Nightingale blushed, unable to meet her eyes. Had Remy somehow overheard her talking to Zeke on the way over? She didn't get a chance to respond, because at that moment her sister stepped up onto a raised platform at the edge of the hall and started shouting, All right! Listen up, everyone! They did. Shayla smiled. Welcome to the Magical Aptitude and Skill Test. If any of you have doubts about your ability to complete the mast, the door's right there. She gestured behind them all, towards the towering double doors that led into the castle's main hall. A few stern teachers stood there, their armor polished and their weapons sharp. You will be required to go through the Acerbis, the Academy's training dungeon. The Acerbis is the real deal. Don't think the force fields of the Bellicose cubes make up for stupid mistakes, because they don't. These monsters will kill you if you're not careful. There were a few seconds of silence. Nobody left, and Shayla's expression grew more intense. All right, we're going to walk through the doors behind the armory. Each of you is entitled to 1 pack of supplies. Choose wisely. If you get halfway through the test before you realize you didn't bring something important, too bad. She paused, waiting for her statement to sink in. If you have any last questions, ask either me or another proctor before you get into the dungeon. Once the test starts, you'll only get my help if things go very wrong. She raised her voice, glancing once around the room. For the sake of your grades, you do not want our help. There were no questions. Shayla's turned, hopping off the edge of the platform. Please follow me to the armory.
Okay, so a few things I saw come up in the chat while I was reading. Yes, we will bring up the Spark Notes because I'm bad for that too. I knew it would happen. I'm thinking about a whole bunch of different things while they're talking. It's not sinking in. I usually, when I listen to audiobooks, I need to read the book in front of me too while I listen to it. That's the way I work. But some people need to see the words or need a summary. We will look at the Spark Notes too. I want to see the publisher of the game supposedly sent this to Foreteller and they're just hosting it.
Oh, we're getting it again.
Really? Oh no. Oh, it looks okay on our end.
I think we're good. We're good. We're back. We're back. It was just a second then.
Another blip?
A YouTube blip, I think.
Man, I don't know. Is like something going on today? Is it because everybody is off and it's like a long weekend in the US and stuff in Canada because of Canada Day, July the 4th? Maybe it's like too many people are on YouTube today or something. I don't know what it is.
That was just a quick one though. Quick blip.
But thank you. Oh, we're so sorry. We're so sorry. Out of our control. This time it wasn't on our end. So last time I think it was, but anyways. So we'll look at the Spark Notes. The other thing, what was I saying? Oh yeah, this audio is supposedly not Foreteller. It was sent to them by Succubus Publishing. So, but Kanji's saying in the chat that the volume 2 and 3 are going to be done by Foreteller.
Oh, okay.
But I've never listened to a Foreteller recording at all for any game, so I don't know if they do a better job probably, and that's why you guys are trying to clarify that this isn't Foreteller, because maybe this is like a little bit of a lower quality. I don't know. But it exists in the Foreteller app. So just FYI. But yeah, maybe the other Foreteller games are done differently with multiple voice actors. I don't know. But it's cool that it exists. Okay, it's an option. I just wanted to show that. But yeah, so now we're at this point here. Follow me to the armory. And this this is what we've already done this, but this is where it gives you your starting stuff. Choose a starting pack depending on the adventurer. So, for example, it says take Nightingale, grab your discipline from the Curor discipline, and of course here we have, whoops, here we have our 5 different disciplines that we're each grabbing from, I guess, 4 of them. So you have like, you know, assemblage, which is like the summoning stuff. You have subterfuge, you have the cure, and you have martial, and what do we have? Sanctus. So there's 5 different paths you can go. It goes from level 1 abilities to level 4. The more you obviously go up in one ability, usually it rewards you for having more focused leveling up. But you could literally go get a level 1, I think, from all 5 of those if you wanted.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a ton of different level 1s, so you could get like different abilities that do different things. But this is how it's building us to begin. So we got like Cura here, we got Martial, Sanctus, and another Martial. So there's a couple we're not getting there, and I think it's because they're more complex. Like obviously summoning adds another like 5 pages of rules you need to understand for summoning in this game, if you're going to go that route and that kind of thing. So we've already set up all the equipment, but you see it here. Hopefully we did it all correct. Tells you they all get some consumables, some armor, some cores, some weapons. Cores are basically just stuff to help you with defense, giving you a little ability. But there's also relics in this game, which we have none of. And I don't know if there's anything else we don't have anything of yet.
I think just relics.
Just relics. Oh, accessories. We don't have accessories either.
Oh, we don't have accessories. Either. You're right.
Right? None of us have. So there's a whole whack ton of accessories in the game that you can get. Like, and they all have stuff on the back. Okay. Here's a complaint. Who at Succubus Publishing approved them putting things on the bottom of cards? So when you're putting them in card holders, you can't see the top description. So I have to put everything in upside down in a card holder. Who did that? Fire that intern, because they sucked at that, approving that design choice, which I think is weird. So it's fine, obviously, when it's on the table, it's facing you. But come on, just put the stripe across the top would have been nice. But anyways, yeah. So lots more card types you're gonna see. But we've equipped our characters, and after we equip them, we'll continue reading, and we'll go over some other items when we get down to starting the encounter. So let's see. Oh yeah, Spark Notes. Let's do the Spark Notes for what we just read. Okay, so before the Mast, so it says all newcomers. Okay, here's the first thing I kept forgetting to mention. There is a lore video that's like 20 or 30 minutes long that was put out by Succubus Publishing. If you want to get the backstory to like the planet Middara and how it's connected to Earth through portals, and how children raised on Middara get sent to Earth to like age and grow up and become adults and learn, and then they get sent back to Middara. And when they get sent back to Middara through the portals, you can basically like grow wings or tails or become super strong. You basically turn into your Middaran self, which like basically mutates you. And you stay that way even if you go back to Earth, supposedly. And on Middara, you don't age. So on Middara, nobody ages. So there are people that go back to Earth. They start aging. They come back. They're stuck. So you can die. You're not
invincible.
Yeah, you're not invincible, but you don't age when you're on Middara, but you do age when you're on Earth. But Earth and Middara are connected planets through portals. There's a whole bunch of other stuff in that lore video I watched like a week ago. I don't remember, but it does exist on YouTube. Just search Middara lore. Go watch that if you're curious. It's kind of crazy stuff. It's regular anime, JRPG kind of wackiness.
That's cool.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's what you expect, right? Mm-hmm. So that is us. I don't know if it'll give us all that information in this kind of stuff, but just understand that's like the setting. So it says all newcomers to Middara must pass the magical aptitude and skill test. So that's the first scenario is going to be called like Mast Day 1 or something. So Mast just stands for magical aptitude and skill test. So we're like in training. Mm-hmm. To go back to Middara, or we're in Middara now, and we're learning with our new abilities.
Like we're
and stuff.
new to Middara.
Yeah, I think we're new to Middara.
Yeah.
So the Mast is taken in a controlled dungeon called the Acerbis. This test must be passed before a newcomer can proceed, as a full-fledged citizen in the world of Middara. After spending 2 years preparing for Mast, Nightingale, second princess to the throne of Alanya, is finally ready to take the test and finish her schooling. So Nightingale is one of our characters. That's who Mel's playing, has one of her characters. And Nightingale's sister, Shayless, is not a character we're playing with right now. Maybe she shows up, I don't know, is a proctor who is running the test and separates the students from their class into groups. Testing groups are made of 4 individuals. So the parties of 4 in this game. I think you always have parties of 4. I think you can unlock characters later, and some might get defeated, some might be not available or left the group, is what I was explaining in the rules, that you might be picking different characters as we go forward from your available party.
Yeah, because some will become unselectable, or they may go off on a side.
Which, like I said, anyone who's played a Japanese role-playing video game knows all about how that works. That's exactly how those work. So testing groups are made of 4 individuals. Zeke Jiang is the youngest. I'm controlling Zeke. And as royalty, it was expected by their whole class that him and Nightingale would be grouped together. Oh, so I should have played Zeke and Nightingale as I wanted. So yeah, so Mel, you just ruined the story by taking Nightingale.
They're still in the story together.
Kidding. I know, I'm just kidding. So Rook is chosen to be part of the group as well for having outstanding grades. And to Shayless's chagrin, Remy, who was the flying one, is chosen at random to be the 4th member of Nightingale's group. Despite that, Remy is welcomed by Nightingale. Shayless leads all of the students to the armory to gear up. Take your starting pack, gaining gear depending on your character, and then all students head into the first part of the test, the Mast Day 1. Okay? That is all you need to read to get set up and know the story. That's that. So, but we will go... we'll go back here, and so before the Mast Part 1... wasn't the whole thing. Let's see here. And if we go back, and there's Before the Mast Part 2, which is just the story that happens after you're done gearing up your characters, continue reading. So here's the rest of the story, and all this story for those who want to follow along. And then we'll look at the tips.
The armory was well stocked, and none of them would go into the dungeon wanting. After selecting their gear, they made their way to an old freight lift that was operated with pulleys and ropes. There was only enough room on the lift for the 4 of them, and no pesky safety features like rails. A burly proctor Nightingale recognized as an archery instructor stood just behind the lift. "Someone keep a hand on the rope at all times," he warned. "If you let go, the fall will kill you." "Got it," Rook answered. He was the first to climb aboard, taking hold of the control rope with one gigantic fist. The rest of them followed him aboard, and they started down. "This is gonna be awesome!" Nightingale looked down at the firefly lights of the glowstones illuminating the carved stone patterns of the dungeon below. "Even if it's a trial dungeon, it's about time we get out of the classroom." Zeke nodded. "I just can't wait to graduate. We're so close to becoming real citizens. No more lectures, no more exams." Remy shuffled near the edge of the lift, her wings twitching a little in the slight breeze. "Yeah," she said, her voice barely a squeak in the dark. Shayless was waiting at the bottom of the lift, in a cavernous room cut from rough stone. Several passages opened away in all directions. Down some of the tunnels, lights were trailing away, and voices were echoing as groups set out on their separate paths. "You ready, little sis?" Shayless gestured down a dark hallway. "That one's yours." "I'm ready." Nightingale drew her weapon and raised it enthusiastically. "Nothing down there stands a chance." "I'm sure it doesn't." Shayless smiled and reached out, wrapping one arm around Nightingale in a quick hug. Shayless turned, meeting each of their eyes slowly. "Take care of each other. Your team shares one grade, so your citizenship depends on it." With a nod, she tugged on the rope, and at once the rickety elevator started to rise. "Good luck." Zeke waved at her as she disappeared. He turned and headed towards the indicated pathway. His expression wilted as he got his first look at what waited for them. Damp stone, thick cobwebs, and the smell of decay. "Let's get this over with." They left the first room behind, the sound of squeaking metal pulleys fading into the distance. The stone was thick here, too thick to hear what any of the other groups might be doing. Soon enough, they were left with nothing but their own footsteps and the light of their glowstones. They didn't have far to go before they reached the first of the bellicose cubes. It was a small relic, only about a foot across, and set into the stone wall of the cavern. Intricate carvings of cruel magic pulsed with red lights as they neared the basin at the front. I always hate using these things, though I guess they've kept me safe in a couple of sparring matches. Remy frowned down at the cube as she approached it. It's better than getting killed, Rook stated. I bet the proctors put them here so that they have time to intervene if we're defeated by monsters, or if we suffer an otherwise fatal fall. Just make sure to attune yourself with it. Without putting in your blood, it won't protect you. Attuned or not, fighting will still hurt, Zeke added. I broke an arm while learning to use a sword. Guy cheap-shotted me. Rook nodded in agreement. Zeke's right. I've broken other students' arms while learning to use a sword. He smiled at Zeke and then got serious. Seriously, though, the cube will let us survive very serious wounds, but it doesn't make us invulnerable. Don't be an idiot. Nightingale winced as she cut her hand along the blade of her weapon, just deep enough that a few drops of blood welled up in her palm. A few drops fell from her pale fingers into the bowl. One by one they struck and boiled away, and the glow of the cube grew much brighter. For just a moment, she felt as though all the blood in her body was being tugged towards the cube. The strange sensation passed, and she got out of the way. They all took their turns before they could finally advance into the encroaching gloom.
Hey, at least I'm not the audio you're listening to, okay?
They would probably rather your voices,
but
though.
I would be stumbling over all that stuff. I can't read the sassy teenager attitude like they can. I mean, it's still pretty, like, not great. And I do see some complainers. I was going to do a poll whether we do the audio or we do the Spark Notes or I read it, but then I was like, I'm not putting the I read it as an option.
No, they'll all pick that.
Because I don't know about that, but because it'd probably take longer because I'd be stumbling over words and all that kind of stuff. It's just too much reading. Like, I love that they have it. So people who want to get into the story, there's a novel's worth of story. But for me, who doesn't really care about the setting, the lore, it's fine. There's the Spark Notes, which I love. So the Spark Notes are there. They're supposedly finished. So maybe going forward, we're going to do Spark Notes. But I just wanted to show this as an option because there are some people who are only going to watch this first episode to decide whether they want the game and if it's for them. And some people want to hear this and care about it. And I want to show it's a thing because all the time I play board games, I have no idea there's some cool reference sheet out there or there's an app for it or some fan-made scenarios. Like, there's always cool stuff made around these communities of these bigger board games. And I just want to show all that's available. So just FYI. But going forward, I personally just think I'll do the Spark Notes.
Yeah.
But it's here. Maybe we'll use this sometimes. I don't know, but it's there. The foreteller app's there. I just want to show it off. Some people like it. Some people watching later will prefer it more too. But you can scrub through it if you're watching later. That's the cool part. So they'll see this on the screen. They can scrub through it. But yeah, I just wanted to show it. That's all. It's there. But that's the intro. And I just want to use it for like the intro. So we are now, there's some tips here. So the tip says party composition. Ideally, each party contains at least one adventurer who can cast spells to get by highly armored targets. I don't know why that tip is given to you at the first scenario when they've given you who you're playing as and you have no other choices and you haven't picked any items or anything. But it's cool the tip's there. But this tip I feel like should be around when you're actually going to change who's in your party or get items and stuff. But FYI. And our starting enemies, I don't even think have armor that we played against, right?
No.
Yeah, so like, cool. I feel like they just wanted to fill some space on the page. But the other tip says restoring and ending encounters. When adventurers restore, they unflip and unexhaust all cards and remove all damage and other tokens. If an encounter's end condition continues without telling adventurers to restore, they keep all items, ability tokens, and damage tokens that were there. However, adventurers will always remove any effect tokens, the square-shaped ones, they have at the end of an encounter. Regardless, all defeated adventurers or adventurers with more damage tokens than half their max HP remove damage tokens until they're at half their max HP. So even if you're defeated in a previous scenario, you'll move into the next one and you'll heal half your health back and you're good to go. So I feel like, yeah, and the way the story was talking, we can't fully die here. This is just a training little scenario in the Mast, but we could get hurt. Yeah, is what it was kind of saying. So we're like in the X-Men's training, little Professor X's training, whatever that room's called. I forget what that thing's called, where it like makes the like it makes it feel like it's real, but they're like fighting against fake things and stuff. Like a training room. I forget what it's called. Someone in the chat will know what I'm talking about. So the Mast Day 1, and then it even has like some description, some little description to set it up here. So the damp, cold air of the cave chills you to the bone. As your eyes adjust to the dark, you see the faint outline of a large rock blocking the path up ahead. So that's right here. There's a, this is red bordered stuff, is a line of sight. This is like blocking terrain, like it gets in the way of line of sight and movement, anything with a red border, which you'll see in a second. It looks as if a strong push could send the boulder careering into the pits on either side of it. In any case, it looks like the only way forward. So to help us with the giant table hog of a game, I also have a little zoomed in shot here so we can see. So we start over here on the left as indicated by the book here. So you can see we have starting spots. We have red bordered terrain. This blocks line of sight. We have, I don't know what it's called in this game again. It's difficult terrain, hindrance terrain, whatever it's called. Same in every other game. Just a little bit extra movement to go through that or attack through it. Will reduce your attacks a little bit. We have totems, which are similar to the shadow tokens.
Our audio is weird. Oh, maybe when you put this up?
Oh, I did it again. Yep, one sec. Yeah, I did that last time too. I used that camera. All right, it should be fixed now.
because it was taken from both.
Yeah, I forgot to turn the audio off on it. Thank you so much.
Sorry, thank you.
Yes. Didn't test it beforehand, obviously.
Yep, thank you.
We should be good. Sorry, the mic was on the second camera, so we're talking into two microphones at the same time. Not a good way to do it. I did that last time we did this too. The last time I used the zoomed in camera.
Yeah, the last time I was watching, so as soon as I heard it, I was able to run down.
Yeah. So behind the scenes, I unplug and replug in a lot of things almost every stream I do. And sometimes replugging in things reset settings, and I forget to reset those settings. So just an FYI. Thank you all for pointing that out. So what I was going to say is, so we have the red bordered terrain here, the blocks line of sight. We have this terrain here that's surrounded with a green border that will cost extra movement points to leave or reduce our attack points basically as we attack through it. The dotted lines is dangerous terrain. If we fall down those pits, we're dead. These totems here, the blue and red totems, they are similar to shadow tokens in Sword and Sorcery, where once you have direct line of sight, even from all the way across the map, you will have to read one of these hidden little boxes to let you know what happens on a blue totem. Okay. Also, there is an exit and some loot down here at the bottom. Let me zoom out a little bit and get some loot on the screen. So this is what I'm eyeballing here. This is the most important thing on the whole board, is this blue loot token.
Always.
Yeah, there is an exit to win the scenario and leave from, but this is the more important thing. So hopefully we don't die trying to get it, but trying to get across this pit. But you know me. I have a flying character that hopefully makes that easier, but FYI. So Kato says gotta leave. Yeah, everyone who has to leave and doesn't want spoilers, thank you so much for watching and watching later. If you're watching this later, not live, thank you all for watching. We appreciate it. I know some people came in at the start and said they had to go, but thank you, everybody. Thank you. All right. And we know not everyone can watch at the time we're live, but we do appreciate you watching anytime. Thank you so much. All right. So some setup for this scenario. Okay, so it's set up in here. It tells you like what you need to get for your tiles, your terrain, your totems, your loot. There's win conditions, and those are hidden underneath too. So you know kind of where you'll go if you pass, and where you go if you'll succeed, where you go into the book, what page. But your reward is hidden. Your reward is hidden, so we don't know. We did look at the one reward because we did play this before, but we might not get that same outcome. We don't know. And I don't remember exactly what it said. Anyways, so there are some special rules. So in this one, there's that movable rock. So an adventure adjacent to the obstructing terrain token on tile UM1 may take an encounter action to make a strength 10 skill check. So this game's got all the skill checks you'd expect with our stats. If they pass, they may move the obstructing terrain token onto an adjacent unoccupied space. If the space token it's moved onto is dangerous, discard it. So that's just them, that story we read at the beginning. We can move this rock into one of the pits, throw it out of the way so we can move through the scenario. There's also grading. So you heard in the story, if you weren't falling asleep, that we will be graded during our training scenario. And it says your score for each encounter can never fall below 0. But let me read this here. During the encounter of the Mast. So I think it's all the encounters. This is the Mast day 1. And I think it goes to like, Mast day 2.
Oh, okay.
So this may carry forward. During this encounter of the Mast, you'll be graded on how many rounds it took you to finish the encounter and how many opponents you defeated. Use time tokens. We're going to use a die, though.
Yeah, I can.
You can show them time tokens.
I can show you a time token, but
you won't be able to see it.
You won't be able to see it at all.
Oh, maybe you will if we put it on the zoomed in shot.
Maybe, yeah. There's
yeah, we can do that.
Okay, so we can use them then.
Yeah, we can put it like down here somewhere.
Okay, yeah.
And then it says, at the end of the encounter, consult the chart below to determine your score. Keep track of the score using the notes section on the adventure sheet. Your score for each encounter can never fall below 0. So it says here we got rounds. So if we take 5 rounds or less, we get 12 points. If for some reason we go 11 or more rounds, 0 points. So we can't dilly-dally.
Right.
For each cave sickle defeated, we get an extra 2 points. And for each adventurer defeated, we lose 5 points.
Ooh.
So we got to be careful. So this is our training. We got to show them we are ready to enter Middara. So I think that's all we really need to go, or to look at here. Oh, our level. So there's a loot level, mundane. So there's mundane loot, there's uncommon loot, rare loot, common loot. Based on the loot level, that's what loot you kind of get as you draw, and how our combatant loot deck. So as you defeat monsters, they will drop loot, different amounts of gold and different things on cards. There's like item loot where you roll and you can get a different kind of item. So you'll always use this item loot card as you play through this game, but the decks that you're pulling cards from will get better as your loot level increases as you go through the story.
I can shuffle that if you want.
Yeah, you shuffle that up. Thank you. I don't know what else. I feel bad like it takes so long to get into playing this, but like I wanted to describe everything I could and show you all the cool stuff to this game before we get started, but I'm sorry. We're now an hour and a half in. I think we're ready to play now. But yeah. Oh man. And I didn't even go into the rules. My God. Yeah, we'd be here till like 4 hours before we'd start if I went over all the rules. And we didn't even go over our cards or anything.
But I think we can go over the cards as we use them, right?
Yes.
Is that the best way? Yep. And I think I'll track how many cave sickles we've killed with a die, so I don't have to make tally marks on the thing. Is that okay?
Good idea.
Okay. I'll shuffle up our initiative track. This will tell us who's going to go, or what order we're going to go in.
Yep.
I don't think there's anything else to shuffle because everything else is ready. So this is going to be in our order. Nightingale's going to go first, then followed by Zeke, Remy, then Rook.
I don't think I can see that. Kind of.
But I'm closer.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's our initiative order. So it's random every round. Shuffle it back up and deal it back out, which is different from version 1.1 rules. It used to be static for the whole encounter, but now you can only plan so much. Because you may think, oh, don't worry, I'll get to go again and smash the enemy before it kills me. But you may end the round, shuffle up, and the enemies all get to go before you, and you'll cry, just like we do in Aeon's End, which has a shuffled up initiative deck. So not only did the creators of this game play and love Sword and Sorcery, I assume, they also played Aeon's End and loved that too, because they ripped that off also.
I do like this.
Just kidding. I do love it, yeah.
I like it, yeah.
I do like it a lot, though. I do like it a lot. But it's just funny seeing these things and going, oh yeah, I remember the first time I played a game that did this. Oh, they must have done that too. No, it's all good. I appreciate it. It's good stuff.
Actually, I was gonna say, do we want to look at what space would actually trigger the...
Go ahead. Oh, we have a new subscriber. Igor, thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Welcome. So once we're in line of sight of this blue totem, it's going to trigger to read that. So
and how is line of sight? How do you do line of sight in this game, Mel?
Line of sight is from the corner of one space to the corner of another space without going through the red ordered. No?
Incorrect.
Oh, so then why you ask me then?
Adam, a little. I want to see if you knew, because you could teach, because you read the rules just as much as I did. So for teaching purposes, I don't want to be the only one blabbing on about stuff forever. Some people like to hear you talk. So, but you failed your first test in the Mast of knowing the line of sight rules. So just because a game says line of sight, you would think it means the same thing in every game. And this is a side rant, of course, but just the word line of sight means so many different things in so many different games. But in this game, it's if you can draw a line from the center.
That's what I said.
Nope, you said a corner. A center.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant center. I'm so sorry. Center.
A center of a space to a center of another space. If you can draw that straight line from a center of a square to another center of a square without bumping into a red bordered terrain, what is it called? Obstructing terrain. It's center, yes.
Center. Sorry.
You were close.
If I said corner, I meant center.
But that's why I seriously asked to explain it because.
But I was literally like in the center of it too when I was doing it, so I knew it. I just said it wrong. I'm so sorry.
Every game's different. Some things are like the corner of the hex, or as long as it doesn't, it can go around this, but not over this and under this and through this and.
And Sword and Sorcery can go around corners.
Yeah. So in this game though, there's more to line of sight though, Mel. What can block line of sight? What doesn't block line of sight?
Enemies can block line of sight.
Okay. Opposing figures,
Opposing figures can block line of sight.
What about your allies? Do they affect your line of sight at all?
I don't know. Now you're making me question myself.
They don't. They don't affect your line of sight, but they do affect your attack.
And there's some elevation that will affect line of sight as well. Yep. So that will be something.
But we don't have
any of that in this one.
We'll talk all about elevation. So just saying all these little things of these weird things that are going to come up as the game gets deeper in just shows you like this scenario is going to be super straightforward. You're going to be like, why are these guys complaining? Why is it that complex? But like we're only going to see 50% of the rules today, if that.
If that, yeah.
So just FYI, there's all these weird elevation rules, line of sight rules, enemy AI rules, all this crazy stuff that we're not even going to touch on today. So just FYI. But yeah, just for fun. So now we're going to go in order.
So I'm just looking to see like where we would want to go that will trigger this.
So this blue totem, you will be in line of sight as soon as you're in this space. Or this space. Nope, not this space, because it will get blocked by this one.
That will get blocked by that.
So it's literally this space right here. I think it's the only one.
This one. No, that one's tight on this corner here.
Yeah, I would just say
so
it's that
space there. Okay, okay. Do you want? No, we don't need to leave that there. Okay. Okay. So I am first as Nightingale.
Yep.
Okay.
So explain your thought process and how actions and stuff work in this game, if you want. I'll let you do it.
So there's a few different actions that you can do, and they all cost stamina points or SP in varying costs. So for 1 SP, you can move. Mm-hmm. Your movement is listed on your card, as well as you may get bonuses from cards that you have in your
You can hold it up and show the stats on a card.
Okay, so we can look at this one here. So on the bottom, you can see that I have a movement of 6, which is on the bottom. I also have defense of 9 and health of 12. Okay, but then we can get other cards that may add to that. So on my shirt here, I have 1 more point of movement, 3 more health, and that gives me no more armor. They also have abilities, which we'll go through in a little bit. So first thing, I'm just thinking
Bob, not true. So Bob says in the chat, hey Rob, just remember Mel has tried to learn this game as well as holding down a proper job. No, she's on vacation and didn't start learning this game until she was on vacation.
That's true.
So she is fully mentally checked out of work.
I am.
Before she joined me and we try to learn this game together. But this is going to help us, and it also I want to show that how complex this game can be, but how you can figure it out. And we're also trying to learn it ourselves. Like, only experience we played the scenario one time after reading the rules once, watching a couple videos, and we knew we were doing stuff wrong. And then we go back, and our process is to reread the rules front to back after playing once, because then things will pop out and make more sense, and you'll find the things that you did wrong or the things you never saw that you realize, oh yeah, that could have happened, or you know, you have less to digest on the second time through, and things pop off the page better. So just FYI, that's our process. So just explaining and testing each other, trying to figure it out. But again, you guys do the same. If you know this game really well in the live chat, and you notice something, and you're not sure of something, ask in the chat. There are people in the chat who know this game really well. Maybe they know 1.0 really well. Maybe they don't know the 1.1 rules or the 1.2 rules really well. And we are going to learn all together and figure this game out together. So, but some of you don't care about that. You'll just see how the game plays, and you'll know whether you want to dive in or not. But I love the rules challenge to games like this and trying to figure it out. The fiddliness, I look at it as a challenge. It's fun. It's interesting. And without that fiddliness and that deep system, sometimes it's not as rich and rewarding in a game that you're constantly repeating the same gameplay mechanics and the same cycle of phases over and over again. So every game is the same. You know, we're sitting down for a session, we read a story, we set up a scenario, we move around on some map tiles, we kill some baddies. If you're going to do that for a year straight in the same game world, the system needs to be fiddly, needs to be deep, needs to have many decision points and options to keep that play cycle over and over again. We've played campaign games before or have looked into campaign games that feel way too boring, way too simple, and just adding 100 scenarios to a book and a bunch of story is not enough. You have to have a rewarding gameplay system attached to it. And that's what drew me into this game, was that system, not the story, not the amount of scenarios, is the cool, intricate movement, line of sight, combat rules, countering rules, and the, what's the other one? The levels and the enemy AI system and all that stuff. So that's why I'm here. But just, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're going to be looking at, because it is a big key part of this game. It is the barrier of entry to a lot of people, is getting into that kind of stuff.
Yes. Okay.
And, meet me at the tables here saying 100% agree with you, Rob. Keeps campaign games fun and engaging.
Yeah,
exactly.
if it's repetitive and you're playing the same thing every time you set up, it's going to get boring.
Exactly. But keep in mind, I will bitch and complain about little fiddly things all as we go through it, just for fun, just to point them out. And I do love getting in those rules discussions with you guys and figuring and solving things out by checking FAQs, comparing rules versions, all that kind of stuff. So it's challenging. It's definitely challenging, but it's the game within the game. All right.
So just to show you, I'm not going to go through all of them, but there's all different things that you can do with your SP. But I think first, talking about movement, because I cannot do anything really where I am. So I will spend 1 SP. I can move again for 7. So we said here we'll trigger off this totem. Also thinking that for this boulder, I think we need to get Rook.
So we know it's a strength test of 10. And how skill checks work in the game is you look at your ability. So I have a strength of 4 on Remy and a strength of 4 on Zeke. So therefore, I would do it against a strength test of 10. And how you do a strength test is you roll 2 purple dice, and the numbers that are on the dice, ignore all the symbols, just the numbers. You roll them together, and you add just the 2 numbers up and add it to your ability. So this would be 13 plus 4 on strength would be 17 against a strength test of 10. So easily Remy in this situation would have been able to throw the rock. But that's how a skill check works. You'll see that as we get to that point. But yeah, so that's what Mel's talking about, is Rook is 6 strength.
He's the strongest. So I don't necessarily want to block this space because I want him to be able to get in there and be able to move that rock. So with my 7 points of movement.
And real Arette says, Rob, I am here for the gameplay and the bitching. I hope so.
That's why everyone's here, no?
Yeah, there's few board game channels you can come to get as much bitching as you'll hear here. So it's definitely a signature trait of Rob's Gaming Table. But I hope we complain just as enough as the good things, as highlight their complain about the bad things as much as we show off the good things. Obviously, we wouldn't be spending as much time with this game if it wasn't awesome to begin with. All of it's usually nitpicky stuff.
That is true.
Yeah. Don't let it deter you from trying the game out. Okay.
That is true. So you cannot move diagonally unless you have abilities that let you. So
orthogonal movement all day, but line of sight can go diagonal and adjacency can go diagonal in this game.
So I could get to here with my 7 movement points if I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
With Nightingale?
With Nightingale, and that would trigger.
If you want to do that, let's do it.
Yeah, so let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay.
Okay. And that will trigger.
We know that's line of sight, you said, because you go from center. I don't know if we could do it. Center to center without bumping into a red bordered line.
Yep.
So we now go to our book of fun, our telephone book that of encounters. And what we would do is, because we looked at the blue totem, we're gonna now. I'm gonna get like super buff holding this book up, just so you guys know. I'm like lifting weights here. So
just one side though.
Well, no, I also have to like put it onto a side shelf too.
Yeah.
So like trying to balance it.
Yeah.
So hopefully we don't break any computer equipment by moving this book around all the time. But I want to just say now, let's time capsule this. So look at episode 1, and then in a year from now, when we're near the end of this campaign, come back and you'll see I'll have big Popeye arms. I'm sure of it. But anyways. So this is a blue totem. So KNJ was saying in our Discord how you can't really read this stuff. It's not very good. I think it's because they use a light green text instead of a blue text behind there. I think that's how they're supposed to do it is the blue, and maybe that would show better through the red. But it is a little awkward, and with the glare off the shiny decoder, I feel like why these things aren't really used anymore is because they're not really the best way to do it, but it's still cool. It's hidden. I appreciate it being hidden. But this game just screams like it needs an app. Like just screams for like app assisted board game would just save you the trouble of this book. I feel like it was right for that, but either way, it's got a book. All right, so the blue totem says, as you approach the boulder in your path, a scurrying sound echoes from the other side of the chasm. Spawn 2 cave sickles on any normal terrain space adjacent to the blue totem.
Okay.
So how spawning works is, so these cave sickles, if we look at their card here, at the top you can see a little colored 1, 2, and 3. So they're a group, they're a swarm, as indicated in the top right of the card there. This is an intelligent combatant. So similar to Sword and Sorcery, they have an AI on them here on the left. So it's like if then else kind of stuff, a little AI you work through to decide what they're going to do and how their behavior is. So you do not need a dungeon master or a game master run this game. It's full co-op. Love it. Love it. But this one, this has a passive ability. So the cave sickles have passive ability, and we're going to spawn them, and you spawn them number 1, number 2, number 3. But the cool part is if you pass me the other card, this game comes with 6 cave sickle minis. So they have an additional card. I think all the abilities and stats are the same, but once you spawn 3 of the cave sickles and you need to spawn a 4th, 5th, or 6th, you're going to go into a second group, and they have their own what am I trying to say? Initiative card?
Yeah.
Initiative card for each group, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
And you just track their health on that space. And it also tells you based on their snap-on base. So if you can grab number 1, number 2. So Mel's grabbing the red and purple base cave sickles based on the top there. And they just have a little snap-on base, and Mel painted them. Thank you, Mel, for that.
No problem.
But that's how you tell them apart. So they have sickle anatomy passive ability there in the top left. The cave sickle has immunity to poison, which I don't think any of us have any poison things. And movement point cost is not increased by terrain or allies. So they can move through their own allies and don't get an extra movement point needed. They can also move through any of that green terrain and stuff without any extra movement points needed. And I guess water, if there was water, that costs extra movement points. This does not. They also have the Hive Mind. So the Cave Sickles combat dice and defense change depending on how many other Cave Sickles are within SOI. And SOI is Sphere of Influence. It just basically means if they're 4 spaces away, anywhere around them within line of sight, so diagonally, straight ahead, 4 spaces in anywhere, a giant square, 4 spaces in every direction. So basically an 8, is it 8 by 8? Or would that be 9 by 9 maybe? Because you count your own space. I think it's a 9 by 9 square. I'm pretty sure, just off the top of my head. But if you can see a cave sickle in line of sight within its sphere of influence, and sphere of influence is what you use to calculate your range of spells also for us too. It will change the combat dice it's rolling, different colors there. Normally it rolls 2 white dice, but you'll see it gets better and more dirty as we get more cave sickles on the board. So this swarm gets better with the Hive Mind. Then you see some AI there we'll work through. So for example, is there an opponent adjacent? If so, this thing will make an attack, yada yada. And then if not, it's got some range thing here. If an opponent's within range 4, it'll do a range attack. So standard AI stuff has conviction, which you'll see against spells. It has spends symbols off of the dice. So you saw the dice have shields and book symbols. It can do extra physical damage on this attack. And they also have their own health. So each of these cave sickles is 6 health, 8 defense, 6 movement, 0 armor. Okay? And on the back, they have a nice little story, I guess. But sometimes they have different stuff on spawning rules and stuff on the back. But that's the cave sickles.
Okay, so these need to spawn adjacent to the blue totem.
Yep,
so this
on
is
normal terrain adjacent.
On normal terrain.
No Mel. No, Mel. I know what you want to do, Mel.
Oh,
you
want to spawn them
in
here?
Yeah, you want to spawn them down the chasm,
So
and they just
fall in the hole?
Yeah, they insta die. But you're not. No, Mel.
Not
no,
allowed.
You're not allowed to do it. Don't try.
Okay, I will not try. Okay. So, but I will put. The
normal terrain.
First one here, and the second one here, and then we will remove this. And then I will also, you have to add in their card as the next. So I'm first, they'll end up going next. It gets inputted in between so that they never miss a turn.
And Ra is asking in the chat, is SOI blocked by red terrain? Yes. The only thing that blocks SOI is this red terrain, I believe.
Yeah.
Other allies and enemies and stuff like that do not block it, but I think it's still line of sight. I think it's still just line of sight in general, but I think there is some sub rules to it. Like
I think it's only the red.
Yeah,
the red block it because even
other allies don't block it. So
yeah, and I think even elevation doesn't block it either because it's magical. It's not...
but it does go around red terrain though. It's not like insta block. Like it still affects that area, but I don't know. Real Ret saying SOI must measure around red terrain. We can look it up. We can look up SOI in a sec. But we're gonna do more of this blue totem stuff. There's still more. Your heart sinks as you hear skittering coming from behind you as well. You whirl around and you find yourself facing 2 more cave sickles. Spawn 2 cave sickles on any unoccupied normal terrain space on the south side of tile UM11.
Okay.
And we see UM11 is written on the tile, so we know the south side is this edge here.
So taking the orange one, which is the third one from our first grouping, and then our next grouping will come in.
So here's the option though. I think it just said like there's more options than just those 2 spaces.
Oh, sorry.
Right? Because it says spawn 2 more cave sickles and spawn 2 cave sickles, on any unoccupied normal terrain space on the south side. So this one's an option also.
Oh.
Because it's the south side. So the story is saying it's happening behind you. So it could be here or it could be here.
So we could put, so we could put one here because I still have actions. We could also put one here for these guys. However, these guys are going to go first.
Yeah, because we know since they spawned right after or spawned on your turn, they're going to go right after you on this round.
Yes.
So it depends what the defense is looking like for our characters.
But now if we put them here, both Remy and Zeke are adjacent.
And
so
Zeke will be the target.
Be the tiebreaker because of the initiative.
Yeah, he's first in initiative. Yeah. His defense is 9 and he has, he's +1. So he's a 10 and he has 4 extra health and +1 armor.
That's not bad. So maybe we do that?
Yeah.
Okay, let's try that.
I guess so.
Okay, let's try that.
Oh, Keith got it. So page 47, when using SOI to determine line of sight, elevation, opponents, allies, and all terrain other than obstructing terrain do not block or hinder line of sight in any way. So yeah, not through the red lines, basically. Not through the red lines. Maybe I'll got some kind words for you there, Mel. I love the painting. The minis look great. Just a suggestion if you're interested. I painted the bases of the monsters to match the colors on the cards, if that makes sense. Just an option for you. We thought of that.
We did think of it, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, so
at the time of painting them, which I still can go back and do.
Yeah, we weren't sure. I was going to Google it and find out, but I didn't know if the bases stay permanently attached or not, and if they'll wreck the paint. If they stay permanently attached, they are brighter and thicker than a paint job would be. So for video purposes, this plastic base is a lot thicker and brighter, I think, than you just painting orange on the base. You could still paint orange on the top of the base to add to it to make it pop off the table.
Yeah.
But if we don't need to keep popping them off of any of the minis and they gave us enough for them all, we just attach them and leave them on. But maybe you want to paint.
Yeah, I was worried because I know that there's Cavesicles and then there's other versions, and I didn't know if the other versions were different colors and we needed different bases. And I only know that from going through the cards to find the images.
Yeah.
So I wasn't sure.
Yeah, we're just we didn't read far enough ahead to know how it's going to be handled. But thank you for the tip.
Yes.
We will possibly go that route too as we play through.
Yes, and thank you for the kind words. It was fun to paint. It was fun to paint this game, and knowing we're going to play it so long.
It was all Mel. Mel doing the painting.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is that.
They do stay attached. Okay, Buell's saying they do stay attached. Okay, so then maybe I will just do the top. Yeah. But we'll see. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so that was the end of the text?
Yes.
Okay, so I've inserted the Cavesicles. They'll go after me. I do still have 2 actions, or 2 SP left.
You have 2 SP points left.
Now, it does cost 2 SP to attack.
Yep, and the standard actions are here. So 1 SP to move. You can only move once on your turn. 2 SP to attack. 1 SP to do an encounter action, which is the most important action in the whole game, is opening loot tokens. And then you have a 1 SP to re-equip. which is like trading items, except in this game, unfortunately, you're not allowed to trade. You can only take items from one player. The other player would have to then spend an action on their turn re-equipping to take stuff back from you if you're adjacent to them. But there are points supposedly in the story you can trade and stuff between quests or encounters, so that should be good. And then we have the standard abilities, which you might want to save some SP for at the end of your turn for possible dodging, not on your turn, empowering when you're attacking to add a black die involved, or countering not on your turn, possibly where you want to spend 2 to counter an opponent who missed an attack against you or didn't damage you. So there's reasons to, I like the decision points of you can hold 5 max SP, you get 3 at the start of every turn, but kind of like Marvel Champions, you may want to hold cards and stuff not on your turn, on the villain's turn, to then dodge or, you know, retaliate and do these kind of effects. This game has that too, which is kind of cool.
So I have 2 options here. I could spend 2 to attack with my longsword the cave skull that's right in front of me, or I have my discipline, which does not cost any SP. It would be listed along the side if it did. This one does not. So it's a gore shot. We don't have any that do have any, but I can exhaust this card to cast a spell of 6. This will deal 2 magic damage, and then I may deal myself 2 irreducible damage to deal additional magic damage equal to 2 times your highest level cure discipline, which is, this one is my highest level. 1 times 2 is 2. So I could do that, but I am kind of tempted to possibly just use my longsword first to see if I take him out, because the most I can do with the gore shot is 4. The cave sickles have 6 health.
You could first see how an attack goes.
That's what I was thinking, because if I just took him out,
yeah,
or
like
if
maybe
I only
you get
have,
lucky, right? Yeah.
Let's try that. Let's do an attack. So we're going to spend my 2 SP.
And also, just to note that spells in this game are not attacks. Even though you're like, could be attacking and doing damage offensively, it is not technically an attack. So it doesn't follow the same rules. It's like its own separate type of thing. Doesn't cost actions. It's weird. And then, don't get me started, but there's a spell-like abilities. Yeah, and that's literally what they're called. I don't know, they couldn't brainstorm a better word for it. They should call them like force abilities or something. But they kind of behave like spells, but they have different rules to them. But they call them spell-like abilities. I don't know. I thought it was very weird. It felt like, did they finish making the game and still call it that? But yeah, so we'll get into that stuff as it comes up.
Yeah. Okay, so spend 2. We're going to attack with the longsword. So this is a sword, a longsword, and double for tags.
Yeah, it has traits, which in this game are called tags. Some of those tags. In this game, though, it's weird. Like the traits, in most games, you have traits and you have keywords. Keywords are a short form for the rules. Traits just interact with other abilities. But in this game, they molded both those together. So sometimes abilities will just refer to a tag in a way you would know a trait from 90% of other games. But some of those tags are like keywords in other games and have full rules attached to them. And they're just short forms for those rules on the card. So yeah, just FYI.
So using this sword is a one-handed weapon, allowing me to roll 1 white die. And the bottom symbol there is a melee, so I have to be adjacent. But then I do have this combo effect here. So it says combo light.
I'm all about these combos. I love it. So all about the combos.
My magic talisman, the traits there are spellcraft talisman and light. So because I have a light, that will give me that combo.
Well, what about the other combos, Mel?
Yeah, sword and longsword.
Do you have those combos?
I do not.
So this is the cool part. So this is part of the building your character. Some of those combos on the cards aren't active, so she doesn't gain an extra physical damage or doesn't have the option to turn a star into 2 physical damage. But if she was holding 2 swords that had light, longsword, and sword tags on them, they would combo off each other and stuff like that. So the combo system just has my eyes lighting up. I'm so excited. You'll see I have some combos going on some of my characters.
But because I do have the light, I can use the first combo, which is finesse. I get to replace that white die in the top with an orange die.
And you guys know I love loot and items in games and stuff. But Mel, just show them the side of that card again. Show them the card. Hold it up.
Sorry.
Hold it up. So this is the one-handed way to use a longsword. Flip this card over. Flip it over.
This one is a flippable card.
So it has a way to hold it two-handed and roll 2 white dice and has totally different abilities and it works completely different. So you can hold this sword in different fighting stances depending on how you want to equip your character. And I love stuff like that in games, which is awesome.
And you can only have 2 one-handed weapons or 1 two-handed weapon. But my second single-handed weapon, I guess, is my talisman.
It is a weapon because it's red. Yeah. If you flip it over, this is a mundane weapon. Yeah. So this is like the lowest level of weapon category you can find. But there are rare weapons, uncommon, and common weapons that I'm assuming get even better.
Yes. So the reason I'm holding this up actually is just for its passive ability. So it says, when making an attack or casting a spell that targets an opponent, empower. So I have to empower, which means I will be rolling this black die as well, which just has some symbols, shields, and books. But it does have, if I can find this skull symbol, meaning if I roll this, it just whiffs. The attack just fails.
What if you roll that when you're doing a spell?
If I roll it when I'm doing a spell, that's absolutely terrible, and I have to take 3 irreducible damage. So it hurts myself. And it whiffs, which is terrible.
So bad.
But it's a 1 in 6 shot to do that. Okay, so I think we're ready. I have my target. I have my dice that I'll be rolling. Just quickly scanning. I don't have anything else. I don't have anything else on attacks. So we will roll our die. And then we will go through. Okay, so I rolled a 4.
What are you doing? You're attacking?
Yeah.
Why? Hold on.
Hold on. I don't have enough dice. I don't have enough dice.
So let me add to attacking.
Sorry, I totally forgot.
When you're attacking, you always roll minimum 2 dice.
Yes, I forgot.
1 for each hand.
I was going to say.
And each weapon gives you 1 die per hand. So if you're holding a 2-handed weapon, you will roll 2 dice always. If you have 2 one-handed weapons, you will roll 1 die for each weapon. If you're only holding 1 weapon, you will still get a second purple die to signify your fist.
Yes,
if you have no weapons and you drop them, or a monster ate them out of your hands, I don't know, or you felt like not equipping them because you're crazy and you play Dark Souls and you love trying to speedrun games with no weapons and no clothing, it happens. You can do that in this game and not equip anything in your hands, but you will always attack with 2 purple dice, 1 for each hand, minimum. And that reminds me, you go ahead.
As soon as I rolled it, I knew, because I was like, why did I only roll 4?
I know,
That's so low, because I totally forgot to roll my other die.
So
we're going to re-roll again.
Empowering can add a 3rd die into the mix with no numbers on it, just more symbols to be able to spend on abilities like in the black at the bottom of this card. Okay? So that's what she's trying to do. She has to because of what she has equipped.
Yes. And I do not need to pay stamina points because my passive ability that says when making an attack or casting a spell that targets an opponent, empower. So it just happens.
So empowering is an optional decision you can spend a SP action point on, but it's risky with the skull that Mel said. But the cool part of the balance of that item, it's forcing her to use it every time. So Mel is going to have some times where she fails and damages herself. She's learning. She's using some mundane kind of crappy equipment.
Yes, until I upgrade my talisman, maybe.
Or throw it away.
Or
just throw it away.
But for now, okay, so let's redo that again because I was not rolling enough die. Okay, so I rolled a 6. Ooh, that seems not as good. So we're going to look at the cavesicles again, and we're going to see that they have a defense of 8.
So first step, this is similar to Sword and Sorcery, which is why, man, they played Sword and Sorcery for sure. So first thing you do is do a check of 2 numbers. You check the numbers printed on the dice here, add them up. You got a 6, right?
Yes, I'm just looking to see if I have any rerolls of any kind.
Okay, so let me explain. So you got a 6 on this die. Then you check their defense value, and they have an 8. So first things first is, did you equal to or exceed that number?
No.
You did not. But if you did, that would be a hit, okay? Doesn't mean you damaged the enemy. It's just, did you hit or did you not hit? And if you hit, you could do damage possibly, do effects, spend symbols on dice, do follow-up abilities, all this crazy stuff. But in the flow of things, you actually did not hit. So unless you have some kind of re-rolling, you will miss. And if this thing was able to, it would then be able to counter you because you missed.
Right.
This is an enemy AI that doesn't have the word encounter anywhere on it. So it is not going to counter you. But if you were hitting something that did, or they were hitting you, this attacking works with the same steps. Whether the AI is doing it pretty much, or whether you're doing it, or whether a thing you summoned is attacking, it all works kind of the same way. I wonder if it's on here. No, is not.
No.
But
And
there's a whole flow to attacking.
yes. And Sakabra is saying, don't forget the +4 from your shields. The shields only count if I hit. And
Yeah.
because I only rolled a 6, I did
Incorrect.
not hit.
Yeah. So
these
again,
shields are kind of like negated.
yes.
Nothing happens.
So like
They're
I
not
was
counted.
saying very specifically, if you hit, then you move forward and you can start doing things like spending symbols. If you didn't, you can only use things that add to the attack roll.
Yep.
So there's 2 steps. There's adding damage, which this card, if we were to spend stuff, we would add +1 physical damage, +1 or +2 physical damage, +1 physical damage. You can't even get to the game of adding more damage unless you've gotten past the adding to the roll. So once you've done with your rerolls and any abilities that add +1 or +2 or +10 to an attack roll, you can't move forward to damage it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So unfortunately, I miss. I have nothing that lets me re-roll that. So we're off to a great start.
So Mel is showing you how misses work. Hopefully I didn't show you that again. And we never see that again through all of our playthroughs.
I was hoping
But
to
I'm
hit.
sure it will happen many
I was
times.
hoping to hit a little bit, but I guess we'll now go for the spell.
So gore shot time.
So we're going to go for the gore shot. So we're going to exhaust this to cast a spell of 6.
So 6 is your force value.
Yes.
And how a spell is going to work.
So my casting is 1 purple. Oh yeah, sorry. I guess you
One
can't see
purple
that.
die on Nightingale's casting there.
Okay.
So you can get upgrades to that.
Yep.
Do you have any upgrades?
Nope, but my talisman also does say during casting a spell or attack. So again, I have to roll the black and power die.
So purple and a black. Here
and
we
this
go.
does not cost any SP, so this is.
Who's your
and
target first?
This is my target.
You have to choose your target within SOI before you roll.
Okay. Okay, so we got 3. So my cast was 6 plus 3, so 9. Plus, I get +1 for each book, which this is the best. We had 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So my force is 13 against the cave sickle.
So the cave sickle, they have a conviction in the bottom left of the card there in black. They roll a white and a purple die to see if they have conviction against your magical spell abilities.
So they
Can
have
they
to roll
resist?
higher than 13. And they rolled 6. So
Oh, does this look red?
does
Do you
it?
have the red die?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. This is orange. Mel was rolling an orange. I don't think we even have the red dice out. Oops, we're dropping dice.
These are the red ones.
Yeah,
Those are the red die.
Yeah, and there's an orange. Yeah, they might
Yeah.
look similar. I'm sorry. But yeah,
Yes.
I wanted to show that actually so you guys understand all the cool dice involved in the game and how they rank. But I got interrupted and forgot. But yeah, Mel is
Yes.
rolling an orange die. Normally with the longsword, by default, you roll a white. But because she's comboing, finesse means she replaces this die with this die. And remember, each weapon per hand will only roll 1 die. So you do not get a white and an orange. The orange replaces the white. Little different, a little weird in this game, but that's how it works. And I don't know why I can't get the last page of the rule book to load, but
Okay. While you're doing that then, so they did not block my spell. So my spell is going to do 2 damage, and then we can decide if I want to add
and then
more.
what's the rest of the ability? You could take 2 irreducible
This is
damage.
orange. I can, I may deal myself 2 irreducible damage to deal additional magic damage equal to 2 times your highest level
Of cure or discipline.
Yeah, so I can take 2 damage to give 2 damage. Sure, let's do that.
Mel's going to take 2 damage to deal 2 more damage
So
to
let's
the
just-
cave
I'll
sickle.
be at 4, and I'll take 2.
All right, so here's the dice. This is on the back of the rule book, dice breakdown. So here's your black and power die. But here's the rankings of dice, sort of. I'll show you. But as you see, the dice start at different numbers and go higher the more you upgrade dice. So purple is like the lowest level here. And then orange is like a slight upgrade. But once you start rolling reds and grays, you're like living the dream. Or if you're rolling greens and blues. But here's the order. So purple is the lowest, then white, orange, teal, red, green, gray, blue, I guess. I'm pretty sure. And they all have values, and that is calculated later for certain things. And then we have book symbols, shield symbols, and burst symbols, which can be spent on abilities as part of an attack. But yeah, lots of reference stuff. So tons of tokens in the game. I want to show you this while I have it open. Tons of little reference things at the back. All the different types of terrain, just like Sword and Sorcery reminds me of. Tons of different terrain that all works differently. Here's all your actions you can spend SP on. Here's all the different tokens in the box. I had no idea how to sort. Still don't know how to sort. But after we play a few times, hopefully we can figure out how to sort these in our storage. But yeah, lots of items. Look at all the different items and their prices and stuff. Tons of cool info just in the reference material on the back of the box, or the back of the book. Yeah, super cool.
Okay.
Super cool stuff.
Okay. So the only other thing I have is my ability that's on my card, which I could possibly do now to help. So it's all other allies gain 1 SP and Nightingale gains 2 SP. So I could do this now before anyone even goes to give everybody a little bit more options on their turn or get, I don't know if it's worth it doing
doesn't have a range to it or anything.
No, it just happens.
So you just put a token on it saying it's used, and you've used it per
and
the
it's
encounter.
once per encounter.
Might as well. Like,
so let's do that now. We'll use that now. Oh, let me move that again.
so you could do another attack right now.
I could, yeah.
Yeah.
So then let's
do
use
it.
that. I'll give everybody one. Here's 1 SP for
So Mel
you.
just put a little used tokens. They have these used tokens in the game to put on your character sheet, or an exhausted token if you don't want to exhaust the card, to put on it to show that it's been a once per encounter thing has been used. So we don't clear those away until we're done the encounter, obviously.
Yeah, so I could now try another attack with my longsword, trying to take this guy out. Let's see, maybe yeah, let's try. Let's see if this one works.
You can do it.
I can do it this time. So again, we have the combo from our light. So we're going to roll an orange. We're going to roll a purple. And then my talisman passively empowers. I have to roll the black die. My target is this guy. We need to roll higher than an 8. And we did. We rolled 13. So that's good. So
you're checking your 12 you rolled?
yeah, I get, yeah. Oh, 12, sorry, 12, if I could do math.
So yeah, you don't have anything adding to
I don't
the
have
attack
anything
roll,
adding.
right?
Nope.
So you got 12 on the numbers on your 2 dice. You check that against the defense, which is 8.
So my difference is 4.
So you, as long as you matched or exceeded, so greater than or equal to, you were greater than, you hit.
Yes.
So she hit,
I hit.
which now opens up all flood of new options. So now we're going to go forward, and we find with the hit, you calculate the difference.
So
No, we're not there yet.
Oh, my difference is 4.
So your difference is 4. So now she's going to do 4 damage, but before she assigns the damage, she's going to do the damage is the difference. But the symbols she rolled on her dice, like these books and these shields, and because she didn't roll the skull, her whole attack didn't miss.
Thank goodness.
She got more shields and more books. So total, you have 5 shields and 4 books. So then you look at the weapons you attacked with, and both of them, you attack with 2.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Then where'd you get the purple dice from?
I did. You're right. Sorry. sorry.
So you always attack with both your weapons, because you can't equip weapons that don't go together. But these black on the bottom in the black area, or if she had the combos,
Yeah.
she would have other ways to add damage. But you basically can start spending those symbols and buying abilities. So you could choose. So you could do some extra magic damage with some books. You could do some physical damage with some shields, and for every 2 shields you spend, it's 2 physical damage. And if you have any stars, you could spend those for physical damage.
Okay. So he's already dead, but just for the sake of it, I could spend the 2 to do another 2 damage. So that'd be 6. I could spend another 2 shields to do another 2, 8. I can spend 2 books to do another 2, 10, and then another 2 books to do another 2, 12. So I do 12 damage.
12 damage to the cave sickle.
Yeah, so he's dead.
So if you did that
I
properly
should
on
have
your
done
turn,
my own. I shouldn't have hit myself with the damage. That was silly.
so what I was going to say is on your turn, you should have attacked, done your ability to get your 2 SP,
Yeah.
and done the gore shot like at the end
At the end.
all.
Yeah.
But
that's okay.
we're learning. We're not super efficient. This is our first play through this story, right? We only played the scenario one time. We're still learning. So I know some people are like, oh my God, why did she damage herself? And she still could have attacked still. But she could have also saved that SAP or that SP.
Yep.
Save the SP for later, is what I'm trying to say. And use it for dodging or countering. So, maybe you wanted to go that route.
But now that he's gone, we don't even have to worry about him attacking
Yes.
me, so it's fine.
So now we're going
So
initiative.
that would be my turn is done.
Yep.
I'll just flip that over. So now we're going to go to the cave sickles 1 to 3.
2 books equals +1? Yes. Yeah,
yes,
2 books
yes.
for 1 damage.
Yes.
1 magic damage. And the magic damage goes through armor.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we didn't even look, but
Yeah.
these guys don't have.
Yeah, they would. There was also a step in there where they would have, if they had any armor, it would subtract from the damage.
Yeah.
But in this case, it doesn't matter. Oh,
Yeah.
it only would have been 10 damage then, not
Oh,
whatever
sorry.
you calculate.
Sorry.
Some else cheating already? Oh,
Sorry.
man.
Bad math.
Bad math.
Bad math.
Okay. Don't forget your Empower roll of 4 books.
Didn't I count those? No, I thought it did.
You had 1 book. And
I think I have
she had
1 book
and
and 3 shields. So I think it might be hard to see.
Yeah. 1 book and 3 shields. All right.
Okay.
So cave sickles 1 to 3 are going to go in order of numbers. So cave sickle number 1, which is the red, he's going to go first. Is there an opponent adjacent? Nope. Is there an opponent within range 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. No. And can it move and attack an opponent within range 4? Yes, because it can move up to 6 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It could, definitely get within range 4. So it's going to do that. So we say yes to that. Then we start reading the rest of it, which says now move to be up to range 4 from the nearest opponent. So it's going to try to only go as close to be near the maximum of 4, but it will obviously go closer than 4 if it needs to get in there to attack. So in this situation, it's not going to just move like 1 to get within 4 and then fall down a hole. It's going to jump. So it's going to go 1, 2, 3, let's say, and it's definitely in 1, 2, 3. It's now within 4. So we can move it there. Just like we would have to do, it needs to do a test to get over a chasm and jump. So we're going to find out if it's successful. So whenever an AI or enemy or combatant or whatever goes to do a test, there's a whole different test scenario that works with our characters, but we have stats to do skill tests. This enemy does not have stats to do a skill test. So in that case, to replace that skill test, it is going to roll a black die to see if it passes a skill test. Super straightforward. Kanji's saying it only jumps 1. That is incorrect. Enemies can only jump up to 2 spaces.
Never more than 2.
Never more than 2 spaces over a chasm. No more than 2 spaces. This was a 2 space. So 1 jump, 2 jump there. I think that's right. Yeah, so it wouldn't be able to jump, I don't think, over 1, 2, 3 spaces to get over there. Like this is 3 spaces to jump, but over this section, it's only 2 spaces, right?
Yeah, never jump more than 2.
But I could be wrong. We're correct? Okay, we're getting some corrects in the chat, we're getting some questions. But it is going to jump 2 spaces. You can choose even not to go in a straight line, so I'm going to just choose this space here, I guess. I don't know. We'll just choose that space. It's still jumping over 2 max. So we're going to do the skill test to see if it falls in the chasm or not. Hopefully it falls in if we get the skull.
Yeah!
Wow!
It fell in the hole! Yes!
Wow!
Yes!
Never seen that happen before yet.
Ouch. Oh,
So
that's exciting.
it literally, can I have it back?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So what happens, and this happens to us too, how the rules work, is whenever you're doing a jump test, you decide where I'm jumping to. So I name this space. You actually do the test first, and if you fail, you actually fail and you land on this first space you're trying to jump. So in this game, you can jump over dangerous terrain, water, all this stuff, okay? And you will just, if you fail your jump, this works for us too, or enemies, you will just land on the first thing you're trying to jump. But in this case, it's a big hole in the ground and they'll die. So they're actually falling in that first space and dying. So insta-death.
Yes.
For one of them.
Maybe we can do that again.
Exploit the AI. This is definitely a JRPG. Yes, Yogi. Yes, it is. And Keith's saying intelligent combatants, which is what these guys are, will not jump more than 2. I believe non-intelligent combatants will. Okay. Yeah, I think it says even in the rules, like it will never jump over more than 2 spaces unless it says so on the card. And you just roll the 1 die to do the test. It's just replacing the test with a die roll. Similar to how we would do a single test if we jumped over something. FYI, page 68 of current rule in important block for your monster jump. What do you mean, Tiny? Let's see here. Page 68. Are you looking at the 1.2 beta rules? That's what I have open. I don't know if that's the best ones to look at. Jumping. So jumping. During an adventurer's movement, that's us. We didn't just jump as adventurers.
Oh, I think he's talking about the one just right above you, right there.
Oh, important. An intelligent combatant will never jump more than 2 spaces in a single jump check. If the condition of an intelligent combatant step would require a jump of more than 2 spaces, then the condition is considered false. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we're good. I think they can jump. So they're obviously needed to jump 2 spaces in this situation, and they did. But it couldn't jump 3 spaces or more. I think we're okay. Thank you, Tiny. Thank you, thank you. Oh, yes, and there's the whole aggro tokens, which could make the enemy jump up to 4 spaces. There's a whole bunch to it, yeah. Velco for the super chat at €2. Thank you. It says, great roll, Rob.
Oh,
yes.
awesome.
So I should roll this test die every time the enemy needs to do it.
Yeah, because you roll better so far.
Well, no, that's a bad roll. So this is
well,
like...
it's a bad roll when we roll it for us.
But I'm rolling as the enemy, and I roll like crap. So I got the worst result for the enemy's point of view. Let's see if, that's how it works.
Yeah.
That's my justification.
Yeah. But anyways, if your rolls are terrible, then you keep rolling for those enemies.
Yeah. Unless we talk too loud and now the dice understand, and now it knows that this is a great roll for us, I won't get it ever again.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
The dice gods, please, dice gods.
Maybe the other guy will fall in the hole too.
Please, dice gods. Oh, yeah. Okay. So that was the first one. Number 2.
Yep.
Purple. He has up to 6 movement. He'll do the same thing. We can choose this space or this space. We can't choose this space. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, we can. But it just needs to get to one of these 2 to be within 4. It doesn't want to move excessive.
I think if we chose this space, more people can get near him if needed.
So we want to beat the crap out of him. So if we can get him in a space where we can get in there without causing break attacks. And break attacks are if you ever move from a space adjacent to an opposing figure to another space, doesn't matter if that space is adjacent, it will cause a break attack, which is basically like an attack of opportunity for you not beating the crap out of the enemy and trying to dance around in front of it. It will hit you. But that applies for them too. If they try to move away from us, we can hit them too, which is kind of cool. So we'll just pick that spot because more people, I think, can attack.
I think so, yeah.
Or this space. This space here, actually, you could hit it from this adjacent space because diagonal is adjacent. It doesn't get blocked because we could choose it to be going over this tile. So someone can hit it from there. But if it's here...
But if they have to get in here, they'd cause a break when they jump over somebody or...
Oh, true.
Okay. So I think there's the best.
All right. Yeah. I like it. I'm down. You convinced me. I'm down.
Because from here, yeah.
I'm down.
Okay.
So we'll move this little guy here. He is then going to attack, similar, the same AI. So he is moved to be up to 4 range. Oh, yeah, we got to roll his dice.
He's going to fall in 2.
Okay, we got to do the check.
If he falls in 2, that's just insane.
Yeah. We were like so lucky. Like your first roll wasn't lucky, but like, man, here we go. Here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. He doesn't fall in.
All right. So he's good. He's there. We move on to the next line of the card, which is then make a ranged attack, a ranged 4 attack. Okay. So I believe it's just saying you range up to 4. Well, obviously you can reach you 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 range away. That's fine. So his attack is going to be, hold on, SOI. 1, 2. He's not within SOI of any other cave sickles, so no hive mind business. So he's just going to roll his 2 default white dice, if I'm understanding correctly.
My defense is 10, so he needs to roll higher than a 10.
All right, so he rolled an 8. So a 6 and a 2. A 6 and a 2. So all the books and the shields and all the fun icons don't matter because it didn't hit. Okay, and they have no reroll abilities or anything like that. So straight miss.
Yep.
Now, if you had a ranged weapon, something that could reach him right now, because he missed you and didn't do any damage, you could, if you spent 2 SP and had a weapon that reached, this is where like I'm so excited to get to that point in the game where we're like counterattacking like crazy. I think the whole idea of counterattack in this game is unique and I love it. I love it. So, but you can't.
No.
But that's where that would happen. Up to always means never closer unless not possible. Yes. When you read in this game the word up to, it means try to do it. It means the maximum, and the number that it's saying is very serious. Basically, is how I understand it. So if it's saying move till it's up to 4 range away, means it will not get any closer. It's trying to stay hard to that 4. So if it's trying to stay 4 range away, it will move until it's up to 4, but never closer. But there is like sub rules to that, where obviously if it needs to get like within 3 or 2 range to do its attack, it's still going to try to do the attack and get as close as it needs to do it. And in this case, I think that's why they set up the scenario like this, to kind of teach you this stuff, to make sure you understand it right in the first scenario. I think it's kind of weird. Like, you think in the first scenario, they kind of like leave out all that stuff. Oh, if we were playing 1.0, that would have hit. Keith, stop trying to confuse us.
I don't know the difference, because I didn't look up anything for 1.0.
I watched the 1.0 videos, but I tried to ignore and like erase from my mind anything I learned when watching that stuff. Everything else I read and I watched, I tried to make sure to only watch stuff that was using 1.0 or newer rules.
Oh, and because he was firing through the hindering terrain, which would be this one, it would be -1.
Oh, that's correct.
Yes.
That's correct. Yes. So there is hindering terrain on that space, which I forgot to mention. Yes. So he'd be shooting through that, and it would reduce it by 1, the attack. And it doesn't stack. So if it was multiple spaces of green terrain it was going over, it's just a 1 -1, not for every space it's firing through. Okay. So next, they're done, right? Or is there another one on the board?
The green, yes. Oh, this one's done. Now number 4 is going to go.
Okay, number 4,
Which is this
new
one.
sheet, but a different guy. So he is there an opponent adjacent?
Yes.
Yes, there is. So because there's an opponent adjacent, we're going to do this first one here, where it's going to make a melee attack against the opponent with the most damage. Oh, I forgot about that.
But you both are...
But we're tied.
You're both tied.
The 2 characters here are tied. So then it's going to look at first in initiative order. So out of Remy and Zeke, Zeke is actually first in the initiative, right here. So he is over here. So it's going to hit. And remember, diagonal is still adjacent in this game. So this little guy is going to attack. And with the most, he just rolls his 2 white. No SOIs, just white dice. White dice. Rolls a 10. So Zeke's defense is a 9 on his character sheet, but again, he has a +1 from his awesome utility core hippie braided necklace here. So he actually has 10 defense. So that ties. So it's a hit.
It's a hit.
Equal to or greater than. But he also has 4 extra health and 1 armor. So we're going to see how armor works here. So far there's no difference. 10 to 10, 0 damage. But just like our weapons, they have ways of spending symbols. So in this case, they can spend a shield for physical damage. And on the dice, they have 2 shields. So that's 2 damage. So out of that 2 damage, my armor, because it's physical damage, not magic or irreducible, I'm going to block 1 of that with this +1 armor. Okay? So really, I'm only taking 1 damage. If you want to pass me a single damage token. I could dodge. I could have dodged, but I would have had to chosen a dodge, I think, before those are rolled.
I think you roll it all together, right?
Yes, you have to roll it all together. I would have had to spend an SP, and then I could have rolled this black die in there as a dodge. Or I think he has an ability. And
people saying read the rest of the armor card. I don't know if you have something on your armor card.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, the passive ability. Sorry, there is more. I was looking for it too. So my passive is reduce physical damage dealt to you from melee attacks by 2. So I literally don't take any damage.
You don't take any damage. Yes, that's good.
So this guy's rock solid because of his badass leather jacket. So obviously, if you have a jacket like this,
yeah, damage is just going to reflect.
You're just a boss. You don't even need to worry about life. You're just like, you cross the street without the little white walking guy on the light, and you'll be fine because you have the badass jacket. So nothing can hurt you.
That is true. And now they're asking, would you like to counter?
Yeah, because it did no final damage to me. I could counter. But back to the dodging.
Yeah, back to
dodging. I could have, to mention this, when the AI is attacking me, I could spend an SP to choose to dodge. It would roll the black die with it, and any defense shields I get, where are they? There's a whole bunch of defensive shields. I add those to my defense value, and it would better my odds, hopefully, of stopping the hit, because then they would be mathing their roll against my defense, adding up all my items, my ability, and this. But if I roll the skull, that's a huge fail. And there's a possibility I don't roll enough shields to stop them from meeting or exceeding my defense value. Does your head hurt yet? Mine does. Anyways, so many like little things in the combat, but in a game where you're playing scenario after scenario for hours and weeks and with your gaming group over and over again, all this stuff will kind of just sink in and be second nature. But we're stumbling through it here a little bit, and we're appreciating your help because, again, we're new to it. So hopefully as we play through the series, it will speed up. But we are taking the advantage of today of explaining these little things to you as they happen. For those who are here or watching this later who are new to Middara, like us.
I totally also forgot that we're counting how many enemies died. So we've killed 3 have died. Now, the guy that jumped in the hole, does that consider we defeated him? I don't know. The text, does it say were defeated or you defeated?
For each cave sickle, no, it's defeated. It says defeated. For each cave sickle defeated.
Okay, so we've defeated 3 so far.
So it technically was defeated.
Okay. So this is my die to calculate how many were defeated. Okay, sorry.
And thank you for the kind words, everybody. I see so many kind words in the chat. You guys are too nice. But yeah, call us out if you think a rule is wrong or something. I said like before, call us out. We don't take offense to it. It's all good. It's all good.
Also for your counter, you are next, so it's up to you if you want to counter or if you just want to have your turn.
If I counter, it costs 2.
Right.
It's like an attack. But I'll get to go anyway right now. So
I can see where countering would be different if you've already gone, maybe,
if there was a chance I was like last in the round, maybe, and like it would shuffle up, and I know he would go before us.
Exactly.
But 3 of us are possibly about to have a chance to pound on him.
Yeah, and 2 of you are directly in front of him. So
No, I'm good with the counter attack.
Okay, so then he's done, and it's on to you.
Okay.
Zeke.
So Zeke is cool. Zeke has a nimble fighter passive. Once per turn, Zeke may reroll his dodge roll. So not only is he rocking the badass leather jacket, he is the nimble guy, which is another reason why I was like, I want to play Zeke. He's like the dual wielding, like I wear light armor, have dual wielding weapons, and he's like the guy in Dark Souls, that build where you're just like constantly rolling around the enemy, rolling around the monster, doing like little two-handed attacks and being nimble. And that's him.
He's definitely the guy that I was thinking of playing.
Yeah, he was the guy that I said, no, Mel.
Which is fine.
Please, can I have him?
Beal said, doesn't your core allow you to counter? I don't know if your core is like a passive something. Because maybe it gives you a free action.
Unless we did the wrong cores. Unless we put the wrong items to the characters. I know that this ability core has the exhaust it to counter for free. Did I put this on the wrong character maybe? Should it not be on Remy? But the utility core that I put on Zeke has passive. At the end of each encounter, if you had this core equipped since the beginning of the encounter, gain a single consumable item of your choice from your loot level or lower. And it's got a conviction upgrade of a white die, so I don't roll a purple die. I mean 2 purple die, sorry. I roll 1 purple, 1 white.
Oh, okay.
But I may have put it on the wrong character. I may have switched them by accident.
But Beal's saying I could be thinking wrong, so you might be right.
You're never wrong. I'm wrong. You're never wrong. But if I'm right, I'm going to rub it in your face. Just kidding. All right, let's see. Let's check.
We didn't double check
but I did
move things around.
Yeah, I was moving stuff around for cameras, and I knocked stuff over when I was moving the book around before, so I could have messed it up. Let's see. Remy has the ability core, and Zeke has the utility core.
Yeah, you're right then.
Am I right? Okay, we're right. Okay. Utility core is Zeke. Yeah. I think it's even in their art, actually. Right? Yeah, look, she's wearing the necklace in the art.
Oh.
So she definitely has the ability core.
Oh, yeah. Rook's wearing the glasses.
That's so cool.
I mean, this shirt's a different color, but we're on the same page.
See? And look, he has the right necklace on. So if I noticed that before, I could have been cocky and been like, yeah, obviously I knew that goes together. But I didn't. I didn't know.
She's wearing the talisman. Oh, yeah. Interesting.
That's cool. But again, we can trade those away after and get rid of them and upgrade and equip different stuff, which I'm so excited. But does that mean we have to then print out new art on cards and stuff?
Yeah, just take a marker and draw.
Like we have to rip these up, right? And then print new cards every time we change equipment, I think.
Yeah, or like
I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Yeah.
That's how you play the legacy version. Just rip it up. I changed my sword. Rip up the card. You got to draw a new one. Okay, so we're good there. All right, that's awesome. Okay. All right. How dare you, Buell? How dare you? Just kidding. It's all good. No. Question stuff like that.
Yeah, I can paint over it, says Keith. Yeah.
Yeah. Mel will have to paint. Okay. Let's do Zeke's turn.
Yeah.
So I was saying he was jumping around. He's got 2 swords. He's got throwing knife consumables. So these consumables, you can discard them to throw a purple die and do that much damage, whatever you roll on the purple die. It says just like a real ninja. Okay. So I have things like on my swords, and this is cool. I want to show this because this shows the combo stuff again. So I got 2 one-handed swords, both different art, but both are called short swords. They're basically identical. They are swords, they're short swords, and they're light, both of them. Okay, they take up 1 hand, they each roll a purple die by default. I can exhaust one of them at a time to move diagonally. So
good.
I have 2 moving diagonally free abilities, which again, normally you can't move diagonal, and this is free movement. If it was capitalized and in bold, it would be a move action. You can only do 1 move action. But these are free movement I can do before or after or later on my turn or whatever, I think. And I can exhaust one to do it. Let's see, I have a combo of light. Since both are light, they both are enabled. I have an exhaust ability of re-rolling one of my combat dice. And since I have the combo light, they're finesse. So they are both upgraded to rolling white dice, which are better than purple. And I can spend 2 shields to do 2 physical damage or a star to do 1 physical damage, which is super cool. So not only is he really nimble with the dodging stuff, he can move around on the board really cool too, which I like that flexibility. So I also have my martial level 1 discipline, gives me a exhaust ability. If you have 2 one-handed weapons, which I do, I can exhaust this to make an attack.
So good. It's like a free attack.
Yeah. So obviously, if I had this equipped on Remy, who has a 2-handed war axe, that would be Rob building a character incorrectly, and it would not work as well because I don't have 2 single-handed weapons.
Yeah, it wouldn't be incorrect, but it would be inefficient for sure.
Yeah, it would just be silly. Like, like, why did I waste that, right?
Yeah.
So this is the kind of cool stuff you can do to build and make your character like amplify their strengths and reduce their weaknesses.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am going to do that free action. Why not? Why not? It'll ready up after the start of my next turn. So I will exhaust it. And I'm going to just do an attack. So like we said, my attack is upgraded to 2 white dice. I could spend an SP to empower it, but that could also make it completely whiff. But it could also give me enough shields and or stars. No, enough shields. There's no stars on these. Enough shields maybe that could make me one-shot this guy. And I wouldn't have to spend so many actions, but it's a risk, which I like. But I don't.
If you empowered, you still would have enough to attack again and move?
If I empower, I spend 1. I could still do another attack and still have an SP to move.
I mean, it's up to you, though, if you want to have some left over for next round as well.
Yeah, true. This reminds me, another reason why I feel like the guys who designed this played Sword and Sorcery is like the spending a point to empower feels so much like spending a point to focus from that game.
That's true.
It's the same kind of feeling, like decision, even though it's like way more risky than just getting 1 free hit. This is like could make the whole attack fail. But for fun of the video, I'm going to do it and spend 1 SP. Even though I should probably save extra SP for dodging and stuff.
Do you have any free dodge?
But again, this guy's like, so he's got the badass leather jacket.
I think you have a free dodge, don't you?
No, I wish. No. I thought so too, but I don't think so.
Oh, you can re-roll.
No, I have re-rolls all over the place.
Yeah.
I have re-rolls all over the place for dodging. It's just I don't have like free dodges.
I have a free dodge.
Nice. Okay, so I'm going to empower.
Okay.
It might not be the right thing to do, but I'm going to empower. And I'm attacking this little guy right here. All right, so I did not roll the skull, thankfully.
This is good.
So I rolled 11. And 11 we compare to 8. I definitely hit. We do some math. We find out I have a difference of 3. So minimum, I'm doing 3 damage. I'm going to check my stuff because I might have like +1 damages and things on just cards saying you get that, but I don't that I see. So I have, I rolled, man.
Yeah, you rolled a 10.
I rolled 7 shields and 2 books. The books don't mean anything for me that I can see, but every 2 shields is 2 physical damage. So I'm doing another 6 damage on just the books, or the shields,
Yep.
Because for every 2, so 2, 4, 6, plus the 3. So I'm doing 9 damage on something that has 6 health. I think we're good.
Yep. So I'll take this one away.
Boom. We
That's
defeated another
4.
cave sickle.
That will remove this card because it was the last one from this one, which means that you will draw a loot card.
Yes, that's another thing we forgot to mention. Is the combatant loot for a swarm group. Until you defeat the last unit of a group, you do not get to draw from the loot deck, which made me sad when I saw that. But most of the time, I'm assuming there's lots of enemies in this game that aren't in swarms and groups and stuff. So since we killed the last one, give me the loot. 8 gold, and this gold is for our party. So I was going to make a little stack here, I guess, of the gold we've earned so far.
Awesome.
And
That was a good one.
We can spend that later to buy goodies, because all these items have a gold cost. So I'm assuming we'll get a chance to buy stuff later with that gold, which I also love.
Let's get all the gold.
Let's get all the gold.
Yeah,
All right.
especially now.
So I have 3 SP left. We were talking about moving and stuff like that.
Can you move to the other guy?
So if I'm looking here, I can move 1. Remember I can move diagonal. So
Yeah.
I have 2 diagonal movements if I want. So I am going to do one of those, I think. Let's exhaust 1 sword. I'm going to move diagonal here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I still haven't done a move action, so I haven't spent any SP yet on moving. But I think I can do that now. I'll spend an SP. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And now I can move up to 6. Just checking my other cards to see if I have any movement symbols. I don't. So I can do 6 movement. So 1, 2, 3 to go in this green terrain. It's still the same to go in the hindering terrain or whatever. It's when you're leaving it or leaving a space with an ally, you have to spend 1 extra point. So I guess I can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I can get right in front of him, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, so I'm right in front of the guy. So now we're gonna do some another attack. So I'm gonna spend my last 2 tokens, and I'm gonna roll another 2 white dice. I do not have a way to empower. I'm out of tokens. So I'm gonna just attack with 2 white dice. And I rolled 13.
Whoa.
And I got 2 sets of 2 shields. So that's another 4 damage on the 13 over 8. And that is 5 plus 4. 9 damage?
Yep, another 1 shot.
9 damage?
Wow.
Whoa. Am I doing this right? I think I'm doing this right.
Yeah, because his defense
Yeah, they have no
is 8.
armor. They have no armor or anything, right? So I think we're good.
Yeah.
But this is a tutorial scenario.
I know.
I'm assuming we're supposed to be crushing it.
I know. I feel like that also does remove our
more
last
loot.
musical.
More
Just
loot.
remove his card.
And we take out there and we slide this all together here.
Yep, and we'll add that.
We got the monster. This card is a one of in that whole deck of loot, monster loot.
Oh, awesome.
And I looked this up this
I
morning.
shuffled it good then.
So we got some monster loot, and right here. So some of the monsters in the game, I guess, come with specific loot. So there's cave sickle loot. So there's cave sickle relic, cave sickle relic. I know it said there's like 3 for this one. Cave sickle relic.
I shuffled it on screen. You guys saw, and then I put it there.
Yeah, yeah.
So you guys can rewind if you don't.
I didn't think we'd ever see that because it's like a one of in a giant deck of cards. So out of these, I think we shuffle them and I get one random off the bottom of the deck. The problem is they're...
Well, I can just do this.
Oh yeah, just do that. Here, I'll shuffle it and you roll the die. We got 1.
Okay.
So 1,
Yep.
this would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's
sorry,
how I would do it.
yeah.
But anyways, we got number 1. So I got a cave sickle relic, which is sickle venom, monster loot material. Passive, your attacks gain, follow-up, inflict poison. And this is a spell-like ability. Okay, we can show you. So a spell-like ability is force 8 plus X, where X equals your highest level discipline. So it's 9. A force of 9, so similar to Mel was doing a spell check of 6 plus die roll.
Yep.
This is just a 9. I don't think I roll the conviction die or the casting die.
No.
I don't think I roll the casting die when I do this. I'm pretty sure if I understand correctly.
No, that's just giving the number that they will roll against.
Yeah. So we now have a relic. Cool.
Cool. But these guys are immune to poison, so I guess you probably won't be able to use it. You won't be able to use it in this scenario.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Well, I don't know. Maybe we do see other enemies. I don't know.
That's true.
Oh, now we get to enjoy Rob rants about poison. Yeah. Anytime poison works different in a game that uses poison, I have to rant about why can't everyone just make poison work the same? I'm sure it works different. I haven't even read what it does in this game. We'll find that out later.
I don't know. I didn't look in all that because I knew I wouldn't remember.
I haven't read all the tokens yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And I don't think you're not in line of sight of this totem, no, because
I can move diagonally if I want.
Okay.
Yeah,
then it would move out of the way.
Let me move diagonally. With my other short sword, I'm just gonna move here, just to get out of the way. Maybe somebody else can get in there and try to move the rock.
Yeah.
All right, Zeke is done. Go ahead, Remy.
You're Remy.
So Remy's right here, and she's got 4 SP. And she can move 6 plus 1 off her occult shirt. So she can move 7. Do I fly to get over some hindering terrain? Maybe. Let's see. So we could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and can't move out. So if I do flying, I can move. My avian flight ability for 2 says make a move. Remy has flight for the duration of this movement. This ability may be only used if Remy has less damage than half of her total HP. So she's full HP, so we're good for that. She also has a 1 SP ability that it would exhaust, so once per turn. Move 1 space in any direction, including diagonally. So she's like can get movement, but it's expensive. But I don't know if spending 2 SP is worth 1 extra space of movement. I feel like that's a no-no.
Not right now. Well, there's no enemies.
So I will just
anything.
move up into. Unless I'm getting in Rook's way.
No, because I'll spend some SP to move additional spaces, I think.
And yeah, that's the other thing we didn't mention is you can get extra movement of 2 points per SP spent of extra movement during your move action. So I could do that.
It's fine.
But then I could save SP and just do more moving later and stuff too. So I can get to here with just 1 SP spent. I could get to here with 2 spent on regular movement or flying, doesn't matter. Either way, that's as far as I'm getting, I think. And then I could spend another SP. So that's 2 SP worth of movement-ish. And then I could spend 1 more to get to like here. And then I could try a test on the rock.
You could, because I don't know, like Rook could get there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It would take 11 movement points for me to get there.
Can you get there?
I can move for 6.
And then you can spend 3 SP to get 6 more points.
9, 10, 11. I could get
12
there.
12 spaces total,
Yeah.
If you want to do that.
But no, if you could get it, then you.
Oh, but no, you need to spend 1 to do the encounter action, right? Of moving the boulder?
Yes, I do. You're right.
Yes.
So maybe you try.
Would I have enough? Okay. Sure. Because we're trying to do this in less turns, which is why I'm thinking, like, let's try to rush it, I guess. So if I spent to do the flying 2 SP, okay, I would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Without worrying about any hindering terrain or anything, I could increase the movement by spending another SP and go 2 more spaces. And again, because I'm flying, I don't have to worry about hindering terrain, dangerous terrain, allies in my way, none of that stuff. So yeah, I think that's legit. I think I get all the way there and still have 1 SP remaining. So I will spend that last SP to try to do a strength test of 10. And I'm going to roll 2 purple dice. My strength is 4. So as long as I can get a total of 6 off these dice, I'll be able to throw the rock. She'll be able to lift it because she's huge, and we'll clear the path.
You can do it.
No, I absolutely can. It's a 3.
Sorry.
So a waste of SP, but it could have happened.
It's okay.
Now I'm just in the way. But
No, you're fine. Okay. Anything else that you want to do?
I don't know, Jack. I don't think Rook moves slower because I believe Rook has an ability, no?
Yeah.
So Rook's unmodified HP is 14. Rook may equip an additional consumable, and Rook ignores the negative movement from the first instance of heavy he has equipped. And what is they're talking about here is we haven't got to Rook yet, but it says on this Warhammer, it has a combo at the bottom there. If you have a Warhammer with it or a shield, you gain +1 armor and heavy. this ability does not stack with another Warhammer. So he would only get 1 extra heavy, but it would get ignored because he has an ability. So you literally don't have to worry about it yet.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about it yet.
But if for some reason you took another weapon that gave you heavy and you didn't have 2 Warhammers, you would then... No, but it still wouldn't be...
Well, if I had 2 other single-handed weapons...
That were heavy.
That were both heavy.
Then you would have to take 1 heavy, which would negate 1 point of movement.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure, Jack, that Rook has no restriction to his movement right now.
Yeah. Because it says it does not stack.
Can anyone else confirm that? But that's how I read that. And it might be different in 1.0. I don't know. But that's how it works here. Okay.
Any other free things that you want to do?
Nope.
Oh, armor can also add to heavy. Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, okay.
We don't have that right
any
now,
yet, right?
But yeah, I can see that being a thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Okay, so
what about that cuirass?
No, it's not heavy. No.
Okay.
Oh, but it does have, which is kind of cool. I haven't read it yet, but it has once per encounter, when you are dealt damage from an attack, ignore all physical damage dealt to you.
Ooh.
So one-time deflection.
Plus
yeah.
2 armor.
I know. He's a tank. He's a tank. I'm excited to level him up and see what we can do. You're done with Remy, right? So I can go on to Rook.
Go nuts, Rook.
So first thing that we're gonna do is his passive. Did you already hold this up? So,
yes.
Okay, so I don't need to hold it up again,
Nope,
but it does have. No, where is it? Oh, this one, not his passive. This is what I want to do.
Discipline.
His discipline. So he has a mend. It's once per encounter, gain 2 heal tokens. And then passive, when these tokens are spent to heal an ally other than yourself, gain 1 SP.
Ooh.
So I'm going to gain, or first I'm going to put a used on there to show that I used it, once per round. And I'm going to gain these heal tokens that I can use that say heal, discard, spend 1 SP, a figure within SOI, heal 6, limit 4.
So the limit of 4 just means you can only hold up to 4 of those tokens per character kind of thing.
Yeah, so we're going to put those on there.
So Mel can't hoard them from encounter to encounter and carry 10 of them.
Carry all the heals.
Yeah, just have a whole bunch of them.
Okay.
Save them for a boss fight kind of idea. You can save a couple, up to 4, but...
And because they heal 6, I don't want to do them yet. I mean, Nightingale does have 2, but we'll see. So then we're going to use 1 SP to move.
Jeremiah, we're playing the 1.1/1.2 beta rules. And if we're doing something that's from 1.0, we're trying not to. Like, we didn't watch rules videos. Well, we did watch a bit of 1.0 rules stuff, but we tried to avoid it as much as possible to not have confusion. But if we're doing something wrong, 1.1 or 1.2 wrong, let us know. But we're trying to play the latest rules that are available at the time of this recording. But we could be wrong. But feel free to point it out if you have any questions or anything. We'll figure it out. Yeah, we're using 1.2 beta rules book today. But we also have the physical 1.1 book, so I may look at that and read rules from that too. But yeah, so just FYI. But I don't think 1.2 are that much different. I don't think 1.2 is that much different right now, but I could be wrong. Anyways, go ahead.
Okay, so I already spent my 1 SP. I'm going to move, and I can move a total of 6. I have nothing giving me additional movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, we got a new subscriber, Batman's MK, Batman's Mortal Kombat. I want to play Batman's Mortal Kombat. Welcome. Thank you for subscribing.
Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So I'm just wondering if I should spend SP now. Even just to get here, I have to spend 2. Because I could spend 1 to get in, but then it's 2 to get out. Oh, I don't know if it's even worth it. Because...
Well, here's the thing. You're sitting at 3 SP. So at the start of your turn...
1, yeah,
you should spend 1 more because you're going to get 3 at the start of your turn. And you can only have max of 5.
Yeah.
So 1 of those SP would go to waste anyway, right?
Yeah, so I'll just spend 1. It lets me move 2, but when I move in here, it takes 2 to move out. So I don't want to spend the other 1. I guess we'll just stop there. Because I can't get into this space anyways, I think we're good.
But hopefully one of us goes first to get out of your way.
Well, it's only us.
No, but hopefully Rook doesn't go first in the turn because then he's kind of screwed, right?
Yeah, but that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so then that will be the end of his turn. So I will shuffle these up.
I mean, someone else could still move the rock, but that might have been a bad play stepping in front of it. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, but it could have been a bad play the other way too, because if Rook went last and then everybody's just kind of standing there waiting. We're going to add 1, because that was round 1 done. I'll just put that wherever you want over there.
1 time's okay. Let's put it at the end of the initiative track.
Oh, okay.
So 1 round has passed for our grading in the Mast. And we're going to do a new round here. So in the 1.1 and beyond rules, we shuffle up the initiative and deal them out. Nightingale, Remy, Rook, and Zeke. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
That's actually really good, I think. Other than Nightingale not really being able to get
But that's okay. So Nightingale's going to go first. First thing that we're going to do is we're going to gain our 3 SP back at the start of our turn.
And you're going to unexhaust anything you've exhausted.
Yep, we're going to unexhaust our gore shot. And anything else, nothing else is exhausted, so we don't have to worry. Okay. I think the only thing I'm going to do is just spend 1 SP to move to get in the group here.
You could try to jump over here.
No, I don't want to die. I don't even want to chance it on the first scenario.
You can do just like the enemies did, Mel. You can jump over those 2 spaces.
I mean, my agility is 5. Oh, it doesn't matter. I just have to roll the black die. Actually, never mind.
So no, you don't just roll the black die. So honestly, this might be a thing. So let's talk it out. Let's talk it out. So Mel could, if she has enough movement points. I don't know if she does, but in theory,
I have 7.
She could choose this space over here and try to jump from this space. So you could do a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You need 8 movement points. You need 8 movement points. But you technically could try to jump. Okay. But the additional cool thing is there is an ally who's adjacent to the space you're jumping from. And this is where the game gets thematically cool. It rules, it's a little annoying, all the little sub things to jumping, but thematically it's such a win. So if there's an ally adjacent to the person who's jumping as part of the test, so the test is originally roll a test, so 2 purple dice, you roll it against your agility value, okay?
Yeah.
So if you have sucky agility like Rook, Rook has 1 agility.
Oh, yeah.
But Nightingale in this case has 5 agility. So she would roll these 2 dice, and for the first space she's jumping over, it's a 10 agility check. For every additional space she's trying to jump, it's plus 2.
Yeah.
So this would be an agility test of 12, and she has a 5 to start, and she's rolling those 2 purple dice you saw me roll horribly earlier. And remember, she'll land on the first space she's trying to jump over, which would be a big hole in the ground, and she would be instantly defeated. Okay? But if she could pass and be equal to or exceed the 12, she would successfully jump over the chasm. Okay? But she's putting her faith in these dice. But because there's an ally adjacent, huge thematic win, is this ally can use their strength to help you, push you, or swing you or throw you or whatever you want to envision, can help you get across the chasm by adding their strength to your check.
What is your strength?
4. Okay. So Remy's strength is 4.
So I'd be at 9.
So you would be at 9 and you're trying to beat 12. So on these dice, they go as low as 1. You still technically could fail by rolling 2, because then it would be 11 on a test of 12. But if you just didn't roll that and it was just not snake eyes,
I have no
minimum of a 3 on here. Do you have faith in the dice? And is that worth even you spending all the SP? I just wanted to explain the jumping. I just want to explain the jumping. But yes, you can throw dwarves. Yes.
I'm just worried that I might die.
The other cool part is if there's more to jumping. It's really cool. If Zeke was on the other side. Let's say Zeke was on the other side here, and he was adjacent to the spot she was trying to land in. If she failed her roll, I then, being adjacent, could try to catch her. Catching's a lot harder, but I would get to do a perception check. So Zeke is 6 on perception. If I can pass your agility test of 12 and do a perception check where I roll my dice and I roll a 10 plus my 6, I would beat the 12. I'd be good. I could catch you on the other side and you wouldn't fall in and you would make the jump. So there's all this cool stuff to jumping, super thematic. I love it.
I know, but I'm just so scared.
It's very cool, but it is a risky thing.
Jumping into a pit sounds a lot scarier than just jumping over something.
If you were jumping over water or some hindering terrain or some muck or whatever, that's different. But she's absolutely like putting her life on the line here. Yes, if she was defeated, she's out for the rest of the scenario. She would come back in the next encounter at least half health. So you're fine there, but you're just not here to help us going forward. And I don't know if it's, and you'd minus 5 points from our score by being defeated.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
So you might not want to.
I don't want to risk it, I don't think.
It's a risk of like speeding up the scenario, but I don't know if it's worth it. So it's up to you. But I just want to throw out the cool options that you have in this game. It's super neat. So stay tuned to the series. At some point, we're going to jump over something and die.
Yogi says it's a 1 in 36 chance of failure.
But you guys have seen me do way worse than that. You guys have seen me roll like snake eyes on 3 dice, like 2 rolls in a row and stuff, which is supposedly like impossible, almost. And I've done it on streams before, no problem. So, yeah, so it's the risk.
I mean, I could let them decide what I do, but...
Yes, you could. Yes, you could.
Yeah, I can let you guys decide.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to find out if Mel should... it's Nightingale, right?
Yeah.
How do you spell 19?
Nightingale. L-E. Sorry.
So I'm going to put a poll in the chat. And you guys can vote over the next like minute. And we'll see if it works. But I put a poll in the live chat. You guys can vote. You guys can decide. Does Mel take the risk, spend the SP, try to jump, assuming you have the SP for all this, right?
I do.
Okay. And try to jump ahead and get on the other side of the boulder for fun? Or does she just stay behind and kind of chill on her turn, hold her SP, and just wait?
Yeah, because I need to only spend 1 SP to move and then 1 SP for the extra spaces.
Okay,
and I can do all of that in the same movement, right? Like, it's not that I end my turn. Yeah.
No, the jump is like part of the movement. Yeah, it's part of the whole movement. So then I would still have 1 SP. Yeah. So you guys can vote in the live chat. Just click on the poll in the YouTube live chat as you're watching this, and you guys will decide. I'll close the poll in like 10 seconds. And yeah, we can see how jump works or doesn't work in this attempt. Or not. We can save it for later and jump over. We could jump over some sticks or jump over some other.
No, this is an interactive playthrough here. You guys can help us.
We could be safe and jump over some leaves. Jump to the exit space, stuff like that. But yeah. Or we can do a safe and have Remy just fly over everything instead.
I know, right?
But yeah. All right. So I'm gonna end the poll in the live chat, and we should see the results in the chat in a couple seconds here. And the results are, should Nightingale jump? It's 75% yes out of 29 votes. Thank you everyone for voting. Okay. But we're going to do this stuff kind of through the playthrough too. We'll do a little voting. I totally forgot. And then when you said it, I was like, let the chat. I was like, I don't want to say let the chat decide on your turn.
No, that's fine.
I might be a jerk, but.
Because if I die, then it wasn't my decision.
Oh, so then you can blame chat, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I do that a lot too. That's always good.
Okay.
All right. So do your movement and however you need to spend your SP and show us what's going on here.
Okay. So my movement.
So you got to do a move which costs 1 SP.
Which costs 1 SP. So we're spending the 1.
Start counting through your hindering terrain or your allies or whatever. 1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I spend the SP for the 2 more to get me to here. So I spend 1 more.
So how much movement do you have by default? 6?
So it cost me 8 total to get to the other side.
So 2 SP to get you to the other side.
1.
So you're technically here, and you're choosing this spot to jump to.
Yes.
And now you're going to do a test to try to get across that. So like we said, to jump over 1 space, it's 10 agility test. But because there's a second little chasm space in there, and you're trying to get here, it's +2. So you're going to go against 12. But because Remy is adjacent to you, she's going to give you a 4 buff to your stat of her strength and help throw you on top of your agility. So you're 9. You're 9 against 12 to start.
So I need to roll 3.
Yep. So roll your dice.
I need to roll 3 at least. Oh, we got it. We got 9.
If you roll 2 ones, I would have just stopped the stream and we would do some on-the-fly editing so that Mel didn't pull her hair out.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Start swearing at the chat. And
so we jumped.
And wholesome Mel would be dead from that point on. So yeah. So you made it.
I made it. And this space is still not in line of sight of this totem, so we're good. I feel like it's not until we get to
Yeah.
This one probably.
Yeah.
Just so that we.
If we look at the center of the totem tile, let's go to our red laser cam here. So yeah, this little tile, we start going through the center. It's not going to
Till we get to this.
So
space,
like
right?
no, on this tile.
Oh, it's not even this one.
No, because
I mean, the way that
it's kind of touching. I don't know. Okay, we can say it's that square. I mean, it doesn't matter really.
No, I just wanted to see because I can move.
Yeah, it's once you get there, or here,
We're there.
or on this tile,
on that tile.
any of those spots. As soon as you step in one of these two spots, you officially will read the red totem text.
Okay. So I do have one more SP, so I could still move 2 more technically.
Or you can save it.
Or I can save it because I'll get 3 more and then I'll have 4.
You wouldn't be able to You wouldn't be able to set the red totem off.
No, that's
anyway.
why I just wanted to know that before
You're not
I
in
move.
anyone's way unless people start having to jump. But we hope Remy's going to just lift that rock up and throw it out of the way this time and not fail.
Yeah, because
But Zeke can also try too because he's adjacent.
He's adjacent. Okay, so maybe I'll just end my turn there.
But Zeke goes after Rook. Ooh. Well,
But
we'll
that's
see.
okay. Rook is not jumping, so he'll wait on that side as long as he needs to.
Also, Remy could try, and if she fails, she could just fly over here somewhere.
It is, what test is it for catching? Perception?
The only problem is, so the catching problem is, Mel's in the way.
Checking. That's why I was
Mel's
thinking
in the
about,
way.
Maybe I could.
So Mel could catch people who are trying to jump here, but nobody can jump here because remember, you can't move diagonal. So you have to move through Mel's space. If you have the SP, you can. So you can, but I think you can only choose unoccupied normal terrain on the other side of the jump. And you can't jump over allies.
No, but I could move out of the way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But what is the test?
So Mel would have to
Perception?
literally move, and she could move here or here and be adjacent to that space and help catch people.
Yeah, but what test is it for catching? I totally forget.
It's you doing a perception, which is only a 2.
Only a 2, so I'm
and she
not
has
really.
you have to beat the 12 with a 2.
Yeah,
you can.
I can, but not
it's really
likely.
risky.
Okay, so then I'll just stay there, and I will end my turn there. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll flip.
So Remy's next.
Yeah.
And we said she's going to get her 3 SP. Okay, Remy's got her 3 SP on her card at the start of her turn. She doesn't need to unexhaust anything.
At least you can try it multiple times.
Yeah, but I don't want to.
I know, but you can.
All right, I'm going to spend an SP. We'll try this strength test thing we're talking about. So it's 2 purple dice, and it's against a strength test of 10. Oh yeah, Zeke could jump this way. You're right.
Yeah.
Zeke can choose this space and jump across the bottom. That's right. Thank you, Edgar. You were correct.
Sorry, what is your...
It's a strength test of 10. I have a 4.
So you need to roll 6. Okay.
I need to roll 6 or higher.
Okay.
I rolled 12. So yeah, that would have been nice the first time. But I'm going to throw that rock in a chasm. It's gone. So that little token's out of here. Then I will spend... let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going for the loot with her.
I know you are.
We know this. But I'll start my move and we'll fire off the red totem and see what happens. So I'm spending 1 SP. And we're going to start her movement of 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And we said we stop where you are once you see the totem. We're saying that's line of sight. So that will fire off the red totem. I'll leave it there for a sec.
Okay.
And we'll read the red totem in the book, which says, as you peer around the corner, you see a handful of cave sickles skittering about. They spring into action when they notice you. The cave sickles are blocking the path that leads deeper into the cave. Spawn 2 cave sickles adjacent to the space this totem occupied.
Okay. So we'll put 1 here and 1 there.
And it didn't say normal terrain, so they're actually going on hindering terrain there. So if we attack them there, it actually is -1 to our attack roll if they're in that space.
It also does say adjacent, so technically we could put the 1 there.
If you want.
I don't know if we want them.
I don't think so, because I think you want them where you could attack from this space and choose who you hit.
Yeah.
But if, you know, like if you hit that guy and you want to hit this guy, you got to make a break attack thing happen, and that's bad.
Yeah, so let's do like that. Okay.
All right. Then it also says, across the gap, you see another cave sickle emerge near the small box. Spawn 1 more cave sickle adjacent to the blue loot token.
Okay, you're going for the loot. Do you want it in this space or this space?
I would say put it up here.
Okay.
All right. So she'll continue her movement. And so she was here 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I just get in there and Oh, I don't have enough to attack now. I don't have an SP yet to attack. Yeah, so I probably just get away ish. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess, yeah. Yeah, she'll just chill. She'll save her 1 for possible dodging or whatever. So Remy.
Oh, sorry, I put it on the wrong side.
Remy is done.
Okay, Remy's done.
So she's in a little vulnerable position, but hopefully not too bad. I could throw some knives and stuff, but I think we're okay. All right.
Okay, cavesicles are going to go, starting with the red.
So red is here. No opponent adjacent. Is there an opponent within range 4? Yes. Can't line of sight to this one, so it's 1, 2, 3. Yep. Remy. So it's going to make range 4 attack to actually Hive Mind.
Oh yeah.
So there is another one in SOI. So it will roll a white and an orange. A white and an orange.
Okay, 10.
10. And it's against Remy, who is a 9. Plus 1 is a 10. So it is a hit.
Okay.
And it has 2 shields. So that's actually 2 damage. But does she have armor? I should have been talking about dodging. I always forget.
Oh, sorry.
She's the one with all the dodge stuff.
Sorry.
Successfully dodge the attack counter. Oh, I could.
Can you counter from?
No.
No.
I'm just reading.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just take the damage of 2 damage. 2? Yep. Right. I have no armor. She has 3 extra health too, so she's got 15 health. Taking 2 damage is not the worst thing in the world. Unless it carries over, that's the only thing. But we have a healer. We have a healer. Yeah.
Which I'll use.
Plus, like any kid leaving at school, we have some juice boxes.
Yeah.
So you or an adjacent ally can heal 3 and discard a consumable vitality juice box. So of course, like our mom packed our lunches, so we have our juice box ready to go.
Yeah.
Along with our throwing knives. You know, everything you like taking to school, throwing knives and juice boxes, we got it. So and battle axes and stuff like that.
Yeah, we're ready.
Obviously what you take.
Yeah.
Obviously what you take to go training. Okay.
Okay, so that one hit. So sorry, then move to be adjacent to the opponent with the most damage within movement range. I have 2 and you have 2. So
who's first?
Who's first on the initiative? Me.
So it's going to be adjacent to Nightingale?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, then make an attack. So he's going to now attack me. He's still within
SOI of 1, so
yep.
A white and an orange.
Got 8. My defense is 9, 10, so no hit on that one. So that's good. And then the follow-up doesn't happen, so that's fine.
Yeah, so the attack missed, so you don't read the follow-up stuff. But if it did a hit on its attack, it would then be able to follow up. Okay. So next is number 2, this guy. Same thing, within range, yep. So it's going to attack 1, 2, 3, 4, yes.
9.
This is 9.
I think.
So that's less than 10, so we're good.
You're good.
Didn't hit.
No hit.
So no, then it's going to do the move though, right? Move to adjacent opponent. So,
no, I think doesn't it stop there?
No, only follow-ups
only
it doesn't
follow-up
do.
stops there, yeah.
It still does the then stuff.
Okay.
Then move to be adjacent to the opponent with the most damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. And then he's going to attack me?
Because
then it's then again?
Yep, make a melee attack.
8. My defense is 10. We're good.
Nice. Miss.
It's not even 8, actually.
So
that's 7.
No follow-up to inflict poison. We don't even need to bother with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this guy is orange. So he is not adjacent, not within range of 4. 1, 2, 3. Nope. Can it move and attack an opponent within range 4? Oh, you betcha. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it just needs to move 1. And it will be making a range 4 attack. 1, 2, 4. Yes. So it has nobody else with him, so he's just 2 white. 2 white dice.
You want to dodge at all?
Should I?
There's also about me making a counter. I don't have 2 SP to counter. I only have 1.
I mean, I could exhaust this to do the free dodge anyway. I'm going to do it. I should have done that with my shirt. So as a dodge, and if I dodge, I can counter. But I was hoping somebody would have ran at me, but they don't really do that. So, yes, I'm going to dodge, or attempt to dodge. It only rolled an 8 anyway, but I did get a +1 on my defense off the dodge. And yeah, so no hits or anything like that. And we're good. So they are done.
They're done?
Yep. Now Rook.
Rook. Okay. Well, now actually Rook might be able to do something.
You could have made a counterattack.
I only have 1 SP.
Oh, yeah. So Mel can only counterattack.
I could have...
Do you have a counter-free ability or anything?
Not a counter-free ability. I do have a dodge-free ability.
You could have free dodged,
but...
and if you dodged successfully, you then could have had a counterattack for only 1 SP. But by default, a counterattack is 2 SP.
Yeah.
Which Mel doesn't have. Nightingale doesn't have. Nightingale only has 1 SP.
Yeah.
So she would have had to dodge, which you could have done.
Which I could have done, but...
But she didn't dodge,
no,
so...
we're okay, I think. So now it's going to be Rook's turn. I'm going to give him his...
But it is an exhaust to dodge, right? So you probably should be doing it just because it'll ready up on your turn anyway.
Yeah.
Like, do it at least, you know... That's what we're just getting used to it, though.
But again, though, I don't yet know... They may still be alive. They may go before me, and now I still have all that stuff. If
you're full health or have lots of health, it's like whatever, man.
So there is a timing thing of when to do it, but yeah. Okay, so I've given Rook his 3. He's a total of 5 now. He is going to spend 1 to move, and again, his move is 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Crush some bugs.
Okay. Let's spend 2. We're going to attack with the Warhammer. I know we already looked at it. We're going to attack with both of them, but we'll just show one again. So this is going to give us 2 white die. We can exhaust to empower. I don't know that I want to do that because I don't want it to miss.
Just do it. You want to one-shot him so you can attack again and then hit and empower. Do it.
Yeah?
It's a 1 in 6. Yeah, if you miss, whoop-de-doo.
Okay, so...
I say at this point, it's a safe encounter. Like, it would help speed it up.
True.
We're trying to race against time.
True.
We have a ton of health. These guys don't hit very hard.
Yeah, and that'll give...
Yeah. I think now's the time you'd be risky with that kind of stuff.
That's
but sometimes
true.
you might be in a situation where you're like going to die if the boss goes next and kill you. You got to use that in power. Hopefully pull out the last hit you do before you die kind of thing anyway. That's true.
So we are going to empower. You can only empower once. So we'll say we have to empower. And it's free.
It doesn't even cost you an SP.
No, just exhaust the...
Do it.
Okay.
Do it and don't roll the skull, Mel.
Okay. Okay, we didn't roll... Oh, we only rolled a 4. Does he have anything that lets me re-roll? I don't think so.
Jack was saying Rook has been kind of useless this game so far. Well, we're seeing that continue right here.
Yeah, those big hammers.
Yeah, based on the initiative, Rook's just been going too late to like get into the thick of it. He doesn't have the greatest movement.
Yeah. Okay, so that actually nothing happens. That's kind of terrible. So we'll just try again.
So you pretty much whiff, not because of my empower choice.
No. Because I roll terribly. Okay, so we're gonna empower this one, doing second attack on the same guy, purple.
Purple? It's not hammer time. No, it's not.
No, it's not. Oh man, we got 8. Is 8 enough?
Yeah, they only have 8 defense. So as long as it's equal to or higher, then you're good. That's a hit.
So we hit.
So now start spending
so now
symbols.
Let's look at my symbols. For every 2 shields, we get +2 damage. So that's another 2, or that's 2. And we did not get any starbursts, so it's 2 damage.
2 damage is all this guy does?
Oh,
the beefiest boy at the table only does 2 damage?
That's terrible. Oh, that's terrible. Okay.
Bob says, you actually can't touch this.
Yeah.
You can't hit this.
I can't hit this. I'm just looking.
And now you're in my way.
I am, I know. Oh man, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I don't really think there's anything else that I can do that can... Yeah. Okay. That was not the best. I'm so sorry. I thought I would hopefully be able to take one out. You'd be able to jump over me and get in there.
I can still do some jumping. But we have Rook beside. Rook can give me 6 strength on my 4 agility, so I'm already at 10. But I have to jump. But I have to jump. I would have to move here and like jump. I'd have to jump. I'd have to move here, unfortunately. So it's 1, 2. Then I'd have to jump 10, 12, 14 of a check. And 1, 2, 6 movement, which is fine, just to get your 6. I am adjacent to Remy,
So she could try to
who
catch
has 3 perception only, and trying to beat a 14 test on a 3, not gonna happen. So
But-
I'm betting on the 10 I'm starting with, and I just have to roll 2 or better on each of the dice.
What's your, so sorry, his agility is what?
His agility is 6.
6 with,
Or no, 4.
4. Okay, so you'd be at 10.
And your strength is 6, so it's 10.
Okay.
Unless you guys see some other trickery I can do by...
No, because the enemies are there.
Yeah, I think even if I jump the top part, I think, yeah, up here still jumping over 1, 2, 3, 4 to get to this space. So I have 3 spaces to jump. You could, oh yeah, diagonally moving, I can do that. So I don't need to waste the points on that. I want to do it. It seems interesting, but it is more risky than Mel's jump.
Yeah, by 1 space, yeah.
And nobody has
But you have a
anything-
stronger guy beside you.
I know, but I'm adding extra points to the jump.
Yeah.
Oh, and I will provoke break too, yes. But,
Oh, you
but he's
will.
the defensive guy that doesn't have to worry really about that stuff.
But if you end adjacent, you would get to counter. Oh, did you get your...
How much damage this guy has 2 on him? He just needs 4?
Yeah.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to throw throwing knives.
Here's your 3, sorry.
I think I'm going to throw throwing knives as a safer play. So if I use this consumable and discard it, I'm going to roll a purple die. And I can throw it at this guy because he's within my SOI, I think is how it works. Or is it anywhere? I think I can hit anyone with a throw in line of sight. I don't know. But at least he's definitely within...
He's in the sphere of influence.
Yeah,
for
he's
sure.
definitely close enough. So I will just roll a purple die, and the purple die does as much damage as I roll. So it's hopefully I roll a 4 or higher.
Yeah, that would take him out, and then you'd have a space. You just have to jump over me.
Yeah, then I could do normal movement. It's all safe.
You would still provoke a break attack from this guy as you jump over me,
Yeah,
but
that's fine.
that's fine. And then you possibly could take out both.
So I'm gonna try 1 throwing knives. I'm gonna discard it. I don't know where that goes, but I'm assuming it goes back in the consumables, but I don't know. I don't know when it goes back in, to be honest. Oh, it's range 4. Oh yeah, sorry. Does it say range 4? Or is it's
No, it's just a sphere of influence.
It is just range 4, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't say a range on it, but I assume. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Real. All right, so I'm gonna try to throwing knife this thing. I hit it. So
He's
I got 5 straight damage on it. It doesn't worry about I don't think it worries about defense or anything. I'm not sure about armor though. I think armor would negate it.
armor would negate it, but in this case,
it has no armor yet. So I will kill this one. So add another one to our little tally there.
Another one, so we're at 6.
And now I can spend an SP to move 1, 2, or sorry, let me exhaust. Sorry, I didn't even ready up.
I gave you your 3. Though.
Yeah, I didn't ready up all my stuff. So now I'm going to exhaust to move diagonal. And then I spent that SP to do 1, 2, 3. This creates a break attack, which actually would take place, I think, in the space I was moving from, but either way. So it's going to break attack against me, and we know it's just 2 white dice because his buddy's gone. And he only rolled an 8.
I feel like that's good.
I have 10 defense, so it's a miss. I can counter now. If I have a sneaky way to free counter, it'd be awesome, but I don't. But I could spend 2 SP just to counter right now, but I can also do that just to attack, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, so I could keep
I don't know if we're supposed
moving.
to remove this from the board, but
I could keep moving, and it will only break attack once on this turn, so
yeah.
I can keep using movement points, and I could just move there. Actually, I'll move behind him.
Oh.
Because then we get to show off flanking, right?
Yes.
Because you have a melee weapon, I have a melee weapon. We can both are able to attack.
Yep. He also has a melee weapon, so depending on who goes first.
No, he is not directly opposite.
Oh, he's not directly. Yes,
yeah.
he's diagonal.
It has to
sorry.
be diagonally opposite on the other side of the figure. So if I was on this space, if it was possible, and we were diagonally across from each other,
Yes.
that would be a flanking. So this flanking will give me +1 to my roll, my attack roll, I believe, which should lead to extra damage, but we'll see. Oh, if I counter, that's the other bad side. Yes, Larry, thank you. I knew there was a reason why you'd want to counter or not counter. If I countered, it starts a new attack action, which would end my move action. You cannot do another action until you fully completed your existing action. So yeah, that's why I would not want to counter there, unless I didn't care about moving. But I did want to move further. It gets us closer to the exit. So I feel like that's kind of smart, maybe. I don't know. But anyways, that's what I'm going to do. Okay, so I am flanking. So that gives me +1 to the attack roll, I believe. Yes. So
Yep.
I will use my Blade Works. If you have 2 one-handed weapons equipped to make an attack, I'll exhaust that. I'm rolling 2 white dice. I don't think I'm going to empower, so I get +1 to my attack roll. And I rolled 8, so that becomes a 9.
Oh, that's good.
And I have 2 physical damage I can add off the 2 shields. So it's only 3 damage. That's not that good, right?
Well, it's not that good, but I mean, but it does hit because of our +1.
It would have hit anyway because they're an 8. So 8 versus 8 is still a hit.
Yeah.
But it does add an extra damage.
Yeah.
So 3 damage,
3 damage
is what I'm trying to say. Yeah?
3 damage on the red.
And that was a free attack. Now, if I did that flanking stuff, I believe that's what it does. But if you have the backstab ability, then it gets like extra pluses and extra damage and other things. I don't think monsters can flank because they don't have weapons. But I could be wrong. Maybe they can because they can melee attack. I don't know. But I feel like flanking is an adventurer thing only. But maybe it's not, because I think you can line that up with your allies, like when you're controlling AIs and stuff on your side. I'm not sure, Jack. That's a question maybe someone else in the chat knows.
Look that up.
Just +3 damage? Oh, okay. That's what the backstab does, I think, which we don't have. So, all right. Now I will spend 2 to do a regular attack on the same guy. And we roll 11. So it's a difference of 3. And I'm flanking. So it's actually a 12.
Yep. So difference of 4.
4 damage, more than enough.
Yep, more than enough.
Add another one to our counter of defeated little cave sickles.
Okay.
And I think...
Oh, Larry says monsters can only flank if their AR card specifically states so.
Thank you, Larry.
Okay,
thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's all these like little weird things where like, I'm sure it'll come up later as we play through this game on stream eventually. But in this first scenario, it's like a lot of it's coming up more than I expected to play a first scenario of a game. Kind of wish this game had its own like Jaws of the Lion type of, 5 scenario tutorial to kind of walk you through it. Very basic. But they kind of throw quite a bit at you in this game right off the start, I feel.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways.
Anything else for Zeke?
No, Zeke is done.
Zeke is done.
So if you want to shuffle, round counter is now a two rounds have passed.
No loot yet. We still have 1 more cave sickle sitting here.
Yeah. We still have 1 in the group left, which is the orange. So no loot yet. No loot. We got to clear the whole group.
But if you're saying go for the loot, I'm sure that's what Rob's going to do.
Don't do that. We need Remy to go first here, I think. Nope. Oh, cave sickle last.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay. Nightingale's going to go first.
Okay.
So I'm going to...
So our goal, if we didn't say it already...
I don't think we did.
No. Our win condition is that an adventurer ends their turn on the blue exit space. So whenever someone ends their turn on this space, the scenario ends, it's all done. But there is something in this game called urgency tokens. So like in Gloomhaven, as soon as you kill the last monster, you basically have to finish the round and it's over. So you don't have that much time to go around and gobble up all the loot and stuff. So you kind of balance that during the scenario. This, to stop players from just milking the scenario, killing all the enemies, and then wandering around, gathering all the loot, and taking forever. They have urgency tokens. So if a turn goes by and no AI has triggered its abilities or been spawned or defeated, you would then put an urgency token at the end of the initiative track. And once you get to 4, all adventurers are automatically defeated. So it's still pretty lenient. There's still lots of room in there to explore at the beginning of a scenario, run around after you defeat all the monsters, try to get the loot. But it's not unlimited.
Yeah.
But once you step on that exit for this scenario, instant ending. It's just done. So Mel is not going to do that.
I'm not going to do that.
Remy gets over here and
we
and
also want to kill this cave sickle because it was telling us to count them. So I feel like
we want to kill the cave sickle to help our score. I want to open the loot because I'm Rob. And so do not end it yet. I will not end it yet, and we'll try to do that. So
okay.
Yeah,
so
I forgot to read that part.
That's okay.
So bad. Oh, we also lose if we're all defeated. So those are the basic win and lose conditions for the scenario.
Okay. So I mean, the only thing I could really do. I mean, do you need help killing that?
What I do need to do is take a quick ration break.
That would,
if that's okay.
Yeah, I've already reset and gained my action
So
points.
we're started the round. We haven't done anything. Perfect
yes.
time to take a quick 2-3 minute break. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, we're back. Oh, I see Darren snuck in. Hey, Darren, how's it going?
Hello.
Oh, did you forget your gore shot?
No.
Oh,
no.
This is starting your turn.
This is my turn. Yeah. So I can
just catching up on the chat.
No worries. Okay. So first thing I can do, let's move. We want to get closer because I can use my gore shot at 4 range away.
Okay.
Because it's magic. So 1, 2.
Oh yeah,
3,
that's true. You could also jump this
5.
to get in here and fight it.
Well, that was okay. Let me put that one back.
Because it's only a 10 agility.
No, I know. But that's what I was going to ask you right before we took a break. I was going to say to you, do you need help killing him? Or do you think you're fine to kill him and get the...
If we're trying to be quick and end the scenario and get him killed and the loot open, it's probably a better chance if somebody else can take some hits. But you might be able to do 4 damage on your gore shot, and that puts him only 2 away. So I just need to like hit... I do have... what is it?
But the problem is, as you move past him, so you'll fly. Oh, you'll fly, which will not take...
I can fly and not take any break attack. Yeah,
You're right. Okay.
But the only problem is I will use 2 to fly, and then I'll have 2 left.
So I can't even
attack him. Yeah, so I don't think I have any ways of attacking.
1, 2,
I could
3,
counter
4,
him.
5.
If he does attack me, I have a free counter.
1. No, I actually could. I could jump over, but I have to jump from here.
Also, there's throwing knives. I could do a throwing knife at it too.
Oh yeah.
Like she has throwing knives. I don't know if you have anything.
I don't have anything that I can throw. No. Yeah. So if I can get the 4 damage in. Yeah.
I don't think throwing knives need SP.
No, throwing knives
It's
don't
just
need
a
SP.
discard. Yeah, the cost to it is discarding the consumable. That's the only cost. I don't think it costs an action to use it. I think that is the cost of just like throwing them. Like you lose access to them going forward because they're like a one-time use, which is why I don't really want to waste them.
How much do they cost?
But if it's the difference of taking another round or not, I don't know if
know.
we want to kind of do that.
So I could 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I need to spend the 1 SP to move and then the 1 SP to give me additional
space.
space.
Jump there.
It's 2 to jump there.
You don't need to do it. I wouldn't bother. I would just do your gore
So then
shot.
if I do my gore shot, I spend 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
You can move closer to the exit.
But I don't.
I don't think you're going to be the one to fire the exit off anyway.
I don't think so. So I don't want to make more spaces for the person. Like, because if we can do it this turn, potentially I can just use SP to get Rook there because he's the last player.
Would you have enough?
1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
11. Yes.
Yeah, with 3.
With 3, I would have enough. No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't. So you can't rely on Rook to do that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9, 10, 11.
I think Zeke would be the one.
He could heal because his heals are spend 1 SP. Oh, it just gives you the SP back.
But it has to be on someone else.
Yeah. I see. Okay, well, no, let's.
Yeah, we're going slower this time because we didn't get the rock out of our way the first round like we did the first time we played, I think.
Yeah.
Or like as early, so we've had to do this whole jumping and going around and thing. I think it's still fine.
I think it's fine.
It's definitely cool.
Yeah. I wish these two were flipped, actually. If Zeke was after Remy, that might have been better, but oh well. Okay, so we're going to use a gore shot. So we're going to exhaust it and do a spell of 6 casting. I will roll my 1 purple die. My talisman makes it empowered just passively, so I will roll that as well. My target is this guy here. Okay, so 6 and 6 is 12. I did not get any books on the black die, so that's fine. 12. And his conviction is 1 purple and 1 white. He needs to get higher than 12.
Hey, Steph.
And he got 12 exactly.
So he blocks your spell. Right? You roll a 12?
I rolled a 12.
Yeah. So the one thing I don't like in this game with the streamlining stuff is for some reason hitting is greater than or equal to. What else? There's a whole bunch of things that are greater than or equal to. But the conviction, blocking a force attack, spells or spell-like abilities, if you have to get greater than, not equal to or greater than. It's weird the way they didn't just do that to kind of streamline things and make it easier to remember. But because the enemy tied you in conviction, it resists your gore shot spell.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
That does suck.
Now but
I think we're taking another round anyway.
Yeah, so there's not really anything I can do then, so I think her turn is going to be done. Zeke.
So
you need,
Zeke.
Oh, you have here.
Zeke's gonna get his 3 SP, and he's gonna ready up his stuff. I don't know. Like I don't know what to do with Zeke. I would love to fight.
But then you have to jump over.
But yeah, I don't want to jump.
Yeah.
Like I shouldn't have put her in that spot because then like people could be jumping 1. That was kind of bad. That was a risk. I thought she would get to go by now and get out of the way and kind of go do her thing, but she just kind of went late. So Zeke, I can kind of just leave him where he is and just pass. Or I could try to make him jump and hit this guy. I could throwing knives. I don't want to waste those though. But other than that, like I don't know really what he's doing.
I know the way that this came up is kind of terrible.
I think what I'll do is just move diagonally into this like hindrance terrain, which will protect me a little bit. Other than that, I don't know. Okay. That's it. He's, I mean, I can spend 1 SP. Is there something I can do for 1 SP to kind of like do anything? Like I could have moved closer to someone to equip them. Is there something I want to take from somebody else?
I don't know. I haven't really thought of switching things up yet.
Yeah, like what does this stuff do?
The heal.
HP. What's this? HP energy, or hyper energy HP potion. Discard. An ally within SOI heals 3 and gains 1 SP. It also has 752 milligrams of caffeine. Holy crap.
Wow. Well.
Oh, you have secret ways of giving SP.
I do, yes.
Remove an effect from an ally within SOI. Magic Balm.
So that would have been good if you got poisoned in that
Like
one
the stuff on
situation.
Earth, but it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can like take, I could do a move diagonal, go close to Nightingale, for example. Or I could have moved diagonal and just go by Rook and do a re-equip where I like take something from you, but it's like, we don't need to do that, but Zeke can clap for Remy and cheer her on. Go Remy.
Exactly.
Yes, that's true.
Exactly.
So yeah, I'm just working through like just trying to think of like options and crazy things like what could the system do. But I feel bad like saving 3 SP when I'm gonna get the start of turn. I mean, it doesn't matter at this point, so I'll just pass. Done. Zeke's done.
Okay, Remy, it's all you.
So Remy, we said, should she fly or should she just jump? Her agility is 6, and it's just a test of 10. Rolling 2 dice. But no one's beside me to help me with the whole strength jump. So I probably should just do the flying. So she gets her SP, 3 SP. She's going to ready up her occult shirt. And we said, so we'll spend 2 SP. And she's going to do her flying ability thing. And she'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You could land on the loot.
I know, but I could also go behind this guy.
Okay, yeah.
And just go, haha, gotcha. Okay, so I'm there. I really want to attack this guy. I also want to get the loot.
Attack and get the loot next round.
I think I get the loot and I let him attack so I can do counters and stuff. Because I got like a dodge if I successfully dodge, a free dodge. If I successfully dodge, I counter. I have a counter here.
Oh, so it doesn't, all of it's free.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I think what I need to do is just spend this 1 SP to take the blue loot. And the blue loot is, it says, you find a pile of treasure. Gain 2 random consumables. In addition to finding this box, it will look good when getting graded. Gain 2 bonus points. Very nice.
2 bonus points?
2 bonus points on our grading later.
Okay, I'm
So
just gonna write that down.
consumables, 2 random consumables, means I got to take the mundane consumables, which all these are mundane. Yeah, I was flying, so no break attack, right?
Yeah.
But I debated jumping so that I purposely would do a break attack, which would get this guy to attack me now. I would hopefully dodge and counter and kill him and stuff. But even if I did that and killed him now, no one can end the scenario. So it like doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's all I was thinking. I'm gonna just shuffle and mix this stuff up. So lots of cool items in here, I'm sure. I see some of the items we've had before already. Lots of juice boxes and throwing knives and stuff. Some I don't know what the heck they are. Some perfume or something there. Yeah, so I did do my flying ability. I did my avian flight for 2 SP where I make a move and I have flight for the duration of the movement. So I flew over this chasm. Don't have to do the agility check. I don't trigger break effects. I can go over any terrain other than the red bordered terrain. So yeah, that's what I did there. Sorry if I wasn't obvious about it. I should have said it more obvious, but okay. So I'm gonna draw from the bottom 2 consumables, another juice box, and some magic bomb. Who told you to put a bomb on? I didn't tell you to put a bomb on. All right. So these are, and we've already seen them as we have them. Basically a heal and a remove effect. So Remy found them. She can't hold more than 3 consumables I know of, but every character has a backpack where they can put 3 things that are like kind of unavailable to them unless they do a re-equip action. So I will just kind of, I don't know, tuck these under her sheet or something. to show that they're in her backpack but not available. Will her diagonal move trigger break? I didn't move diagonally.
No, he went around.
Oh, no, I think he's talking about the shady training.
Oh.
Move one space in any direction, including diagonally. I don't know, John. I think not. It's like free movement, but I think any movement causes it, though. I think it does. I think it does trigger break if I did it. So I could spend an SP to move diagonally and just force an attack. But I feel like he's going to go anyway and attack me no matter what, because I'm adjacent.
True.
Yeah. Yeah, diagonal should trigger. Yeah, it does. It would trigger break, right? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, but it's okay. I don't need to do that one. Because it costs an SP. I don't want to waste it, I guess, but I guess it doesn't matter. Okay.
Okay, done. All right, Rook is going to get his 3. 1, 2.
Yeah, if only Rook had a way. What is this thing again? His other item? HP potion? Oh, but this guy's not dead yet. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're just going to spend 1 to move. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6.
Unless you think drinking that stuff and getting that extra SP is worth it to save us 1 round counter. Because I could have spent an SP to move diagonally, make this thing attack me. I could dodge, and if I'm successful in a counter, and even if I'm not, I can counter off this. It would only be 1 attack, but it is with my 2-handed weapon, rolling 2 white dice. Not the greatest, but better than 2 purple. But I also have +1 physical damage off this, so I have to hit still. And then I spend 1 shield for a damage and 1 star for a damage.
I mean, based on that too, and you have the throwing knives as your backup.
I also have a passive. When making a dodge, if you don't roll a skull, add +1 defense to the result, like +1. So I have ways. I could do it, possibly, but it's like a bunch of if then. I could roll 2 1s or 2 2s or whatever on the white dice, and that's a big whiff. So I could whiff on the counter. So that's the thing. And then, but is it worth it drinking your energy potion right now? Maybe that's not worth it. I just don't know how important trying to do good on our grading is. But I feel like we just leave it.
Okay.
Because I think it was 4 or less.
5.
Oh, 5 or less.
Yeah.
We're only at 2. Who cares? Yeah. Who cares?
We got time.
Yeah. It says 5 or less turns, which we're only going to do it at 3, so that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're fine. I think we're fine. I'm trying to be like super efficient with it, and because we did when we first played this game, we did it on 2. We were learning. We like crushed it.
But we had better luck.
Yeah, we had really good dice rolls. We opened the stone the first try, all this stuff. We didn't have jumps and things.
Yeah, and based on our initiative track too, it's definitely
our initiative track changed things too. Yep.
Okay, but I am going to spend.
I'm going to do some heals.
Yeah, I'm going to do a heal. So let's spend 1 SP. Spend 1 SP. A figure within SOI heals 6. I think I can do that to you. 1. Yeah, oops, sorry.
Oh no!
Knocking you over.
Remy fell.
Okay, so oops. So you can heal 6 to Remy.
Okay,
she only has 2. Discarded. I know.
She only has 2.
I know. But
oh no!
I get them every encounter, so might as well start off fresh. And then my passive here is when these tokens are spent to heal an ally other than yourself, gain 1 SP. Then I'll spend the second one, or spend 1 SP. I'll heal Nightingale, doing the same thing. Heal her 2. And then
getting ready for next one?
SP. Yeah, exactly. He is. Oh, I didn't even unexhaust my hammers.
Yeah, I always forget that stuff.
Then he is done.
Okay, Cave Sickle. So there's an opponent adjacent. So it's going to make an attack against opponents with the most damage. Well, it's only 1 adjacent. It's only white dice because there's no other Cave Sickles, making them stronger with the Hive Mind ability. And it rolls a 9. And Remy is a 10. So 10 on defense. So no hit. But I forgot to do the whole dodge thing. But it's fine. It's fine. Because my ability core, either way I can exhaust this to do a counter right now. So I will do 2 white dice. I could spend an SP to empower it. Why not? Why not empower it? There's no way I'll roll a skull. So I'm going to empower it. And what's this say? When determining damage, I could exhaust this and give this weapon gains books will add +1 physical damage.
Okay.
until
so
the attack's resolved.
And you
but I
can
have
do
to
that
hit.
after. So
I have to
that's good.
hit. So this all is reliant on me hitting. And I don't think I have anything else to add plus to the attack roll. So here we go. Counter attack. All right. So I rolled 11. Plus I have a whole bunch of symbols.
So right now you're up 3 just with your base attack.
And I have an exhaust here to re-roll combat dice, but I don't need to do that. So I am 3 difference.
Yep. And
and then I have a passive. My attacks gain +1 physical.
so 4.
So 4 damage. Then I start spending shields.
You have
5.
5.
So another 5 damage. We're at 9.
Yep.
Then a star for another 1. We're at 10. And then
And you can
I
spend
could
your books.
exhaust this. And now books. So we're at 11, 12, 13.
13.
Power level 9,000. Yeah. So
One shot.
So I pew, crush that thing. Squish the little bug.
So you get to draw loot.
So yes, on my turn, I should have countered it because then Zeke could have spent all the SP and healing and moving and all that stuff. Yeah, my bad.
That's okay. That's okay.
But that's just showing you what can happen.
You
All
get
right.
a loot now because that was the
Oh yeah,
last
the
guy.
last of the round. This is my favorite part. Drawing loot cards, of course. 8 gold for the party. So we're at
Nice.
16 gold drawn so far. Now we've hit the end of the round. So time tokens. I see KJ asking there. So we're just counting them with the default tokens. We're going to use a die, but instead Mel wanted to use a die to count how many bugs we've squished.
Yep.
So this, we can flip them over. They got 1 on one side and 3 on another. So we had 2, now we're at 3. So I'll just put one of those down at the end of the track, like it says you're supposed to do. And then we just remove those. So we're just doing the default way. And the new initiative order is
Remy first.
Remy
Zeke,
first.
Nightingale, and Rook. Rook is
Okay.
like last every round.
Okay.
Well, I think you can just fly and
Yeah,
win,
so
right?
I'll just unexhaust my stuff.
Nice.
Take 3 SP. I'll do my ability of avian flight, spend 2, so I can just fly over the chasm. I'll end my turn standing on the exit unless there was something else you thought we needed to
No,
do.
I don't think so.
All right, so that's the end of the scenario. Sorry it took so long we got there, but welcome to Rob's Gaming Table where we talk out every freaking decision
Yep.
and make the play go forever, but we love it. All right. Bernardo's here. Greetings, fellow cosmonauts, standing a very small stage in a vast cosmic arena. Happy we are all still a pale blue dot to stand on.
I don't know.
I'm not sure,
I
Bernardo.
don't know that one.
But hello and
Hello.
welcome. Hello and welcome, Bernardo, as always. All right. So we succeeded. So we're going to get super spoilery here. We get to go to our reward here, which is going to continue the wrong way. But first, we're going to hover over and see what it says. It says, you can't really see it. This is what Kenji was explaining earlier. It was super hard to read. But it says restore adventurers.
Oh,
So, yeah.
we didn't need to heal, but it's fine.
We didn't need to heal up. You would have lost those heal tokens anyway. So all our health gets cleared.
Yep. Nobody has any health.
All your used tokens, everything's readied up, all gone. And yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff for restore. I can go find out what it all is, but actually, is it on here? No. Where is the restore? I just want to make sure I don't miss anything. Oh, I know where it is. I have a. Where is it? I have like a good summary rules thing that I was using before. I don't know if it has restoring. Yes, it does. Okay, perfect. Okay, 2 seconds. Let me just make this bigger. So this is someone's, one of those awesome people that makes files on BGG. So I just did this. Supposedly he's using the 1.1 rules, but you see restoring on there. Only restore if you're instructed to. Remove all damage tokens, square effect tokens, and ability round tokens. So those heals Mel had would have gone away. Unexhaust and unflip cards. So in this game, it has cards that flip. They're like, they could flip and then be gone for multiple encounters if you don't get to restore. Which is kind of cool. So exhausting, unexhaust every round, which we've seen in every game does that. It's a normal thing. But the flipping, that isn't just once per encounter. That's like once per possibly like a chapter or something, which I think is super clever and neat. So it's like, how powerful are those effects? And then we shuffle loot cards. Oh, here we go. Shuffle the loot cards back in the loot decks. Yeah, I wasn't sure when that happened. Perform a free re-equip. All figures are considered adjacent and able to trade items. And then it says between encounters during the prepare phase, you remove used tokens and unexhaust cards. Heal up to half. This just happens anyway, even when you're not restoring. But I think it also happens when you restore, which is why it's all here. So resetting stamina, removing all effects. Yeah, heal half. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, cool. So these would get shuffled back into here.
Where do we get? How many?
Oh, sorry. It was 16 gold, but it might give us more. I don't know what it's going to do. It might give us more, but just, note it down. Note it down.
Yeah.
But I guess you're supposed to right now. That's when the shuffle would happen. This consumable, I'll just throw back as an option to grab. Okay. And then we're going to continue to the wrong way. So we go through the storybook here, and there is the wrong way. And we're just going to go do the spark notes. So spark notes. Let me find those. The spark notes. Oh yeah, I guess we could have read the setting up camp ones, I think. Oh, maybe not. Maybe that's different. Wrong way. Oh, maybe it doesn't matter.
Oh, maybe these are just like little blurbs that doesn't actually.
Nope. Unless it's like in some kind of weird order. Nope.
No.
Okay. Yeah, maybe this one doesn't even matter for gameplay purposes. That's interesting. Okay. So I should torture you all with the story then? That sounds like an idea. Okay. All right. That's what I got to do then.
Is it in this?
I don't know. Let's
Oh yeah, wrong way.
Wrong way?
Yeah.
We went the wrong way? It's only 1 minute.
It's only 1 minute.
Yep, here we go.
Wrong way. Rook knocked on the thick stone slab with the butt of his weapon. The sound echoed like a massive stone drum. No way we're getting through that. Nightingale glared at the obstruction, kicking weakly at it. Damn it! Did we take a wrong turn? She glanced over her shoulder to where Zeke and Remy watched. Seems that way. Rook lowered his weapon. Remember, this whole thing is coordinated. Hundreds of candidates are going through the same test. The monsters aren't wild. They have to release them for us in each area, or we'll have nothing to fight. The twists and turns are just another part of the mast. It looks like they can seal up passages with these big stone panels. Zeke dug around in one of his pockets, coming up with a cigarette. Translation: we're too awesome for this test. They want us to slow down so they can spend time on the teams that suck. Looks like it. Rook grinned as he gestured back down the way they came. I think I saw a good place to camp back there. At least we aren't sucking, Remy offered, shrugging one of her wings. I'd rather be in the group they have to slow down than the one that fails.
Okay. It was there. I saw you guys in the chat say it was a little delayed, but yeah, it is there. It was like halfway down the page. I'm so sorry. Yeah, like more than halfway down. It was like in the middle there. So the summary of that is the group success leaves them feeling reinvigorated. Well, why is that in the wrong way? I don't know if that's what I got from that story, but sure, that's all that matters, I guess. Okay. So it says continue to setting up camp. So we'll flip over the telephone book. Oh, more story, setting up camp. So we'll just do this spark notes for this one. We gotta find setting up camp. Oh, it's the next one. That's weird the way it's like in that order. I don't know if they do that on purpose or. So setting up camp. Whoops. The party members are each assigned a task for the night. Zeke is assigned to keep watch. While chain smoking cigarettes, he might find something in the dark. And there's a skill check, perception check. And on here, there is skill check. Make a perception check of 10 with Zeke. If you succeed, Zeke passes. Continue to check out the loot, page 9. Or fail, Zeke fails. Continue to cozy fire, page 10. Feels very Aventuria, right? Like the little skill checks in the middle of the story.
Yeah. What's your perception?
Perception for Zeke is 6. Okay. So he's going to roll 2 purple dice. Oh, snake eyes. So he fails. He fails, unfortunately. So that sucks. So we're going to cozy fire.
Mm-hmm.
Aw.
Oh, no
Aw.
vote for us.
Yeah, that sucks. I'm really sad about that. Okay. Oh, Cozy Fire. Okay. Another big page of story. So we're gonna check out in the Spark Notes. But again, if you got the game, you want to read through the story, or go listen on the Foreteller app, pause the YouTube video, go on their website or download the app. You can listen to the reading to you, or if you have the game, just crack out your book and read along. But for our sake, 4 hours now playing the first scenario on stream. We're gonna try to speed things up and do it this way. And hopefully next streams, next scenarios, as we play this game, as when we play every Legacy game, we're gonna be in the future episodes not needing to explain all the rules and that stuff as often. We'll still talk out our decisions. We'll still play with you guys, interact, and you guys can help us choose what happens and that kind of thing. But hopefully it moves quicker going forward. So hopefully this doesn't turn people off thinking that every scenario is going to be a 4-hour adventure. Hopefully not. But we hope to get through 2 scenarios next stream. That's the plan. If we can get through 2 scenarios in a stream like this, that's what I hope. That's my plan. Because yeah, it's going to be a long playthrough. All right. So we're looking for Cozy Fire. Oh, that's right here. Over a campfire, Nightingale expresses that she is sick of her obligations as a cooped-up princess and shares her intense desire to be an adventurer and see the world. After her graduation, she dreams to join the Demiurge, an illustrious and elite group of soldiers. Her close friend, Khufu, is even already part of the Demiurge. Zeke doesn't know what he wants to do after graduation, but knows that he'd prefer to preserve his immortal, unaging life rather than throw it away by being an adventurer. And Rook wants to be able to support his parents on their small farm and thinks that both Nightingale and Zeke take their own privileges for granted. Remy is hesitant to talk about her past and only listens. And the next morning, the party is awoken by the splashing of water. They realize they aren't alone. After a night of rest, the 4 head onto the second part of the test, the Mast Day 2, which it says on the book, continue to Mast Day 2, page 11. And that is the next scenario that we'll play in the next stream.
One thing that's being brought up in the chat is we didn't record our points from the last one,
Sorry, there was other cleanup. We will do that.
Yep.
Yeah, that didn't impact us yet, but that would have sucked. Obviously, if it asked about our point total at that point, it would have been a whoops. Yeah, so sorry. Let's check our grading. So it says, keep track of the score using the notes section on the adventure sheet. So we did rounds 5 or less, so we get 12 points. I don't know how you can take 11 rounds there, but maybe a dice roll luck is so bad, or just maybe misunderstanding the game. I don't know. But 12 points for each cave sickle defeated, 2 points.
Oh, I should probably then, hold on.
Yeah, you're going to need to do some math here.
No, let me just do it nicer.
Some super complex math.
Okay, so we got 12 points.
12 points for the rounds. 2 points per cave sickle, if that's accurate.
Yep, that's accurate.
8 cave sickles we defeated?
Yep.
Wow, it didn't feel like that many. Because we crushed them.
Well, one fell in the hole.
Oh, yeah. That's why.
So we didn't defeat the one that fell in the pit.
So 8 times 2, that's 16. On top of 12.
Yep.
So we're at 28. Plus 2 for the blue totem. So 30. 30 points.
Okay.
And nobody was defeated, so no -5. I'm pretty sure that's all correct.
Okay.
So you wrote down 30 on our notes?
Yes.
Okay,
and
perfect.
And we have for gold, we got the, the 2 that I wrote down before. I wrote down 2.
Probably for the blue totem to remind you of
so
the
then
2
I already
points.
did that. Okay. So, that's this. Okay. Yep. Perfect. So then, and then I wrote our gold, which is 16.
Bernardo, we'll get to our thoughts on this game in a couple seconds. Stick around. We're gonna talk for probably 10 minutes, maybe 5-10 minutes after the stream. So in Rob time, that's like another 30. But we can't stay that long. So maybe 10 minutes. We'll discuss our thoughts and our experience. You guys have obviously heard it at the beginning and throughout the playthrough. We always do that. But Bernardo's asking about it being replayable or is it legacy? And we'll talk about that now. We just wanted to wrap up this scenario and kind of clean that up. But stick around if you have any questions or just want to chat about the game and hear our thoughts. We'll just ramble on. But again, keep in mind, these are our thoughts after only playing this first scenario twice, not seeing all the game has to offer yet. But we'll do this as we play through it. So if you follow us along in this playthrough or see how we feel after the next episode or the next 2 scenarios or the next 10 scenarios or how we feel at the end of the whole playthrough. If we keep playing this game and you guys keep watching and, you know, hitting the like button, sharing the videos, getting more people to watch these. If people are spending the time to hang out with us and watch this with us and play along with us, we're going to keep playing it if we're having fun. If the game starts to be horrible or boring at some point for some reason, which nobody has ever told me that, so I don't think that's the case. I think we'll be hooked and we'll be playing this for months to come. Many months. So subscribe, hit the notification bell, and catch us live. We're going to be playing this game all week, other than a bit of Arkham Horror LCG mixed in there. But this whole week, Mel's off work. We're going to do multiple streams. They're not all scheduled yet. The next one is. And we're going to be playing this game all week. But if you want to hear our thoughts every stream, we'll hang around after the stream most days. And we'll talk through the stream. You guys can ask questions. And we'll chat about the game in general. And you guys can see our changing opinions on it as we go.
Now,
But these are early first impressions, of course.
Did I miscount the
You might have.
basicles? Can you just double check in the...
You said...
I thought it was 8, but if you just look at how many respond, we can tell you.
Oh, yeah, true.
Maybe I did... Sorry, I have a tickle.
You got a drink to drink?
Yeah,
Go ahead and drink. Okay. You need me to mute your mic so you can hack your face off. I can also have the power to do that.
No.
Which I usually do myself. All right. So spawn off the blue totem, it was spawn 2.
Okay.
Spawn another 2 behind us.
Okay, 4.
And then the red totem was 2 and then 1 across the chasm.
Oh, so it was 7. Okay, so I got
So Mel was cheating. Okay, perfect.
I got us a
Mel's trying to cheat. So we only have 28 points. 28 points. Yeah, that's why when I saw 8, I was like, it didn't feel like we had 8. But then when you said the 1 fell in the hole automatically, I was like, okay, maybe that's why it didn't feel like 8. But I wasn't counting them. I trusted your dice counting. No, we can't trust Mel's dice counting.
No.
Okay, good call. All right. So that's all for that. It doesn't say to gain any experience or anything, right? Because usually you would, to save it, you'd write down your experience you got, your gold, and all that stuff.
The gold we have.
And damage. We don't need to write any damage because on the sheet, because there's spots to save everything, like your XP, your damage, whether they're injured. Here's all the stuff you can unlock in the story, your achievements. I can mute it if you need to cough.
I don't know if I need.
Don't cough in the mic.
I'm not.
That hurts.
I'm not.
I know that hurts. I've done it to myself. And we got 2 bonus points from the loot in the corner.
Yes, that I recorded.
So we got 12 from the rounds, 2 per cave sickle, so that's 14. So we're at 26 total, and then 2 for the blue loot.
Yeah, 28.
28 should be correct. All right. So nothing to record saving there. But how this game works, I don't have them here.
And Kevin and Jeremiah are also saying no XP in the Mast. So we probably don't get that until after we're done here.
Yeah, I just think normally you save this game on the sheet, you write your damage, your XP. They have like Ziploc bags that you literally just pick up your character. Like it's super quick. You pick up your character, all their stuff, and you just slide it in a Ziploc bag and they give you a whole bunch. And then there's a stash. So if you ever get any items and you can't hold them, you can throw them in your party stash. So like Sword and Sorcery.
Yeah.
And you have this loot stash that you can pull from when you're doing equips and stuff between scenarios and that kind of thing. So that's how you save the game, is literally just write on that sheet, throw these things in a bag, clean up the rest of the board, and move on. So just talking that through, which we will have to clean it up because, or maybe not. We can throw the topper on top. Yeah, maybe we could throw the topper on to play Arkham Horror tomorrow. Yeah, so anyways. But most of the days this week, we're going to leave it out on the table and just keep playing it, because that's what we like to do with our campaign games. But yeah. Oh, Jeremiah, don't tell us about upgrades.
Oh, no.
Please stop. Don't make us buy upgraded bags.
Yeah, currently it just comes.
Don't tell me that exists. Oh, there you have them.
Like a bag of baggies.
Yeah, these are super high quality plastic clear bags, cutting edge plastic technology. Look at this high quality, custom, super amazing plastic bags. The coolest component in the whole box. Anyways, at least they give you something.
Yeah.
It works, right? That's how we save our games.
Yeah.
That's how we save Gloomhaven. Justin would come over. I hand him his literally Ziploc sandwich bag.
With his name on it.
With his name written on it. Here you go, buddy. Here's all your equipment, your tokens, everything. Go set yourself up. I even throw his mini in there. I know some people would scream. That's what we do. They weren't painted at the time, but yeah.
We do that with the painted ones.
Oh, we do that with all. Yeah,
it's fine.
We do that.
I'll touch them up if we need to.
We put varnish on them. They're protected.
It's fine.
But yeah, we usually use clear plastic bags to save our stuff during campaigns all the time. Even if the game doesn't say to do it, we do it just to make it easy for filming and cleaning up and stuff. But yeah, the game, Middara. Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm in. Again, I didn't grab it originally because I felt I had dungeon crawlers at the time. I was into Dark Souls. I had Gloomhaven, or I chose to purchase Gloomhaven. Sword and Sorcery looked more interesting to me on the complexity level of dungeon crawlers. I'm huge into the fantasy stuff, but this literally is fantasy. We're walking around, we're fighting monsters. We have swords, shields, spells, all that stuff's here. It's just the JRPG theming was like, not for me. And a whole story about kids and you know, school and all this, like the JRPG anime stuff, not really my jam.
But maybe it'll grow.
I'm open-minded to this stuff. I'm willing to experience new IPs. If I didn't, I wouldn't know about half the geek culture stuff I love if I didn't, you know, break out of my knowns and norms and stuff, which I'm all about. I think it's cool. So it wasn't like it deterred me in saying the game's going to suck. It was just what edged out me choosing other games over it that had the classic fantasy IP.
Mm-hmm.
This didn't have it, but obviously it has the dungeon crawl, tiles, weapons, tropes, attacking. The RPG stuff is there. The gameplay is deep. It's rich. We've barely scratched the surface on
we haven't at all.
Like, we weren't even really dodging and countering, and the elevation isn't involved here. The more complex AI monsters, boss fights, larger maps.
We didn't get to pick any of our own items. This was all just set for us.
The whole idea of leveling up your guys, spending experience, buying things in the shop for gold, going on side quests, finding random unique items, losing those items once per playthrough of the whole campaign, things like that. Like hidden decks of goodness or evilness, whatever the hell, however you want to look at it. There's summoning in this game. You can get espers. Yeah, shout out Final Fantasy 6/3. There's espers in the game. There is a side game, just like Too Many Bones has Dangerous Darts. This game has its own side game called, I forget, Abraxas Battle Dice. So you can play a little side mini game in the story, trying to win at Abraxas Battle Dice. Has its own little rules to it. Yeah, I love it. I love this game. It's super cool. Yes, the whole situation outside the game of the rules videos, the 1.1, the 1.0, the 1.2, the every single playthrough on the internet, including ours probably, full of mistakes, whether you're looking at it from any rules version. Tutorial videos full of mistakes, tutorial videos that are rushed and don't touch on all the serious rules, just like very high level. There's great player resources though on BGG, but again, you got to be careful that you're looking at a player resource that's the right version of rules you're trying to learn. That's the only issue, is the rules. Obviously, the game was released with not fully baked rules and systems that the community was okay with. Maybe it was a little more focused on the story and the miniatures and the components. You know, some games focus too much on that. But the game is there. Like, the gameplay is solid. It's there. It's just the rules and learning it is going to be a little bit of a challenge, but it's expected.
Mm-hmm.
They were trying to value making a cool game that's a deep system, even though the rules are a little fiddly, and obviously some of the rules that they added in were like duct tape and bubblegum solutions to solving balancing issues. There was a few I had noted, and I totally forgot what they were. But as I was reading the rule book, I was like, oh, but what happens if this? Oh, I see. They have a rule that just tacks on to stop you from doing that. Like, oh, the urgency tokens. That is obviously a tacked on mechanic.
Oh, so you just farm a
feels a little
something?
awkward and like just tacked on. Yeah. So that's it. That's all I think. But other than that, I'm super excited because if I didn't play Sword and Sorcery or Gloomhaven, I may have not been as interested in this game. I might be more frustrated with learning it, frustrated with the fiddliness, and been like, nah. But because I gave Gloomhaven a chance and spent so many hours in that world and loving it, I love Sword and Sorcery and all of its expansions. And I had a blast playing through that.
Yeah.
So even though the rule books are huge and there's all these, attack works like this. It's simple on paper, but it's 5 pages long in a rule book with 18 if then happens, that happens, this opens a window, this closes your action, you can't do this, then you can do that if you miss this, and roll this and add this. And it's like every time you do an attack, it's like, hold on, get out the chalkboard. That stuff is kind of weird to me, and it's like, but getting used to it when you play a legacy game like this, which is very legacy style, answering Bernardo's question earlier, you're going to spend hundreds of hours playing this game, at least 100 hours playing the game, if not more, and you're not even going to beat it by then. This game, according to the rulebook, was designed to play week by week with a group of 4 people. You can obviously play with less players and just play two-handed or whatever. But it is meant to, in the rule book, get together each week for 3 to 4 hour sessions, save your game when you're done, come back, continue the story, and do that for 6 months to a year. So it is that kind of Gloomhaven style game. Obviously, you can take longer breaks. Obviously, people can leave and you can just play their characters while they're gone. And you can replay scenarios and that kind of stuff. And there's standalone scenarios and stuff like that. But it is a big campaign game, which if you enjoy the system and enjoy the story, you will get hours and hours and hours of value out of it. So even though it's an expensive game, if you look at your hours per player of enjoyment, this game's going to pay itself off pretty quick and definitely be a great value. But again, if anything you saw today and how the combat works, the fiddliness, go look up the rules. They're online. There's some videos. There's a video from the company Succubus Publishing that works through all of combat and literally goes through every option, and it's longer. So if that deters you from that kind of game, you're going to be doing lots of combats, and it'll work its way through. You'll understand it after a bunch of plays. But if the fiddly combats and the tracking this and the initiative that and the movement rules and the attacking through this terrain or through an ally or moving through an ally, it's you got to understand this happens or that happens, or break attacks, adjacency. There's a whole bunch of little fiddly rules. But you're going to miss some of them in a playthrough. That's fine. Just play the game, move on. You're going to have fun. But yes, just keep that in mind. But I love it because Sword and Sorcery was so complex. It was hard to learn. I was super nervous to stream it. Mel and I played that tutorial scenario 2-3 times. Still we're looking up rules and being shocked by what we're reading. Like, oh, I thought it worked like that.
Yeah,
Man,
oops.
I read it again and I thought it worked like that. Whoops, it actually works like this. But go to BGG, hit up the files section, find the latest, greatest reference sheets. People will reword the rules, highlight the most important rules, and have that paper beside you, have the rule book beside you. You can have it in PDF. You can search up page numbers. You can look at the index. It has a nice index for this game. You can figure it out. But yes, it is a complex beast, but because it's complex, adds that deep enrichment of the combat and movement and encounter system that just I want to explore session after session. After only 2 plays, though. Ask me after doing it 10 or 20 times. We'll see. But for now, I am so excited to get really into this thing. I don't even haven't had a ranged weapon yet.
No.
Throwing knives across the board is not ranged weapons to me.
And I want a better magical spell.
Yes, I want to
Definitely.
upgrade things. I want to roll better
that's
dice.
what I'm super excited for.
Oh, I want to see boss miniatures on the board. I can't wait for this stuff. But
Yeah.
yes, that's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, I was going to also just mention when you were talking about rules, somebody mentioned at the probably beginning to mid of the stream that they have a Discord that the publishers are in. And
So like we should do for Too Many Bones, we're in the middle of a stream. I just go in there,
I'm just saying if somebody
and we start asking Adam Carlson to answer our rules questions live on stream.
Well, apparently they're pretty active in there, and people are
Okay, we
asking.
can do that.
No. I'm just saying for anybody that's trying to learn the game and maybe has a question, you can check there as well for
perfect.
more resources on trying to find how to play if you have a question on something. And Cynthia is also saying, yes, you have sold us on this game. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Cynthia, but
I think Brian was okay with it.
Cynthia, are you sure? Oh man, did you? I don't know if they have a place to put games outside that's going to be rainproof.
Yeah, this is a big one. You might have to move things around.
This is bigger than Sword and Sorcery box, Cynthia. This is like Gloomhaven size, if not possibly bigger, because the big book is heavy too.
Yeah.
But there's some cool storage solutions out there, but they're kind of bigger too.
But they have a nice table that they could probably leave it on, play a few, and then maybe you won't have to pack it up between every game, hopefully.
So there is some DIY storage solutions. We just grabbed a plano box.
You want to show it again?
Yeah, but it's not. I want to figure out our storage after playing it a bunch of times. But there's a plano box that's in one of the Succubus Publishing rules videos. They recommend this model. We had it locally at one of our stores here in Canada, but in Canada we don't always have the same plano box models, which is super annoying. But you can do it however you want. I just put a bunch of random things in here, made it nice and spacious. But you can literally make this super tight and fit almost all the tokens. But this can't fit back in the box with all the other stuff in the game. Unfortunately, you'd have to store this on the side. Not my favorite, but I do this for a bunch of other games, so it's acceptable. But we also have these GMT trays or DVG trays that you can find on Amazon or at GMT Games that are used for storing war game tokens. But it works to keep it at the side of the table for us. This has a lid. And we can, eventually we're going to sort it out so the more commonly used. Yeah, the more commonly used tokens will be in here. And I have other ones of these. Maybe I'll switch it to use a couple of these.
Yeah, we just don't know what's going to be common and what's not.
Yeah,
yet.
Just like Gloomhaven, I'm going to keep the map tiles in here. I might try to move some of the standees in here. But that's what I'm doing. But again, it doesn't all fit back in the box. So while we're playing through this campaign, it's literally going to have its own shelf of just the boxes and the books and all that stuff. I keep it out of the box, but it's annoying that the box, you can't fit everything back in it unless you put everything in baggies and squish it all in and stuff.
Kevin is also asking, do I have all the monsters painted? Yes.
Yeah.
And that part of your question, or is, do you know which order to paint them at least through the first chapter? I did not know, so I painted all of them.
We just painted everything, or Mel painted everything because he's awesome.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, because my wife is awesome, and that's why we didn't play this game. We could have started this like 3 weeks ago, or 4 weeks ago, if we just didn't paint it. But I was waiting for Mel to paint it, so you'll see some of these minis on future streams, up close and personal. But she did paint through all of it. These are all the minis that come in the game, but there is a whole bunch of standees that I don't know if they're enemies, they're bosses, they're allies. I have no idea. I'm so excited to find out. But there is a, like almost equally, I think, an equal amount of standees, if not more.
Yeah, there's 44 minis.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll see these, but yeah.
Yes, and then Bernardo is saying, I was reading a review that said that the combat is swingy. What's your opinion?
Combat is swingy. Now, here's the thing. Is that swingy in version 1.0? Is the combat the same in 1.1 and 1.2 rules? I don't know. I don't know the 1.0 differences between the 1.1 enough, but there is a video out there that explains what the differences are.
Yeah.
If you're curious. But if your review was from the latest and greatest rules and they're still the same, I don't know. Swingy combat, you're rolling dice.
Yeah.
You're rolling dice.
We also only saw one enemy type, right? So
true.
We don't really have a lot to go on that yet.
But it is based heavily around rolling dice. And we don't have any items that are adding to our attack roll to make our hits succeed more often. So we're literally just spending SP, rolling dice. You could completely miss. You could get counterattack depending on the enemy. But you can do clever things like trying to dodge their attacks, counter them back. I like it's a little dance. I think it's a dance and a good way to spend the whole decision points of spending SP on your turn offensively. Should you save them for dodging and countering? Should you save them and maybe they won't attack you? And you'll have more SP on your next turn up to 5. And then you do some big crazy thing on your next turn. I can't wait to see the items we get, the abilities, the disciplines that cost SP. Right now, our SP is so simple as spend it on combat or move, basically, and that's it.
Yeah.
But eventually it'll be spend it on abilities.
And I'm excited to see if there's reroll options and things like that, and then when you would use them.
But it is a dice rolling combat system. So yes, you could just whiff on your dice rolls and too bad. But hopefully you level yourself up. But again, leveling yourself up, and if the enemies get higher defense, I think the game's going to scale with your upgrades. So again, the same swinginess could be there. But yes, there are rerolls. There is dice mitigation. We have rerolls. We also have, we know in the game there's +1 to your attack rolls, abilities that will actually help your attack hit. And then there's lots of ways to get extra damage after you hit. But yeah, there might be other stuff. I don't know.
But we also saw that 7 cavesicles, technically 6 because one fell in a hole, and only one of us got hit by one of them. You one time.
Yeah, but this is the intro scenario.
What I mean. But I'm saying, like, so we may whiff on one attack, but I mean, they whiffed on almost all of them. So. But
they have a way to hit you 3 times in the same activation.
That is true.
If we were not so successful in dodging / defending, there is chances where we could have got 3 attacks in a row.
Yeah.
And it could have taken multiple amounts of damage, like 8 damage or something, and they could have poisoned us, whatever that does.
We don't even know what that does yet.
But we got out of this one lucky.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's going to stay that way. So we might see these cavesicles come back, and they may come back with friends, and they might come back. There are stronger versions of these enemies.
Yeah.
So there is like at least 3 different levels of cavesicles we saw in these sheets when Mel was painting it. There's like,
I don't
remember what all the names are, but we can look at them later.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's higher levels of the cavesicles. So even though these minis are used with a lower level enemy, later in the campaign, maybe even 100 hours from now, we'll still be using the same miniatures, but they're a higher level version, a more beefy version, different abilities, different AI to their behavior. Troy says poison is very bad.
Yeah, I assume so.
What is it? Grab it. I want to see what it is. It's one of those square tokens.
So it says poison. You are dealt a purple dice of irreducible damage. Oh, so that what can do up to 7?
Is it?
Yeah, that can do it just a straight up 7.
1 to 7?
Yeah.
What's it skipping?
Oh, and you are...
There's no 4 on here. Oh, there's no 4.
This is also a status, so you will roll that every round.
Yes, so we didn't go over that.
Wow.
But the rounds are a little more complicated here. So they did leave out, there's really no status effects that we saw.
No.
So every turn, on an adventurer's turn, you do start of turn abilities, which they didn't really put any here. Status effects would fire off, so any conditions. Then you refresh all your stuff. Then you spend your actions. Then there's an end of turn window. So this is tutorial-like because we didn't really have to deal with some of these phases yet. But I'm assuming as we go on, we're going to have statuses all over the place, start of turn effects, end of turn effects.
But imagine having to roll that purple die every round, every turn.
So how do you get rid of poison?
Well, I have one ability that lets me get rid of...
the bomb.
Remove an effect from an ally. Yeah, the bomb.
Who told you to put a bomb on? You got poison? I didn't tell you to put a bomb on.
But you probably need a bomb for poison.
Yes.
Definitely need a bomb for poison. So now we know. I need to probably look at this kind of stuff before the next game. Like,
yeah, I'm a little
to
scared.
see what we need to be scared of and what we don't need to be scared of.
I think it's slowly going to introduce us stuff, though. Like, we'll see enemies. Now we've seen enemies that do poison.
Yeah.
Eventually, they'll give us enemies that do other things. Eventually, we'll find items that do the good effects and abilities.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Oh, Troy says, that's why you getting that monster loot was so good at the start of the game. Oh, okay.
Oh, because what does it do?
Well, I can do poison.
Oh, you can poison them.
And I don't have to throw this away or anything. It's just a passive, yeah.
Oh.
And your attack. So as long as I hit on an attack, I can follow up doing a spell-like ability of possibly doing poison.
What is the force?
8 plus X, and X is my highest level discipline. So now I'm kind of, whoever has this poison needs to go higher in a single discipline so that this becomes more powerful.
Yeah.
If that is so good, then I want to do that. So I might have to stick with the martial ability for Zeke. Instead of trying to get more level 1s of different abilities, I might want to go for a level 2 if I can afford it when I get a chance.
Yeah.
When I get a chance.
I'm also excited for the possibility, but don't spoil us if this happens, of having to lose items. Right? I think that would be interesting too, because in every game we've had to lose items or drop items or something.
Every JRPG video game, there is a monster that will literally eat your items.
Yeah. Please don't spoil us. But I'm
sure this game has that.
That would be kind of neat too.
Sticky kind of monster or some monster that swallows you in or pulls you across the map and gobbles your items. I'm sure that happens.
Yeah.
Or keep it on Zeke who gets multiple attacks.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking, Troy. I want to keep it on Zeke and then just keep upgrading Blade Works maybe, and just keep him on that kind of path. Makes sense. Kind of really worked out.
I mean,
that's
was
cool.
Pretty convenient. Yeah, that was perfect.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah.
But we do have a re-equip right now, so we could have traded and moved around whatever we want. So if we have some consumables, like if we think Nightingale needs some throwing knives, like we can spread the throwing knives out and stuff like that. We probably should do that kind of stuff. But yeah, we'll talk about that. We can do that at the start of the next episode and kind of see if we should trade some stuff around and figure it out. So if you notice anything you think we should trade or based on your playthrough, just leave it in the comments down below after the stream's over. And we maybe start of next stream can, based on your recommendations, maybe we should switch some of these basic items around. But I feel like they pretty much gave every character, what they need. But I remember I did get some consumables in Remy's backpack. So I have an extra juice box and a bomb that she can trade around. And
oh yeah, Rook can hold another consumable because he only has two.
He has two empty
he can
slots.
Hold 4 total. So we could hold them all and then see what happens. Yeah.
You're welcome, Mimi at the table. Thanks for the content you create too. Yeah, we appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you. So tomorrow we're back playing Arkham Horror, the living card game, continuing our campaign playthrough of the Forgotten Age. Will Ursula Downs continue on? Will she meet her doom? We don't know.
I don't know.
We'll find out.
Didn't look at what the card does.
Mel's on the edge of her seat every episode.
Every time I draw a card. What are you talking about?
Every episode, she's on the edge of her seat drawing cards and refuses to draw because she is worried about her death. So tune in to find out if that happens tomorrow.
I don't even know what it does, and I'm scared of it.
We are back on Monday. So in 2 days after this is live, playing this game again. We're going to continue on. I believe it's scheduled for noon Eastern. So you can set a reminder for that already. That is down in the video description. There's a playlist link. You can click and see all the future episodes, and you can set reminders for the ones that haven't happened yet and are scheduled. You can go watch the other ones if you're watching this in the future. It should be all in a playlist for you to watch. So thank you all for watching. Again, if we made any rules goofs or any strategy stuff, or you just want to tell us your thoughts about this game without spoiling anything as best you can. Leave it down in the comments below. Timestamp it if it's anything related to a specific rule situation, so that others watching this in the future can, in case they're watching along and they're trying to learn and, they see something happen and they're like, wait, I don't think it works that way. Check the comment section, because people are super nice. They take the time to, find the rules mistakes and bring them up. The chat doesn't catch everything. We don't catch everything. This kind of game, you don't expect to catch everything. But we all want to learn and play better, so we can try to figure it out. Me, Myself, and Dice says, even though I don't have room for this kind of commitment in my game collection, you have excited me to go back and catch this. Live vicariously.
Enjoy.
Enjoy. Enjoy. But yeah, I'm curious, like, how many people in the chat right now have played this game? Is this like a common, like the viewers right now? Is there a lot of you who don't even have this, have never heard of it? I'm curious to hear some thoughts from you guys in the chat. Like, I'm assuming it's probably like half and half. Like, people have heard of it and never ever played it. There's probably a very small amount that have never heard of it, but I'm assuming at least half have probably owned it and played some of it. I would assume, based on like some of the things you guys own and some other Kickstarter games you guys have talked about owning. And I know there's some new people in the chat. I'm assuming some of them, you guys already have the game. Maybe you found the video through, social media and that kind of stuff. Sakabra says it'll be delivered soon.
Nice.
So did you get it on the last Kickstarter, Sakabra, or did you buy it online or something? Because ours, we've had it for a few weeks, and I thought it came from the last Kickstarter, but maybe ours was shipped out as like a separate like review copy shipment or something.
Oh yeah, Dan is painting through the minis. I've been seeing your pictures.
Dan's painting it. Okay, Dan has it. Because I don't know how many people backed it on the first one. Like, I know it was fairly successful, but then I know it took a long time to come out. And then it eventually came out, and then they did another Kickstarter, which got delayed and delayed and delayed.
Jeremiah is still playing through the Mast. Okay.
Oh, so Sakabra got it online from US store for basically its price. Oh, okay. So that's why you don't have it yet. Yeah, because I thought all the people in Canada already kind of have the Kickstarter by now. Okay. Justin saying, I remember it being really big at one time and everywhere, but I don't see it being mentioned often any longer. You know what I think? I think the people who bought it, got it, played it, loved it, hyped it up. But then, because it sold out and no new players were really getting a hold of it, and everyone has been patiently waiting for this second 1.1 edition Kickstarter to deliver, I think now you're going to see people talking about it more as people start getting it on the table who now finally have the 1.1 version. Because the same thing kind of happened with Seventh Continent and Gloomhaven. They had an initial Kickstarter, which was decent. It was just another Kickstarter. Mm-hmm. But when people got a hold of the game and played it and spent hours in them, then the word of mouth started spreading, the reviews started happening, and a second Kickstarter dropped, and then everyone jumped on it. And then when that second Kickstarter delivered for Seventh Continent, for Gloomhaven, that's when we got into those games. Then there was like a huge boom at that point, because then, they made improvements, and then the word of mouth again, a second wave spread it out. So Middara is in that point where Gloomhaven was 3 or 4 years ago. They're a little behind, even though they came out around the same time, were designed around the same time. Middara's just been a lot slower getting out there and that kind of thing. So I feel that's why it's less talked about. Also, Gloomhaven's like #1 of board game of all time on Board Game Geek. This game is $799. So just that alone makes me feel like a lot of the Gloomhaven audience is stuck with Gloomhaven and hasn't tried this yet. And they made their choice. Again, JRPG theme is more niche than generic fantasy, right? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So it's like, you have that, but I want people to understand the theme. Don't let it deter you, because the spark notes are there if you don't really care, to get you into it. If you don't feel like reading the story and care. The game looks great on the table. Yes, the art is straight up anime JRPG kind of art. But again, like, I don't know why people complain about art so much. As long as it's good quality art on good quality components, I'm okay with it, right? It's not offensive in any way, I don't think, really.
Well,
other than
it's not
the women aren't fully clothed,
yeah.
like, kind of idea.
Yeah.
But again, like, maybe if this kind of art really makes you like not want to play games or read books or read comics or play video games and that kind of stuff, stay away from it. But I mean, don't let it deter you, because I think the game is awesome and you could look past that stuff and I don't know. That's just me. Oh, Heather's mentioning a good point. She says, do you think Gloomhaven fans will shy away from this because of the dice combat? I think a lot of them did. I know that was another thing I did. Gloomhaven being card play with no dice definitely was an appeal and a draw to me. Forgot about that. And this is straight up dice.
The cards are random in Gloomhaven
but
too.
Gloomhaven is literally drawing from a random card deck, so it's still there's still randomness.
You can manipulate it a little more, but we don't know how much we can manipulate this.
Well, you upgrade your dice to better colors.
And we don't know how easy that is and stuff yet.
And you get dice mitigation. Same. It's pretty much equal, I think. But yeah.
Yeah, you can draw that null in Gloomhaven. And feels just as bad as probably rolling a skull.
Yeah, that Gloomhaven deck of cards has ticked me off just as much as rolling dice have in the past. So.
Yep.
Jeremiah is saying JRPG is getting really big for video games, so people coming from video games will probably like this over Gloomhaven. Agreed,
yeah.
But the scary part is how complex this is a little scary. But video game players, they're gamers at heart, they can figure out the systems. But I just worry as being an entryway to the modern board gaming hobby from a video gamer for the first time, no. But if a board gamer has played Catan and stuff too, then understands tabletop gaming, yeah, this is a little step up, but definitely not an entry point to the hobby, but it will pull some people over. Like an IP does pull people into the hobby for sure. I know this for a fact. That's how I got into the hobby. So, but yeah. Scobber's saying there's so much mitigation in this. It looks like I feel like we're only playing with starter equipment. I'm assuming it's crazier, and the dice just get better. So
yeah, there's dice that are still in the bucket that we.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, you can lose full scenarios in Gloomhaven by drawing one null card at the wrong time. 100%. Yep. 100%. All right. Anyway, we're going to get out of here now. Thank you all for watching. We appreciate it. Like we said, we'll be back in 2 days to continue the series. So subscribe, hit the notification bell if you want to be notified when we go live in the future. Come join us for a live stream. If you missed this one or a future one, come jump on in. Spoiler warning, of course, going forward more heavily as we get deeper into the story and see more cool hidden effects. Hit the like button, helps other people find this video. Again, comment down below if you have any feedback, any rules issues, any strategy discussion, any tips for who should trade what consumables or equipment, anything you want. Just drop it down in the comments below. And share this video. If you know anyone who's interested in watching this game or might be interested in the game or following along with us or, whatever, share this video wherever people would be interested in watching Middara playthroughs. I don't know. But yeah, thank you for that.
Bob, no, I'm just going to say something that you just mentioned. Bob was mentioning it earlier, but he said at the point of the time of his comment, we only needed 13 likes to get to 100 in this video, and
we're at 92.
We only need 8 now.
We're at 92 likes on the video before it's even over. Yes, that's insane.
So I just want to say thank you so much for all the likes that we did receive today. And if you haven't liked it, let's get us to 100. That's awesome.
Recently, there was a couple videos that I was shocked when I looked back at. They had over 100 likes on them. I was quite blown away. But that wasn't the first day. That was like after the video's been up for a while.
It hasn't even been a day.
So
we're still playing.
Help us get to like a record of likes. If you're watching this later, hit that like button down below. That's huge.
Yeah,
but
we appreciate that so much. And I'm watching it tick up, so that is awesome.
You guys are so kind.
4 more.
You guys are so kind.
Thank you guys. So I just wanted to mention that because we want to thank you for liking the video too. So.
And thank you for hanging out with us. Thanks for playing along with us. Thanks for chatting in the chat, trying to catch our mistakes, discussing strategy, just hanging out with us and playing this 2-player-ish game. We were playing it at, I think, probably overall at some points we were playing this game at 102 players. So like I said the other day, we're playing it two-handed each. But we're only playing 2-player, but we're really cheating because we have all you in the chat playing along with us. So we were actually playing this 102-player. So don't tell anyone that's not an official variant. I don't want to confuse anybody, but that's what we were doing today. But if you want to join us next episode, continue, that'd be great. Thank you everyone who spent the time. And special thank you to everyone who supports the channel over on Patreon and or clicking the join button down below and becoming a YouTube member. We appreciate the support. If you'd like to donate to the channel, support us here. Help our content grow, our equipment get better, help us get to conventions, all that stuff. Keep us doing this on YouTube. The links are down in the video description. Thank you everyone with the super chats today.
Yes, thank you.
The re-member subscriptions, the Patreons, the member joins, the subscriptions, the like buttons. All that stuff helps the channel grow and gets more people in the chat having a good time. We appreciate it. Thank you all for taking the time. And we'll see you in the next one. Oh, Dan Roberts says, I regret, but I only have 1 like to give. You need to create more accounts on YouTube, Dan. No excuse. No excuse. Just
funny.
kidding. Thank you all, everybody, for watching, and we'll see you in the next stream. Bye-bye.
Bye.